If there's a part of your boxing game that you want to improve, this video is for you. Because as you can see across the bottom here, I've stacked it with all of these tips and tricks that help me win an Olympic medal in boxing to help you be the very best version of yourself. You want to be able to punch faster, punch harder, get better footwork, get better reactions, improve your shadow boxing, look better when you're hitting the heavy bag, get better defense, get a better head movement, improve your stamina, improve your recovery, and then just overall improve your boxing IQ. Well, this video is definitely for you. And we're going to start off with footwork. This is one of the best footwork drills for a beginner, and you don't need any equipment for it either. You'll probably know if you've been doing boxing, it's pretty simple to get in the boxing stance and then throw punches like this. But when it does start to get difficult is when you start having to move and punch like this, and this drill will really help you with that. So whether you're moving forwards, backwards, side to side, you always want to lead with that foot. So if I'm moving forwards, front foot, backwards, back foot, moving to my left foot, moving to my right foot. And with this drill, we're going to learn how to do that and punch at the same time. What we're going to do, I'm going to show you from this angle, I'm going to just step and punch, step and punch. So my lead hand and my lead foot go out. As the foot lands on the floor, the lead hand lands at the same time. So a little step. Now with the backhand, the same thing. I'm going to do a little step with the back foot. As I turn the hip and land the foot, the backhand lands as well. So just getting used to this. Now what I'm going to do a step with a 1-2. So it'll look like this. This is the basic version. We're going to get more advanced in a sec. But once you start getting comfortable throwing these, and we're kind of stepping, loosening them knees as we're doing this, then what we're going to start to do is moving forwards and backwards with this. I'm on the spot, so I'm going to move forwards 3 steps. So it's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Now I'm going to move back 1, 2, 3. Forwards 1, 2, 3. Backwards 1, 2, 3. Exact same thing as we move to the left and to the right. 1, 2, 3. Moving right. This is a difficult one. 1, 2, 3 there. Once we get that down, we can keep doing that forwards, backwards, side to side. You can time yourself. You can do a minute. Just keep going. Just getting used to moving forwards, backwards, side to side. Then, once you do this, then we can advance it a little bit more by doing it a little bit faster. Ba, ba, ba. Then once you get that down, you can start incorporating different punches with it. So I can do a 1-1-2, so it'll be a 1-1-2. I could do a 1-1-2 hook, 1-1-2 hook, and I'm still stepping with the feet a little bit. Now I know if you're throwing a hook in boxing, you're not going to be stepping like this, but it's just getting into the habits of stepping and punching at the same time. So a 1-1-2 hook, ba, 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 ba. Now from there we can advance it even more by moving around on your toes, then stepping in with a 1-2, ba, ba, and moving out. Then see my feet as the punch lands. I can step left with a 1-2, ba, ba. Step right with a 2-1, ba, ba. Just getting used to them feet landing the same time as the punches. But that's it. Start off slow and then you can always increase the speed. And if you've got a heavy bag, you can do the same thing on here where I'm just stepping, bam, bam. You can see my feet here. I'm stepping and punching at the same time. Then I can move left with this and move right with this. Just getting into the habits of doing it is key. Okay, so moving on to the Olympic boxing drill that I used to do, training for the games. And to do that, you need 2 items. It could be gloves, it could be anything at all. And if you're going to do it on a heavy bag, you can. If not, you don't need a heavy bag, but I'm going to show you on the heavy bag. And what I want to do is I'm going to put these here, right? Shoulder width apart. This drill is great and it really gets the heart rate going as well. And it's going to make sense. If I'm here, right, I'm obviously out of range. I can't hit my guy. If I step in to where this glove is, now I'm in range. Now I can hit him. But as well, if I'm in range and I can hit him, guess what? He can hit me as well. So this is called phase work. I'm going to show you a phase attack right here. So what I've got to do, I'm out of range. I'm going to step in with a 1-2, ba, ba, and then step back out. Now, the more you do this, the harder it gets because we don't just do 1 phases. We can do 2 phases or even 3 phases. So right now, I'm going to show you a 2-phase attack. So I'm here, I'm out of range. I'm going to step in, ba, ba, with a 1-2. I'm defending with both feet, stepping out. Then I'm going to step back in with a 1-2 again, ba, boom. And that right there is a 2-phase attack. Now a little bit faster, I'm going to show you in full speed. I'm getting out of range, out. That's a 2-phase attack. Now I'm going to show you a 3-phase attack. I'm going to do that 3 times. So I'm out of range, in, out, out, out. 3-phase attack right there. And you can do 4 phases, 5 phases, getting used to punching, moving in, moving out. Very advanced footwork drill that you should definitely try. Did you know that there's 13 different individual punches that you can learn? Now, whether you're boxing or want to learn to protect yourself, I recommend that you only work on 5 of these punches. And that's what we're going to go over on this video, the 5 most basic punches, but the most valuable punches. The other 8 punches, way more advanced. I'm going to talk about them at the end of the video and teach you some of them. So the first basic punch that you need to work on is the feint pivot hook. That's a joke. That's for the advanced stuff at the end. The first basic punch that you should be working on is the most important punch in boxing, and that is the straight lead hand. We call that the jab, or some people call it the number 1. Now there's 2 ways that you can throw the jab. The first way, the most basic way, is you're in your boxing stance here with the line in between your feet, and all you're going to do is bring your lead hand all the way out, all the way back. Slight turn of your hip. That turn of your hip gets the power into the punch. So I'm here, all the way out, all the way back. Now, if you notice when I'm throwing it, I'm turning my hand at the end. This actually makes your arm stronger than throwing it this way here. So from your face, all the way out, all the way back. Now, another important thing that you need to be doing when you're throwing this punch and any other punch is exhaling and staying relaxed. So it'll look like this. On the back. Now, if you notice here, when I'm throwing it, I'm keeping that right hand by me chin, protecting myself with the non-punching hand. Now, the other way to throw that jab is stepping with it. So if I'm in this position here, I'm going to step and throw it out. Now, what this does, this gets more power in the punch. It's getting the momentum of your body weight behind the punch as you're throwing that jab. But when you are stepping, you kind of want to be stepping into range and then coming back with it. You don't want to be stepping like lifting your foot like this, what I see sometimes, or you don't want to be stepping too far where you're really spreading your legs and you're punching like this. No, you want to be more slightly out of range and step into range and throw that jab. Now, if you notice when I'm doing this, the punch and the foot lands at the very same time. As well, I'm fully extending that lead hand, throwing it all the way out and bringing it all the way back to my face each time I'm throwing it, keeping that non-punching hand up. The next punch we're going to work on is the power punch. This is with your dominant hand. People call this the cross, the 2, the backhand. And this is a straight punch. And the way we throw the number 2, it comes from your face, it comes all the way out, all the way back. Now, if you notice when I'm throwing this punch, I'm turning my hips. I'm transferring the weight to my front foot. That's getting my full body weight behind the punch. I'm fully extending my arm. I'm turning my hand at the end, just like I was with the jab. I'm staying relaxed and I'm exhaling. So make sure you're doing all of these things when you're throwing this too, and this will really help generate that power and land that shot perfectly. Now, the next one is the most awkward punch to throw. This is the lead hook. If you've never boxed before, if you've got a little bit of experience, even if you've got a lot of experience, this lead hook can be complicated and feel awkward when you're throwing it. Now, it's best to really throw this off the 1-2, because if you throw 1-2, you're finishing off with that weight on your front foot. You're in the perfect position to throw that lead hook. And to get power in this, you really need to be transferring your weight from your front foot to your back foot. So to get the weight on the front foot, you would throw that 2, or you would slip right here. That weight's there, then from there, boom, we're going to turn and bring the weight to the back foot. Now, you can throw a lead hook on its own, but it's very advanced. So from here, my weight's 50-50. What I'm going to do is fire it out. But here, you're not in a great position to throw that hook unless you were putting that pivot on that we talked about at the beginning, what we're going to talk about again at the end. Now, a couple of things to think about when you are throwing this punch, which is a great punch to know, and everyone should know how to throw a hook, is turning your hips. If you don't turn your hips when you're throwing this punch, you're going to get 0 power in it. It'll look kind of like this. But as soon as you turn your hips, if you notice there, the power increases. Now, if you notice when I'm throwing this punch, I'm putting the weight to my front foot, like I said, then I'm whipping it in, putting the weight to my back foot. That weight transfer is what's getting the power in the punch. I'm keeping my thumb up. Some people like to have their thumb in. I like to have my thumb up because there's less rotation in the arm when you're doing it this way. And again, like the other punches, exhaling when we throw this punch. I like to call this punch just the hook. A lot of people like to call this the 3, but whatever you prefer, whatever your coaches prefer. Moving on to the next punch, which is a punch I don't really really teach, even though when I was fighting, I used to love to throw that double jab and then the rear hook. Here's a little clip of me on the screen here in a fight doing this combination. Now, you can get so much power in this punch. And how we're going to throw it, we're going to be in the boxing stance position, and from your face, it comes out and around. Now, a common mistake I see here will be this. It'll get dropped down here, then coming all the way around. That's incorrect, because imagine if you were in a fight and you're dropping this hand, you're leaving yourself wide open. So from your face, out and around. Now from here, you're getting enough power in this punch to do some damage. But just like the lead hook or the cross, it's all about turning them hips and transferring the weight. If you notice when I'm throwing this, like I said, it's coming from me face. My lead hand's staying up. I'm turning me hips. I'm transferring the weight to me front foot. And I'm exhaling, staying relaxed when I'm doing it. And that's what you've got to do to get maximum power into this punch. Now the last basic punch we're going to go over before we go over the 8 advanced punches is the lead hook to the body. Now when you're throwing this punch, it's best to throw it by bringing your weight to your front foot. And when you do this, if you think about bringing your back shoulder forward, and now my back shoulder's forward, I'm in that perfect position to whip in that body shot. Now, if you think you're throwing a right hand at my head, I've slipped that right hand, it's leaving you wide open for the body there, whoom, and you can whip that in. So to get yourself in the position to throw this punch, you can do one or two things. Like I mentioned, you would slip and bring that shoulder forward and put you in there, or what I prefer is throwing that right hand, and then that puts you in the position to throw it. But when you're throwing the right hand, you've got to shorten the right hand, because I'm on the bag here. If I throw that long right hand, what we went over before, now I'm kind of not in the position to throw this hook because my shoulder's still back. So you've got to shorten the punch. So it would be more like here, and now I'm in the position to whip it in. Or the other way is slip and throw it in. So as you can see there, I'm slipping to my lead side and then throwing in that lead hook to the body. Keeping my back hand by my face, tight guard, exhaling, staying relaxed when I do it. Now you can see I'm throwing that very short right hand to put my weight forward over to the front foot and then whipping in that body shot. The great thing about throwing the right hand first is you will get them to react by putting the hands up, which will leave them open for the body. Okay, so what are these other 8 individual advanced punches that I don't recommend you work on all the time, but it's important that you know these punches as well. First advanced punch is the screw shot with the lead hand. So if I'm here and my opponent's got their hands tight there, it's hard to get your jab through that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to screw the arm through, so it's a little lean to the front foot, and screw it through there. This screw shot is great, and you can also step with it. The next one is the uppercut with the rear hand. So when you're inside here, you're going to turn and throw that straight up the middle. Not across what I see all the time, but straight up the middle. Now the next punch is a rear uppercut from your boxing stance position, coming from your face, throwing it around, turning. Now with this, we've got 3 different ranges of the uppercut. We've got the short range, if we were inside. We've got the mid range there, which is great to throw a jab, then stepping in with that one. Then we've got the long range uppercut, which comes all the way out there. I prefer working on the mid range uppercut here. Now when you are throwing this, you want to turn your hips, you want your arm to be on a 90-degree angle, and you want your hand to be in the middle of your face there. Often people throw this and it goes over there. If you throw uppercut like that, that means the powers went up there. We don't want the power there, we want the power there. So we're there. Next is the lead uppercut, this side. Now this is a very advanced punch to throw, and the times when I would throw this would be, let's just say if I've got someone up against the ropes here, I would throw that little lead uppercut there to set them up for the next punch. Because I know if I throw a little lead uppercut there to you, your hands are going to come together, boom, and then I can whip in that rear hook to the body, or I can whip in that rear hook to the head and then go to work and finish off for a combination. So it's kind of a setup shot. I wouldn't really use this in the middle of a fight, like leading off for a lead uppercut. It would be very difficult, but if you're up close, it's a great punch to work with. Next one is a cross to the body, and I was going to put this into the basic ones, but like I mentioned, I prefer the hook to the body. So with this punch, all you're going to do is throw your back hand to the body. But when you're doing this, you're going to rotate your hips and bend your knees at the same time, keeping your lead hand up and exhaling. Now, other ways you can throw this, you could step with it, taking your head off that center line that's in between your feet, because there, if you notice that line in between my feet, that's where the punches come down. I've dodged that punch and I'm blasting them in that body. But this is another great punch to throw after you throw the jab to the head, because the jab to the head, the hands come up, ba, ba, and it's just like a rhythm, like a 1-2, ba, 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 ba. Now the next punch is another body shot. This time it's the jab to the body. Now this is something that Floyd Mayweather used to do all the time. He would throw it where he's just standing up and then it would come down like that to keep the opponents thinking. What I like to do when I'm throwing the jab of the body is really stepping with it. And again, that line in between my feet, I'm taking my head off that center line, and blasting in that jab there. The jab of the body is a good shot to set up other punches, because if I hit that one, boop, the hands come down, then I can come upstairs after that. The next punch is one of Mike Tyson's favorite punches, which is the rear hook to the body, where you're up close, wham, and really whipping that in. You can have success with this because people don't expect that rear hook to the body. But I like to throw this like the way Mike Tyson used to throw this when you're up close here. And I would like to set it up with some punches to the head. So it would be like a 1, 2, 1, 1, and then really whipping that punch in. The next punch is another backhand to the body, but this time it's a bolo punch. This is a very advanced punch to throw, and the goal with the bolo punch is to hit someone in the solar plexus right there when they're not expecting it. If you've ever been hit in the body right there when you're not expecting it, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's horrible. So how to throw this? If I'm here, this hand's coming down and around and through the middle of my guard there. But again, it's hard to lead off with this punch. It's a great punch to throw if someone's coming forward to you and you throw a left hand and then that one, or if you're going forward with them, you need to set it up with some left hands and then step in and then throw that body shot. This is also a great shot to use against someone who's got the opposite stance to you. So if you're orthodox against the southpaw, if you're a southpaw, it's great to use it against the orthodox opponent as well. Because of the stance position, there's more space to be able to land that body shot.
Yes. A counter overhand right.
Yeah. I don't think Jones is going to get up.
No, he's certainly not going to get up from that big...
In his life, Usman Ahmed. Ashley Sexton with an emphatic, sizzling statement here.
Ooh, the overhand right. If you hit someone clean with this, it could be good night. This is a hard punch to throw, but if you land it right, you're going to have some good success with it. On this video, I'm going to show you how you can have success in throwing this punch, whether you're just doing it for training on the heavy bags, or whether you're sparring, or whether you're fighting. If you get hit with one of these shots, it is not very nice. I got hit from the German champion with this punch right on my nose, and guess what happened? My nose snapped, boom, broke, blood everywhere. So I know firsthand how dangerous this punch really is. So now there's a few different ways of throwing this punch. Now the first way is like, if let's just say I'm in with an opponent who's throwing a lazy jab up here, I can come over the top of that jab with my right hand, because if you think, if I'm fighting him here and this is there, look where he's open there. So I can take my head off the line and come over the top. And if you think that there's a line on the ground, this is where the punches come. I'm stepping and I'm taking my head off that line. I'm getting out the way of that jab. As I'm stepping, I'm punching. The foot and the punch will land at the exact same time. So it'll be over the top like that. So give me that little jab there, mate. There. Obviously, when you're throwing this, you're going straight for the face. Now, you might see my hand in arm position there. You're like, it looks a bit strange, and that's because it is, because I'm coming kind of like round like a hook. But what I want to do, I'm not going all around like a hook. I'm going straight forward and around. So it's kind of like my arm is curving as I'm throwing it. And I'm going over the top, overhand, over his hand. That's why the overhand right is called the overhand right, because my hand's going over his hand, boom. I'm going down, punching straight down the chin there. Now the other way of throwing this is leading off with it, and this is how I got caught with it. I remember very clearly how I got caught with it. I'm in front of the German guy like this, my eyes on his eyes, and what he does, he sidesteps, and as he's sidestepping, my eyes is following his eyes, and then his arm comes after. So he's sidestepping, boom, and it's come after. I'm not even looking at this hand. I can't even see this right hand, but he managed to blast me on the face. So I'm stepping, if you look how far my head's coming, and now this time as I'm doing it, this is coming after I step. Boom, there. Now his eyes would be following my eyes. He's not expecting this arm to come last. If you think about it, when people are stepping, the hands are always coming with them here. So I'm moving side to side, my hands are staying here. This time, my hand comes after I step, boom, over the top. Oh, that gives me chills thinking about that. It snapped my nose in half. And it's like this. So I'm here, I'm moving, step, boom. And you can see, as I'm stepping, this is coming round, I'm getting some serious power into the punch, because the momentum of the movement is getting behind the punch. I'm here, I'm stepping. Woo! Nice if you land on it, but if you get hit with it, it's a horrible punch. So we know now if he's going to throw a lazy jab, we can come over the top with that right hand. So let's set it up. How I would set it up, I would get him to throw a jab at me. How am I going to get him to throw a jab at me? Well, if I move to my right with this hand down, the only punch he can really throw is that jab. I know he's going to throw that jab. So I'm here. Boom! As soon as he throws it, throw that overhand right. And this has been one step ahead of your opponent. You've got to know what he's going to throw. You've got to make him throw what you want to make him throw. When you do that, you're going to have success. So again, I'm here. I want him to throw that jab. You can't throw the jab here. As soon as this comes down, whoa, bam, blasting over the top with that big, horrible, I'm going to call it a horrible right hand. Okay, how do you get maximum power in this overhand right? You've got to do a few things. One, you've got to stay relaxed. If you're getting tight, which I'll see where people will be like, ugh, you will get some power in it, but you're not going to get maximum power. You want to be nice and loose here, nice and relaxed. And you see there, the power. So when you're doing this as well, you need to have a really tight fist. The tighter your fist, the better. Loose arm, very tight fist. Now with the momentum of this movement, you're going to step and turn your hip, getting your hand over the top as you're stepping, boom. And that right there is going to get all of your weight behind the punch. No matter how heavy you are, it doesn't matter. You're going to be able to punch really hard with this. Try it in sparring, try it on the mitts, try it on the bags, and I'm sure you'll love it. First combination is a 1-2-1-1-2. Now with this, you can get some serious speed in it. If you think about speed, you're going to throw faster punches. 1-2-1-1-2, and this is about the feet as well. Now watch my feet. I'm going to do this one again. Watch me feet. The feet move at the same time as the punches. 1-2-1-1-2. Ooh, great combination. Let's move on to speed combo number 2. And this one starts with body punches. So we're going to do 2 hooks to body, 2 hooks to head, 2 hooks to body, 2 hooks to head. Now you might be thinking, well, that's not realistic, but it is. It is realistic. If I've got someone in front of me and they've got the hands up high, I hit 2 to the body, then I hit 2 to the head. The hands go down, the hands come up, the hands go down, and then the 2 big ones on the end is the ones that you're going to do the damage. So it's 8 punches, body, head, and it looks like this. Woo! You can see the speed there? Let me do that one again. Oh, yes, 8 speed punches there. Now let's move on to number 3. This is another 8 punch combination. What I'm going to start off with is 4 fast straight punches to the head. Ba, 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 ba. Then a hook, 2. Then from there, I'm going to finish with 2 body shots. Now think about this. If I'm throwing the 4 punches to the head like that, let's say someone's on the ropes, where's their hands? The hands is coming forward like that, leaving them open for that one around the side. Then I go around the side with a hook. Then I blast in that big right hand down the middle. The hands have got to be up there. They've got to be up there. They're not going to be down there. They're going to be up there. Then from there, boom, boom, the 2 finishes body shots. So 4 straight, hook 2, hook, hook to the body. And with speed, it looks like this. Woo! Oh, that was a bit bad form. I want to have better form with that one. Even though we've gone for speed, we still want to try and have good form. Here it is, trying to do a little bit better form. Hands up, hands up, hands up. Right, now let's move on to the 4th and final speed combination. This combination has 4 lead hooks in a row. It's going to start off with a 1-2. Then from there, I'm going to throw 3 lead hooks to the body. Lead hook to the head, then a 2. Now you can get some serious speed in this. If you do one thing, what I mentioned at the beginning, think about speed. If you think about speed, you're going to be able to punch faster. And watch how fast this one is. One more time, one more time, one more time. This one's for you, mate. This one's for you. Again. This right here is helping me with the fear of being punched in the face. Look how close his hands is coming. I can see these coming, and even though I've got this experience, it's still a little bit scary. But you know, it's getting used to the fear of getting punches coming towards your head. And that's what this video is all about. I've got these 3 great drills that can help you deal with fear of being punched in the face. First off, I just want to say, if you are afraid of being punched in the face, it's probably a good thing. I mean, if you weren't afraid and you've never been punched in the face before, you've probably got a little screw loose. It is scary, no matter who you are, getting punched in the face especially for the first time, or if you've been sparring for quite a bit now, or you've been fighting and you're still really scared of getting punched in the face, you know, it can be a good thing. Also, being afraid of being punched in the face has got some big benefits to it. Like, for example, if you're thinking about your defense because you're afraid of getting hit, you are going to be a lot harder to hit because, you know, you're thinking about that all the time. But the time when this comes as a big problem is when you're fighting negatively, where you're just trying to survive and you're just trying not to get hit because you're so afraid and you're not coming back with your counter punches. But these drills is really going to help with that. They're really going to help with you dealing with this fear that you might have. And it is a pretty common problem. I don't have a fear of being punched in the face. I've been punched in the face thousands of times. But what I do have a fear of now is getting hurt. And if you've ever been punched in the face, when you get hurt, where your legs might go like jelly, you might be knocked out, you might have been concussed. But like I said, I use this as my advantage because I'm scared of getting knocked out, getting hurt. So I'm using that as my advantage. I'm using that as working on defense, being away from his big right hand, his knockout punch. And because I'm aware of that, now he's got way less chance of hitting us. So let's get into these drills. So the first one, what we did at the beginning, is where he's throwing the punches. He's coming a couple of inches from my face. Now, this right here is great for a couple of reasons. Now, if you think, I know he's not going to hit us, but they're coming very close. It's still pretty scary. People who are afraid of being punched tend to close their eyes. And I've done a full video on how to keep your eyes open in the ring. You should watch that one after this one. But yeah, people tend to close their eyes and move away and get really frightened. This is helping condition my brain for that, helping condition my brain for seeing punches coming and keeping my eyes open while he's throwing them punching. And as well, it's helping me see his punches coming, helping us read his punches. And now if I can start reading his punches, it's way less chance that he's going to land any punches throughout the fight or the spar or whatever we're doing. So tip number 2, he's going to throw a combination at my head. I know what combination he's going to throw, so now I can block it. Now I get used to blocking this combination here. So he's going to throw a 1-2 hook. So slowly, I'm going to parry. I'm going to block into that one, then I'm going to block that one. So again, bah, bah, bah. Faster. Again. Now we do it full speed, as if we were in a fight. Let's go. Now that right there is one example, but it's great. He's throwing full speed, like probably 70% power punches at me. Now I've got to block them, and because I know what's coming and I know exactly how I'm going to defend them punches, well, this here gets me used to him throwing punches, helps me see them, helps me defend them. And when he's throwing punches at this speed, at this force, it's really good for me reactions, but as well keeping my eyes open, which is ultimately going to prevent me from being afraid of getting punched, because I know what he's going to come. I'm working on drilling defensive moves. It's going to give us more confidence when I get in the ring, and that's what it's all about. And tip number 3, we call this one 3-to-3. Coach James Doyle has told me all about this one, and we've been doing it, and it's a great drill where we're going to start off throwing 3 punches each. This is at 50% speed and 50% power. And when you get used to it, you can obviously pick the speed up and pick the power up. It's open, so it's any punches aiming for the head and the body. I highly recommend you wear a mouthpiece if you're doing this. So it's just like a sparring session, but throwing 3 punches each. I'll throw the first 3. He's got to try and defend them. Then he's going to throw 3 at me. I had to land that little sneaky one there. But yeah, you see the point of that. And then you would pick it up, you go faster, you go a little bit harder. But guys, make sure you've got a mouthpiece in for this, because it can be very dangerous. Again, when you're sparring light, you're learning. And that's what we want to do. We want to learn. We want to get better. You know, you get some guys who come in and try and knock you out, try and whack you as hard as you can. That's not always good. Light sparring, technique sparring, working on different drills and themes like we've just did there, where we did 3 punches. You can also do 1 punch each. You can also do things like where all he's going to do is counter punch for a round. The next round I'm just going to counter punch. All these different themes and drills is great for this and getting you used to punches coming at you to get rid of that fear. Actually, when you do get punched in the face, you kind of do get used to it. Right now, if there's a guy in front of me who's never been punched in the face before and I do this to him, punch him that hard, it's gonna hurt. He's gonna get a shock because he's never been punched in the face before. You do that to me, I'll be fine because I'm used to it. I do that to James, he'll be fine because we're used to it. If this is brand new to you and you've then not been punched in the face before and it's like, oh, you're getting shocked all the time, it's natural. You do get used to it, even though I don't recommend getting punched in the face. It's stupid. The best fighters out there, hit and don't be hit. That's the name of the game. So guys, I've got this great drill for you that's going to help work on your reactions. This was a drill that I used in the Olympics. We've done this training for the Olympics all the time. By far the best drill I think that you can do for your reactions and your footwork. We're going to have our hands down. We're in front of each other. The name of the game is to try and touch the other person's shoulder. We're not throwing punches here, we're touching. It's like a game of tag. And the only way that he can defend and the only way I can defend is by moving my feet or using reactions like this. So we're going to give you a little demo here, then after I'm going to give you some tips when you're doing this to have success. Let's go. Ooh. Yeah, and as you're seeing there, that gets your heart rate going fast. It's also a lot of fun. And one thing you can do to have success when you're doing that, the advantage over your partner, is use feints. If I'm standing here like this with James and he's throwing punches, and I'm just here, it's easy to hit. But as soon as I start moving like this in front, it makes it a lot harder to hit.
This is dazzling. Down goes. You have a conventional fighter, and there is Canelo.
In the fight, he's never going to give up.
But his legs are not there this time.
Oh, well, he's caught him with the left hand and his balance.
When he knocks people out, there's a real sweet science behind it. When you slow it down and see exactly what Canelo Alvarez does to get the knockout, it's pretty spectacular. In all my years of boxing, I've never seen this. The setup to knock people out is phenomenal. And on this video, I'm going to break it down for you, slow the knockouts down, and then I'm going to show you on here exactly what he does, the thinking behind these knockouts, because Canelo is not just one step ahead of his opponent, he's often 2 steps or 3 steps ahead of them, so he can get his opponent to do exactly what he wants them to do, so he can land a big power shot to finish the fight. And also with Canelo Alvarez, his punch variation is like no one I've ever seen, and you're going to see this on here, because with him throwing every single punch with both hands, that's what confuses their opponents to be able to land these killer punches.
One of those judgment calls for the referee.
So as you're seeing there, Canelo's walking forward with that high guard, waiting for his taller opponent to stop punching, and then when he gets his feet inside, that's when he throws this brutal 6-punch combination. And it is a hook, cross, hook to the body, cross, 2 hooks to the body. And it looks like this a little bit faster. Bah, 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 bah. Ooh, and with that variation there, think about it, he's through that hook, comes straight in with that cross, and from there, he's went to the body. The guy's arms have come down, he's went back to the head, he's hurt him, and then he's finished with 2 hooks to the body that hits him on the head when he's down there. Now watch this again. The hook to the head, the cross, the hook to the body, another cross to the head, but as he's throwing that cross to the head, he's blasting them other 2 hooks in, down, and he's hitting the guy in the head. And that's how we finished him off. And there's that punch variation right there, what I thought about. You know, head, body, hooks, everything. And that's a hard combination to practice. I mean, does he even practice these combinations? Because who throws a combination like that when you're on the heavy back? Oh, it's hard, but he does it because his timing's great. Let's move on to number 5.
Like that.
Yeah, there's not much he can do. That was a headshot, down he goes to the body, and that should do it.
It's over.
So that might have looked pretty simple, but it's not. Super advanced what Canelo just did there. And when we slow it down and we look at it, it's pretty fascinating, because he threw that lead uppercut, yes, and then whipped in the body shot. But before he threw that lead uppercut, he made Fielding think that he was going to throw a hook to the body, because he dipped to throw the hook to the body. Now Fielding is anticipating, expecting that body shot as his hands come in, Now he's getting hit with a headshot with a surprised. If you get hit to the head, what you're going to do, hands come up, then whipping in that body shot. It was fantastic. Watch it here in slow motion. Now if you see there, look, Fielding thinks he's going for the body shot, but he's not. Surprised him with uppercut to the head, whoom, whips in that body shot, and yeah, a fantastic knockout finish for Canelo Alvarez. Moving on number 4 with Austin Trout, here it is.
Knockouts, Austin Trout 26-0, 14. There's a big right hand that drops Trout.
Now anyone just thinks, oh, well, what was that? That was just a straight right hand. You know, he caught him with a good shot, but I want to break it down even more because it wasn't just a straight right hand. It was a perfect straight right hand, but the setup. He feints the jab. Austin Trout thinks he's going to get hit with a jab. He thinks the jab's coming, but he doesn't. Canelo steps to the side as he's thrown that right hand, and if we freeze frame that punch right now, look at this. Look, you can see right there, Canelo's perfect form. He's fully extended the right hand. He's turning his hips. His foot's off the ground. He's landing bang on the button, punching through the target, hitting him straight on the chin. That right there is a perfect right hand. But reversing, let's go into the setup. If you see this feint, watch, he kind of puts the jab out there, feints out there, boom, whips in that right hand. Kind of like this. It's here, boom, whoa. Oh, but it was a lot better than that one. Yeah. Perfect, and that setup was everything for this knockout. Now moving on to number 3, when Canelo stepped up to light heavyweight against Kovalev, everyone thought he was, what's he doing? Why is he stepping up this weight category? And did he not knock out Kovalev? Wow, here it is.
Like Canelo, Sergio, I'm always waiting for 5th gear. I think I'm still waiting for 4th gear.
Canelo's not even having to move his head because Kovalev's not even committing to the...
There it is. Kovalev's hurt. Kovalev's down. Kovalev's out. It's over.
And Canelo's doing what he does with that high guard, walking forward with that defense, which is very hard to do. Walk forward with a high guard, defending punches, and he's doing that. He's getting his feet close. He waits for Kovalev to stop moving back, and that's when he does the damage and throws them punches. Then Canelo blasts that left hook around the side, then the right hook. Think about that. Kovalev's hands is here. They come round the side of them hands. Then what Kovalev tries to do, because he's getting a little bit hurt, he tries to hold on. Now this is the magic here, what Canelo does. As soon as Kovalev's hand comes from his face to try and hold on, whoop, that short right hand hits him hard, bang on the button and hurts him. Then Kovalev's hurt. Canelo feints that left hook to the body, and then he comes over, boom, with a big left hook to the head. The fight would have been stopped there if the referee could get in fast enough, but Canelo then follows up with a big right hand and finishes off the fight. What a spectacular knockout. Let's see that one again.
Like Canelo, Sergio, I'm always waiting for 5th gear. I think I'm still waiting for 4th gear.
Canelo's not even having to move his head because Kovalev's not even committing to the...
There it is. Kovalev's hurt. Kovalev's down.
And number 2, against a good friend of mine, Amir Khan, which was very hard for me to watch this when I watched it live. Here it is.
Ring mentality, higher ring IQ, tricky style.
Now he's in there with Amir Khan, who is a multiple world champion, an Olympic silver medalist, and he's getting Amir Khan to believe his feints. That's how good Canelo Alvarez's feints is. And what he did the rounds before this, he was setting up this knockout by throwing that jab to the body, throwing that jab to the body. Amir Khan is now believing this jab to the body because he's getting caught with it. Then in this round, feinting that jab to the body, Amir Khan's hands come forward. As they come forward, leaves him open for that overhand right. Hits him perfect on the chin. And it looks something like this. Oof. But Canelo's was a lot better. Now moving on to number 1. This one is brutal, and when I break this one down, you're going to know just how good Canelo Alvarez really is. As you've seen here, and you've seen on the other clips, Canelo's punch variation is phenomenal. His opponents do not know what's coming. And the reason they don't know what's coming is because of the setups, the feints, the constant jabbing to the body, jabbing to the head, right hand hook. Like every single punch in the book, he throws these punches. Now when you're in with someone who is throwing every punch in the book, you've got no idea what they're going to throw, especially when they're as fast and as powerful as him. It's horrible. It's horrible being in there with someone like Canelo Alvarez.
If Kirkland can get up, he's going to fight. He's always going to want to fight. He's never going to give up.
But his legs are not there. This time, I don't think he's getting up.
So he feints the jab of the body. Kirkland doesn't know what's coming. He's putting that front foot pressure on. He throws a big left hook, misses, but he follows up with that bolo shot to the body. Then a cross. Them are 3 separate punches right there. It's not a 3-punch combination, 3 separate punches. Variation is amazing. Kirkland doesn't know what's coming. Then Canelo puts out the jab of the body. Kirkland thinks it's going to be a jab of the body, puts his hands down, boom! The perfect right hook to the chin. Look at that. How fast does Canelo think in the ring? Them split seconds is everything. So he threw them 3 separate punches. Bam, bam, bam. Moving forward. Poor Kirkland hasn't got a clue what's coming. Feint the body, then boom, boom, it's good night. This is why I think Canelo Alvarez is one of the greatest fighters of all time. Do you agree? Let me know in the comments below. First up, we've got Ricky Hatton versus Manny Pacquiao. This was a brutal knockout, and before I break it down for you, here it is. Oh yeah, that was a nasty punch, and it really saddened me because I was a huge Ricky Hatton fan at the time. What Pacquiao did there in his southpaw stance, I'm going to show you in orthodox, was he put his lead hand out, flicked his lead hand out a couple of times as he moved forward, and as he did that, the last time, he put the lead hand out, but he leaned back. And when you're putting your lead hand out and leaning back, you're putting your weight to your back foot, which is really helping you load up that big backhand. And because he's doing it at the same time, boom, the speed he can generate from that is sickening, as we just seen there. So he's here, he throws that out and leans back at the same time, which is so hard to do, but that's generating the power into the punch. Oh, and here it is one more time.
Like this. Since he was at 130 pounds.
Arthur Abraham versus Jermaine Taylor. What a mad knockout this one was. Here it is. So if you notice what he did there, it was brilliant. He stepped in with a long lead hook. Got Jermaine Taylor's hands to come up together like that, and Jermaine wasn't expecting the right hand to go straight through the middle, but that's what he did. So he stepped with the hook, boom, and then blasted that right hand in. The momentum of his movement with that step generated so much power to be able to knock out his opponent, and it looked like this. Here it is again.
Set up by a wide left hook, and the right was right down the...
And moving on, number 3 is Lennox Lewis versus Hasim Rahman. I hope I pronounced that right. And what a knockout this was. And it was similar to the Arthur Abraham knockout, where he stepped in to get that power, but then he whacked in that right hand. Here's the knockout here.
They're telling him not to counterpunch.
So if you noticed, he did that big step, but this time, rather than going straight through the middle, he come all the way around the side, and he hit Hasim straight on the chin. And because of his stepping as he's moving, you know, that's where he generated all the power, and it looked like this. Oh, you can hear the power there. I can feel it in my hands. I'm going to do it one more time. Let's watch it again.
He could have done the Holyfield if he had decided to be more aggressive.
Moving on to number 4, Tommy Hearns versus Roberto Duran. Whoa, what an era these guys were fighting in. And Tommy Hearns was like 6'1", 6'2", and he was known for his power. Even though he was a lot taller and thinner than his opponents, he knew how to generate the power in the punch. And when he knocked Roberto Duran out, whoa, what a punch this was. Here it is. And what he's doing here, he's kind of touching with the lead hand as he's moving forward. Then he throws a right hand. It kind of looks like it's going to be a straight right hand, but I've noticed watching a lot of Tommy Hearns, he kind of comes over and like kind of, I'm not going to call it a slap it in, but it's like he hooks it in and he hits Duran on the chin, and it looks like this. So he's here, and then he's moving, boom. And it's coming down, and he's coming down and all the way around. You see, he's punching through the target. Again, he's here. Woo! Nice punch. Let's watch it again.
I know where he is. Now here's the cruncher. There it is.
Moving on to number 5. Manny Pacquiao versus Marquez. And this was one of the most shocking knockouts I think I've ever seen or ever can remember. When Manny Pacquiao got put to sleep on the ground, it was, for me, it was a sad moment in boxing, because I love Pacquiao. But what a punch this was from Marquez. Wow, an overhand right. Here it is.
Now gets his feet back and tries to roar back to nail Pacquiao with the right hand. Oh!
Whoa, what a knockout that was. So, how did he do it? How did he generate that power in his punch? Well, it was a perfect overhand right, and he took his head off the center line when he did it, and he really stepped with it and got his full body weight behind that punch. So he's here, and he kind of steps, takes his head off the line, and that right hand comes over the top of his hands. That's why it's overhand right, so it goes over his hands and hits him straight on the chin, and it looks like this. Oh, serious. Here it is again.
Since Sergio Martinez knocked out Paul Williams on November 20.
Carl Froch versus George Groves. And Carl Froch is someone that I've done lots of sparring with, and a high level fighter. Real tough guy, but as well could punch really hard. George Groves, a guy who I was on the England boxing team with, another world class fighter, and they had a couple of great fights. And the way the last fight ended was, yeah, it was by this punch right here.
The better of it when they meet in the center of the ring now. Oh, good and right down hand. Goes.
And as you're seeing there, this was pretty similar to the Lennox Lewis knockout that I showed earlier on, where he's done the step with the hook and come around with the right hook / right straight. So we're seeing a little pattern here, right? When people are stepping and punching, it's just showing you how much power they're getting behind the punch. And that is, and I keep saying it, because of they're getting the momentum of their body weight behind the punch. Now, if you do that fast and explode when you're doing it, the power is going to be ridiculous. So, Carl Froch, he did it. He put that big, long left hook out. As he did that, he's moving forward, boom, blasting in that right hand. It was a lot better than that one there. But it looked like this. Yeah, and I can just feel, and you can see the back there, how much power is behind that punch. Getting hit on the chin by one of them from someone like Carl Froch, doesn't matter who you are going to sleep. Here it is one more time.
As Groves was at rest for a few moments after this right hand. What a shot.
Arturo Gatti versus Joey Gamache. If you haven't seen much of Arturo Gatti fighting, I recommend you watch him. He's one of the most exciting fighters of all time, I would say, especially his fight when he fought Mickey Ward. Anyway, he's a knockout for you, which is fantastic. It's not a one-punch knockout, it's kind of a 3-4 punch knockout, but it's a good one.
He also looks so much bigger than he does.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a 15-pound weight advantage. Every time he lands a shot,
So as you're seeing there, it was the first punch that he threw before he landed the combination that done a lot of damage. He threw a right hook. So that's hurt his opponent there. And then what he's done, he stepped in with an uppercut, left hook, right hook. Now them punches there, when you're turning into them, whap, 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 getting your body weight behind them, you're getting so much power. Now, if you're hitting someone in the chin with these 3 punches, yeah, it's good night. And the accuracy of these punches was fantastic. So the first punch that he hurt him with was that right hook, boom, which is a hard punch to land when you throw it on its own. But then inside it was a ba, ba, ba. Ooh, yeah, did you see that when I turn my hips, turning my feet, transferring the weight, the power that I get into it? Ooh, lovely. Here it is again.
right uppercut, and you see why we were worried about
Sergio Martinez versus Paul Williams. This is one of the most brutalest knockouts on this full video. Sergio Martinez is a great southpaw, and yeah, you'll see this punch right here. Ooh, it's brutal. And as you've seen there, what he was doing, he was stepping back, stepping back, stepping back. As Paul Williams was coming on, he took his head off that line, stepped across, boom, and threw in that big overhand left, hit him straight on the chin. How we had success with that, I think, is because Paul Williams' eyes is on his eyes. And on my overhand right video, I explain this. It's where, you know, if you're looking at me and I'm stepping over here, your eyes are following my eyes and you're not following my hand. So if I'm stepping over here and your eyes is following me, they're not seeing this one, boom. And then that comes over the top there. And that's exactly what he done. So he got so much power in it. So he was moving back, moving back, moving back. As you move forward, stepped over and blasted in. And when you're doing this, you're getting so much power in the punch. Here it is one more time.
We're going to take a look at how it ends. Yeah. Williams throws a left, but Martinez beats him with the left.
Shorter punch, yeah, I thought it was a right hook.
Number 9 is such a spectacular knockout. Now, what did I add this one on here? Because it's very rare that you see someone get knocked out or someone knock someone out with a lead uppercut. This was Povetkin against Dylan White. Ooh, what a brutal knockout. And as you've seen there, he kind of dipped and brought that hand straight up, hitting him straight on the chin. I think this might be the only lead uppercut knockout I've ever seen in boxing. I don't know if you've seen one, let me know in the comments below. So yeah, he dipped, boom, and threw it up. A lot better than that one. Dipped, boom, and threw it up. It's hard to throw it in a bag, but if you're on a ball like that one, you can do it. Here it is one more time.
We know about the caliber of fighter Povetkin is, but you look like an old, aging fighter there. But wow, he rolled back the clock.
Okay, the final one. This is the guy who knocked me down. It was in a sparring session in Ireland, and he knocked me down with a right hook. So here it is. Andy Lee is the guy who knocked me down. He knocked me down with a right hook. He's a tall southpaw, and you'll see the exact shot that he knocked me down with here.
Another right hand lands. Body shot almost knocks Lee through the ropes. Jackson's power is simply devastating Lee. And there's a perfect right hand counter off the ropes.
And what an unbelievable knockout that was. I managed to get up from it, and you know, I didn't continue the spar. The spar was over. It was the last round that we did, but it did hurt me bad, and it concussed us. Such a good shot, and he generated so much power in that by turning back and like turning into it, you know. And if you notice on that knockout, he didn't really rotate that much, but what I think he does to get that power is lean back, because when you're leaning back, when you're throwing that hook, you're getting the weight of the movement in the punch, which is hard to explain, but when you do it, you'll feel it. So if I'm here and I throw it and lean back at the same time, you can see the power there. Yeah, and I'm rotating as well, the body into it. Here it is one more time.
Didn't bother with a count as Jackson lay face down.
Muhammad Ali, Canelo Alvarez, Floyd Mayweather, Roy Jones Jr., Prince Nazim Hamed, Lennox Lewis, the Klitschko brothers, Alexander Usyk, Andre Ward, Lomachenko, Joe Lewis, Joe Frazier, Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, Pernell Whitaker, Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns, Roberto Duran. The list goes on and on. And what all of these guys have got in common, other than being world champions and some of the best fighters of all time, is what they did in the ring. They were always one step or two step or three steps ahead of their opponents, getting their opponents to do what they wanted them to do so they could come and do what they want to do. And that's the name of the game in boxing. The boxing IQ is all about that. Making your opponent not knowing what you're going to do so you can have success when you land the punches. And on this video, I'm going to give you the best 2 ways that you can do this. This is something that coaches don't really tell you how to do, and it's an advanced technique. It's something that I was pretty good at, but I kind of learnt myself along the way. I learnt the hard way of doing it in sparring, in fights, and these things really do work when you practice them. How do I get my opponent to do what I want him to do? Well, there's a few ways of doing it, and I've just done a full video on Canelo Alvarez. He is an absolute master. Out of all of the fighters that I named, now you might not disagree with me here, he is the best at doing this. His boxing IQ is unbelievable, but he can read the ring and put his opponent where they want to do it. And one of the main things with Canelo to do this is, you know, keeping your opponent thinking. You've always got to keep them thinking, and one thing you can do that is always keep moving and feinting like this, which is great. And I've done a full video on that as well, where you're here, rather than just being here like traditional boxers. Keep moving. When you're moving these hands, that's really keeping your opponent thinking. But as well with that, if you are throwing different punches all the time, like look at Canelo Alvarez's punch variation, Floyd Mayweather's punch variation, they are throwing lots of different punches. They're throwing every punch in the book, really. Obviously the jab, the cross, the hook, the rear hook, the left hook the body, the rear hook the body, the bolo punch to the middle. They're throwing them all. Now, if you're throwing all of these punches, I missed out the jab to the body there, which is a crucial one for this. If you're throwing all of these punches, your opponent doesn't really know what's coming. Now, if you're a traditional stand-up boxer where it's just bah, 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 I mean, that's good. I'm not putting that down. If you're winning doing that, keep doing that. But with this, if you're throwing different punches, it just makes this guy think, what the hell is he going to throw? So when you are in front of your opponent, now you're here like this, that right there keeps him thinking, you know? But that right there doesn't get him to do what you want him to do, but that's a part of this and a part of this method. So now you are doing this and you're moving and you've been throwing different punches and different punch variations. What you can do from there is feint punches, and now your feints is going to be way more believable. Example, if you're in with an opponent and you're throwing a jab the head, a jab the body, a 1, 2, a jab the body, a jab the body. Now, you know, you're throwing them jab bodies. They might be missing, which is fine because it's all part of the setup of landing them punches. So I'm here. Now, I throw the jab the body. I throw the jab the body. Yes, I think if you've been watching my videos regularly, you'll know what's going to come. I feint the jab the body. What's going to happen? He's going to try and defend that feint. If it's a realistic feint, think if I'm here, he's going to try and defend it. How does he defend it? You might do what Amir Khan tried to do with Canelo Alvarez and, you know, step and put your arms down, which leaves you open for a right hand. And now if you're seeing that, how he feinted that jab to the body, whip, and he whipped in that right hand. And that wasn't just a feint to the jab of the body. He'd been setting that up. He'd been throwing that jab to the body throughout the full fight. I think this was the 5th or 6th round. And then when he feinted it, because he's been throwing it, and when you believed it, hands come down, whoop, blasted in that big right hand. And that can be with any punch at all. You know, you could keep throwing the jab ahead, throwing the jab ahead. Then, you know, you could feint the jab ahead and blast in that big right hand cross there. And that can do damage as well. And another thing Canelo's done, he's done the same thing. Where he feints the jab, boom, just lands that big solid right hand. And again, like the last fight, he's been throwing these so the opponents believe the feints. If they believe in the feints, you can land your punches, you can do what you want to do. But the only way that they're going to believe the feints is if you've been throwing them punches anyway. Don't come out in the middle of round 1 and then feint a jab to the body, because the chances are he's not going to believe it because you haven't thrown any jabs to the body so far in the sport or in the fight. Throw it a couple of times, then he's going to believe the feint a lot more. So now let's move on to number 2. That's the first way. The second way is show them the target. Give them a target to hit. If I'm boxing and I'm in front of my opponent like this, I'm not really going to get hit. Like my target's very small. He's probably going to be trying to feint the jab to look for one of these punches. But if I do something where I start throwing a jab and bring it down here, what's he going to do? What am I open for? I'm open for that big cross, that big right hand. So now I'm going to do that on purpose, and then I know he's going to throw that right hand. If he's got experience, he's going to throw that right hand. Now, because I know he's going to throw that right hand, he's not going to land it, because I'm going to move out the way of it. Now, a couple of things you can do there. I could throw the jab with that right hand, slip inside and blast in that body shot. Or another thing I can do, throw that lazy jab, wait for him to throw that right hand. As he throws that right hand, I'll lean back from it, and then I can slip in with a combination of my own. But again, giving him that target. Another thing you could do is get your hands up high. If my hands are up high here, where am I open for? His corner is going to be shouting, hit him in the body, hit him in the body. Now I'm thinking, please, if he throws a jab to the body, whoom, that right hand's coming over the top. If he throws a right hand to the body, whoom, I'm stepping in with that left hook. You know, me showing him this target is just going to make him throw the punches. Now what about this, right? If he might watch this video, he might be advanced and know these advanced techniques. He might be doing this to you. So, for example, if you see him throwing a lazy jab, that's the common one. He's waiting for you to throw that right hand. So what I would do, I would wait for him to throw that lazy jab, I would feint my jab, and then step in with the left hook. Being 2 steps ahead, now we know what he's going to do. Now if he's throwing that lazy jab and he's wanting me to throw that big right hand, or he's showing me the target to the body, I'm going to feint that. Example, if he's showing me the target to the body, I'm going to feint that to the body, whoop, 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 and then go to the head, because he's expecting that. Now this is what it's all about, being steps ahead of your opponent. Being them 1, 2, 3 steps ahead is going to help you have success in this. Warming up correctly is super important, not just to prevent you from getting injured, but to help you perform at your best. Whether you're just working out or you're fighting or sparring, doesn't matter what it is. If you get a full body warm up, you will get the most out of your sessions. And on this video, we're going to break it all down for you. So how long would you recommend a warm up, whether it's for just a run, a boxing session, a fight, a hit class? Are they all the same, or what?
I think it depends on the intensity of the session. So if you're going to go and do a track workout where you're sprinting, you probably need a way longer warm up, like good 15 to 20 minutes. If you're going to go into a fight or a hard sparring session, again, a good 15 to 20 minutes. If you're just going to go and do a ticking over training session at a lighter intensity, maybe 5 minutes is probably fine.
So with me, with the fights and the sparring, I wouldn't have the intensity so high, because I was always in my head, like, I don't want to get tired from my spar, you know, in the warm up. So I would kind of get me heart rate raised, get a little sweat on, a little bit of shadow boxing, and then get into it for the fight. Yeah,
totally. So you never want to go too intense on these things. You shouldn't be coming out of your warm up like really out of breath.
Exhausted.
You should just feel like you're starting to wake up.
So Glenn, like I mentioned there, you know, warming up the full body is very important, and you know, you want to elaborate a little bit more on that, why we should do this every session.
Yeah, so whatever you're doing, whether you're sparring, you're fighting, you're just going into a training session, it's really important to just make sure the whole body is kind of ready and prepped and primed to perform. And as we know, boxing's really explosive, it's high intensity, it requires a lot of athleticism, balance, power, speed, you know, so going through a warm-up like this and making sure everything's ready to go, you're going to be at your best when you're in that session. Definitely,
and you know, trying to get into a session when you're cold, I've done it before, I've done videos before where I'll hang the bag and then I'm punching, and then the next day I'm in bits because I never warmed up correctly. But as well, when you don't warm up correctly, you can't punch as hard, as fast. You're not as loose. Yeah, you will get injured.
Never recommend doing static stretching where you're actually holding a stretch before an explosive workout, because what you're doing is you're actually stretching that muscle out before it's had a chance to warm up, so it's compromised from the beginning. You go and try and be explosive with that, boom, it can pull, it can tear a lot quicker than if you think of it as like an elastic band. If you're gradually just kind of stretching it out like this, then when it's time for it to be explosive, boom, it can contract and expand quick because it's warmed up and it's loose. Yeah, but if you just stretch it straight away like this and then try and pull it fast, it's like likely to snap, right? So that's kind of how I think about it.
Warming up. Let's talk a little bit about warming up. What actually is a warm-up? What you're doing? What's going through your body when you're warming up?
Right, so the main things we want to focus on, the first thing we want to focus on is the raise phase, right? So we're going to go through 4 phases throughout the warm-up. Raise is number 1, and what we're trying to do there is just gradually increase the blood flow, get blood flow to the muscles and the joints. And blood flow, oxygen is in the blood, so right, we're getting oxygen to the muscles, we're getting oxygen to the joints and tendons and everything that we need to make sure it can perform properly. So that's the first phase, just getting that blood flowing, just gradually getting the heart rate up. The second phase is the activation phase. So what we're trying to do here is get your brain into the muscles specifically that you're going to use, right? So if you think of a punch, what are we using? Well, we're using the full body, we're using the core, we're using our back, we're using our shoulders, we're using our arms. So during the activation phase, we're getting the brain to connect to those muscles, so then when you're in that session, it's already firing and you can, you know, recruit the muscles that you need on demand, like quickly. And then the third phase is the mobilization phase. So during that phase, we're just trying to increase the range of motion. So like if you get out of bed first thing in the morning and you try and like turn your arm like this, it's going to be pretty tight right from sleep. So like during a warm up, you're just trying to increase that, how far you can use that shoulder, the hips, whatever it might be. You're just trying to increase that range of motion. So then when you're in the ring or you're hitting the bag, whatever you're doing, you've got that full range of motion, nothing short. Like you mentioned, when you hit the bag without warming up, it's kind of shorter and tighter, right? Stiff, so you've not got that loose range of motion. So the third phase, the mobilization phase, just increasing your body's ability to move further and have a longer range of motion. Then the last one is just the potentiation phase. So that's kind of a little bit more technical. What we're doing there is trying to get your body to produce force, maximum force and power, right? So we're punching the bag, we're punching an opponent, whatever it might be, we want to be fast. During that last phase, we're just getting those fast twitch muscles fired up and making sure we're ready to be explosive and deliver maximum force, speed, power, all the things that we want in a punch.
And there is, as you know, see there's a lot more to warming up than doing a few runs with a few shoulder swings like that, you know, and we see that all the time. And now, depending on your goal, your warm-ups will be a little bit different. For example, if I'm a 55-year-old guy who is overweight, I would warm up a little bit different to a 19-year-old fighter who's training for the World Championships, right?
Totally, yeah, but you can still take the same principles, the same movements, even if you're new to fitness, new to working out, new to boxing. Just apply, we're gonna go through a warm-up that like a professional fighter would probably go through before a training session or even before a fight. But there's no reason why somebody who's new to this or overweight or doesn't have the physical attributes to do every single movement perfect, it's still something you can work up towards and improve and practice just like anything else.
And like you said, you can build up to this. You don't have to try and do everything on here. Do what is good for you, what feels good for you. So we're going to start off our warm-up with the raise. Glenn, what is the raise?
So we're just gradually trying to increase the blood flow, get the body moving, a little bit dynamic, so just going to be on the toes a little bit, simple basic movements, nothing too complicated or strenuous, just get the heart rate up a little bit and just start getting the blood flow through the body, just increase the body temperature. So a good one to start off with, just on the toes, a little bounce to the feet, and you can just start with some nice relaxed arm swings forward, just kind of gradually loosen up the shoulders. Doesn't have to be super big, we don't want to be going too big yet, and then from there we're just going to reverse it backwards, so the opposite direction. That's it. And then when you're doing this, you want to keep them shoulders nice and loose and relaxed, keeping that same rhythm in the feet. And then from there we can open up the chest, so just across, over, under.
Oh, I love these ones.
Yeah, and just feel like shoulder blades squeeze, let the arms swing and relax, just let everything go.
So right now, I'm getting it's raising my heart rate. That's called the raising the heart rate.
Exactly, so just increasing the body temperature.
Because you don't want to start getting into like dynamic stretching and stuff when you've got a resting heart rate, right?
Exactly, right. And then from there we can just go into jumping jacks, just arms all the way over the top of the head. So here we're just opening up the shoulders a little bit too. That's it, and just keeping that same rhythm in the feet, keeping the breathing under control, shoulders are nice and relaxed. And then from there we can just go into some heel flicks. What this is going to do is start getting those hamstrings firing a little bit. And you're just getting that dynamic movement through the feet as well. If you think about when we're boxing, we're on the toes all the time, so it's just introducing the brain to that kind of feel. And then from there we can set the feet, we can just do some punch across, nice and light. And what we're trying to do here is just get them lats opened up in the back and getting some rotational movement through the core as well.
A common thing is with boxers is people will come in the gym and they'll get a jump rope straight away when they're cold and start jumping.
Yeah.
Very, very common. What do you think about that?
I think it's a lot of impact in the ankles and the feet, like straight away, which for some people can be a bit too much, especially if you've got beat up legs from like road work, running, all that kind of stuff.
I'm down.
Just going straight onto it, can be a bit too much for some people, but it's not too bad if you're starting off pretty light. Next one from there, we can just kind of hinge back into the hips a little bit, so you're loading up the hips and the hamstrings, and then we're just going to swing the arms across. So full body right here, just relax your arms, just let them go. So we're getting blood flow right through to the hands here. We're getting rotational movement through the back, so that lumbar spine, we're just rotating that a little bit too, so that's going to prep the body for the punches. We're loosening up the back of the legs as well. And then from there, from the same position, if you think of 3 points of contact, just forward, middle and back. And then we're just really getting a little pull through the back of the legs right here. So we're loosening up the lower back, we're opening up the hamstrings in the back of the legs, just increasing that range of motion that I talked about in the beginning through the back of the legs. All right, and then just slowly up from there. Good?
Yeah, so now I've got the heart raised, now we're ready to get it.
A little bit?
I'm feeling it.
Feel a bit warmer?
Feeling good, I'm feeling it.
So heart rate should just be slowly increasing here and blood flow starting to go through the body and the areas that we want it. All right, so the next phase, we're gonna go into the lower body, right? So the next 3-4 movements we're gonna do right here, we're just gonna focus on getting the legs awake. Now, if you're boxing, moving around the heavy bag, sparring, we all know it's very lower body dominant. You need good leg endurance, right? So in order to make sure that your legs feel strong and athletic and on balance throughout that session, these movements right here are just going to get your legs awake and get them prepped for whatever you're going to be doing. So the first one we're going to do is kind of a dynamic stretch, and we're also going to get some upper body involved. So we're going to go into a quad pull. It's also good for your balance and getting that core fired up. Single leg stability, so we're going to pull the foot high behind us and reach through, right? And you get a little stretch to the quad and the hip flexor there, and then a couple of steps to reset. Now with stretches and pulls like this, dynamic stretches and dynamic pulls, you don't want to hold it too long. Just 1 second, couple of steps, 1 second, and just trying to gradually increase that range of motion. We'll probably do like 3 to 5 reps each side. So we're just going to start with the right side, and you're going to reach with the opposite arm, right? And you're trying to reach as far as you can, right? You're going to stretch through the lats, couple of steps on your toes in between to keep it dynamic.
So now I noticed you told me to have my palm facing rather than this way. Is there a reason for that?
Yep, because then you've got the correct positioning in the shoulder right here. If your palm is in, you've got that internal rotation, so it allows more movement through your lats and your scaps right here. So
that's a key point right there.
Yeah, and lats and scaps in the back are key for mobility. Back here is a key issue with boxers. They're very tight back here. They tend to be very shoulder dominant and rounded. So keeping that mobility and range of motion through here with reaches like that and allowing those scaps to slide is key for keeping the injuries off and making sure you're still explosive too. Next one, we're just going to go into some leg swings, so you can kind of get a little bit of shoulder into it. And what I like to do with these is kind of like an arm swing, and again it's just opposite hand, opposite foot, and alternating and kind of circle it around, just trying to kick your hand basically. Now if your range of motion in your hamstrings, which for a lot of people is not great, you can start off nice and short and gradually build up through like 10, 15, maybe even 20 reps on these, and then try and increase that range of motion.
So that was going to be my next question. How long should you do each exercise for? How many reps? Or do you just do it for, like, what I would do is like 10, 15 seconds. If it's either side, then move on, whatever feels good.
Yeah, maybe like 15, 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds each one. I like to make sure, if you're going by reps, make sure you're evening out each side. So 5 right, 5 left. To be like 8 to 10 reps is good on each of these.
Right.
Yeah. So a couple more for lower body to target the groin area and the hips. We're going to stabilize, and again single leg, and we're going to try and think about keep getting the groin at a right angle and pulling that knee nice and high, and you should just feel a little stretch through the hips. And then it's good for your balance too. Yeah, balance is a key component for boxing, so we're just kind of getting that brain fired up into one leg and opening up the hip and groin area a little bit. And again, just 5 to 10 reps on each side is good, and just trying to get that nice and high. You kind of feel the outside of the hips, inside of the groin. That area tends to get really tight with athletes as well, so it's good to open that up. And then the last one we're going to do is just some lateral movement. Again, if you think about boxing, if you're trying to circle a ring, lateral movement all the time, it's requiring the outside of the glutes and the outside of the feet to work. So what I like to do for those is just a lateral lunge. So you're going to kind of start with your feet narrow, step out nice and wide, and kind of sit back into the hip. If I turn this way, you can see the angle. We're not going into the knee like this, we're sitting back into the hip, getting that glute to fire, and from there we're going to drive out and drive that knee up. And again, you can do like 5 to 10 reps on each side. And what that's doing with that knee drive at the top, again, is getting you to balance and stabilize and tighten up that core, whilst also getting a little bit of range of motion through that hip flexor as well. So all of this stuff is dynamic, because it's not just focusing on one specific area. We're doing multiple things at once, getting balance fired up, getting glutes, hips, core, everything's working together. Which
ultimately is firing this up, your brain,
big time,
which is the most important thing in all of this. So yeah, with the balance and all of these different warm-up exercises, that's really making you think, and it's challenging you a little bit as well. Yeah, it's warming up the brain.
Yep, and just generally building your athleticism. If you can control your body like this stuff with ease, your boxing is going to only get better. All right, so in this next section, we're going to focus on the upper body. So we're actually going to be on the floor to start getting the upper body awake. So you can just drop to your knees, right? So all fours basically. And then what we're going to try and do, this is called thread needle, or thread the needle. So what he's going to try and do is get his arm under and through his body, and we're going to keep that palm up, and he's trying to get as far through as he can, and then just straight back through to the other side. And with these, you can go pretty quick. So he's just moving through, so he's kind of holding it for a half second and then right back through to the other side. And what we're doing here is getting all that rotation through the upper body, upper back, lower back, increasing the range of motion through the lats as well, and just getting that rotation through the spine, which is key. Because
this is, yeah, sorry, this is actually a warm-up exercise that I never did as a fighter, but I think it's one of the most important things as a fighter. It's when you try this, getting your shoulder all the way up the floor, you'll feel just how good it is, and you'll see the benefits of it straight away. I wish I knew this when I was fighting, and I would have won an Olympic gold medal rather than the bronze.
Totally. And yeah, your goal with these is to get your hand as far through as you can and the bottom of that shoulder on the ground, right? So like I mentioned previously, range of motion through that area in the back right here is a key component for boxers, and that's a really good one. And if you think when we're punching, what's the upper body doing? It's rotating, right? It's rotating. So it's just creating that same movement pattern and getting everything opened up back there. The next one we're going to do from the same position, you're going to have one hand on the ground, one hand on the back of your head. So we'll start left side, left hand on the back of the head. What we're trying to do here is get this top elbow down to the other elbow. So we're coming all the way down, and then he's going to rotate up and try and get that as high as he can. And really open up the front of the shoulder and the armpit area, whilst again getting that rotation through the back too. And you exhale as you come out, inhale on the way down. And again, 5 to 10 reps each side is good, and you can probably go a little quicker on these two, because by this stage the heart rate's up, we're in it a little bit more, so things can start to pick up in speed a little bit as well. Yeah, perfect. And you don't want to hold this, you just want to keep that body moving as well. Yep, and just trying to get as high as you can. So 2 really good ones there for thoracic rotation and opening up the shoulders in the front and that whole armpit area. All right, so we're back on the feet, continuing the upper body warm up. So with this one, for tricep kickbacks, what we're going to try and do is touch the back of the neck or the spine area with the fingertips and kind of drive it back with some speed. And what we're doing here is getting a stretch through those triceps, the back of the arms, which is engaged in every single punch. So we're just trying to get that tricep muscle to kind of start firing.
Would you twist your feet on this?
Yeah, you can make it full body, pivot the feet, turn into it a little bit as well. So yeah, the more you can incorporate your full body into these specific movement patterns, the better it's going to be, rather than just kind of standing here doing this. Yeah. You know, like make everything down, turn the feet, turn the hips, exactly. And again, 5 to 10 reps each on each side right there. Next one, we're going to go back to that hinge position right here. Hips back, hamstrings loaded. Grip the floor with the feet as well. It's going to get those glutes fired up. And we're just going to punch across and really drive down. You should feel a slight stretch through the back, fully extend the arms, nice and sharp with this. Just kind of get introducing that punching pattern in a hinge position. Just that rotational movement. The more rotational movements you have in these warm-ups, the better it's going to be. And then the last one, boxers tend to have a lot of inflammation and tightness in the elbow area from punching and overuse in this area. So with this one, we're just going to go back on the toes, get that down and then I'd like to just shake it out and kind of circle, create like a big circle at the elbow. And you want to do a lot of reps with these, like 10, 15, 20 reps each side, nice, quick. Relax everything, let that blood flow get right through to the fingers.
Both ways as well, right? Forwards and back.
So circles in, circles out, and just getting that tension out of that elbow area too.
Again, it's making you think.
Yep.
And then another one, what you could do, I've just thought of there, 1 forward, 1 back. I can't do that.
That elbow area as well, it's the bottom of the tricep, which we just opened up right here. So that then, where the tricep finishes in that elbow, it's just again, just an extension of that whole area right there. So yeah, just good. Now the triceps should be awake and elbows, hands and elbows should be
feeling great.
So moving on to the full body section. This is the world's greatest stretch. It's commonly referred to as the world's greatest stretch for a reason, because it feels amazing and it opens up the entire body, and it's great for anything that you do in boxing, running, whatever it might be. This is the #1 stretch right here.
It's definitely my favourite out of everything.
Yeah. So we're going to start in a push-up position in a high plank. So hands right under the shoulders. Feet can be a little bit wider just to get that stability first. Now the first step here, we're going to start left side. He's going to step his left foot right up by the left hand right here. You can drop the back knee on the ground from there. Yep. And then left arms are going to come out and then just rotate all the way back as far as you can, keeping the arms straight. And you see that position right there. The hips opened up, the shoulders are opened up, the rib cage is opened up, and the key right here is just to breathe, right? So as he goes back, so switch, now we'll go right side, step right in. The goal is to get the foot right up by the hand. As he rotates, you're going to exhale, right, and get that out breath right there, yeah, and then keep it going. And we can go a little quicker on these too. That's it.
And you want to look at your hand as well, right?
Yeah, follow the hand and getting that neck rotation in there too. What I like to do, you can put the back knee on the ground too if you want. If you put the back knee on the ground, it's going to switch that back hip flexor off. If you want a deeper stretch to that back hip flexor, you can keep it off the ground like Tony was doing. And what I like to do with these as well is put a little calf stretch in. So we're getting those calves fired up. We're on our toes the whole time in boxing. So what you can do is you can just kind of step into it, drop your back knee and rotate. And then when you switch, just kind of pedal out the calves a little bit and then come back in. Just makes it a little bit more, even more full body than what it is. But yeah, there's your world's greatest stretch. Feels amazing, right?
Yeah, and then we can advance that a little bit more, and we can talk about this by make the world's greatest stretch even better by dropping this elbow, right? And then when I drop this elbow, I'm going to show you from this side. Drop this elbow. Now I'm stretching even more than my full body from there.
As soon as he drops the elbow, that IT band it's called, which attaches the hip and the knee right down the side of the leg is getting opened up as well.
Yeah, so dropping that, just this here is a great stretch. And then we're twisting and putting everything into it. And then the little, we've just made the world's greatest stretch even better. Look at that.
All right, so continuing on with the full body section. The next two we're going to start getting into a little bit more advanced. This is going to be a reverse lunge with some upper body rotation. So we're firing up glutes, quads, lower body, core. We're getting rotation in there. So what we're doing here is we're stepping back. He's going to try and keep both knees at a right angle as he drops, sitting into the hips. Drop, drop, drop. Right, core tight. And then I'm just going to ask him to rotate and kind of follow your hands with your eyes too. Imagine you trying to put your hands into where your lower back is.
Yeah, I love this.
Yeah. So what he's doing is getting that pushing movement through the lunge. So the whole foot's on the ground. We're getting those glutes activated, which are your power muscles. The glutes is the biggest muscle in the body, and that's going to generate your force for your punches. So getting glutes and lower body fired up is key. Keeping that core tight. Now we're getting abs involved. So notice how he's rotating over the front leg. So he's stepping back with the left, rotating to the right. Stepping back with the right, rotating to the left. So there's a good one there to continue that rotation through the spine, getting the core fired up, whilst also loading up the legs, glutes, quads, thighs, all at the same time too. And again, it's just good for balance because it's unilateral. It's on one leg, so it's just getting that brain to start working on the balance a little bit. All right, so the next one in the full body section is kind of 4 movements rolled into one flow. And what I like about this is we talked in the beginning about getting the nervous system fired up, getting your brain connected to your body. This is amazing for that because you've got to really focus on your balance and your movement patterns. And what we're trying to do here is just develop your hinge, your push, your range of motion through your shoulders and your back. So again, just full body. So what we're going to start with is a hinge pattern, and it's on one leg, right? So we're going to stabilize on the left side. We're going to hinge, which means we're going to push the hip back, and we're going to lift that back leg out. So stabilize on one leg, and we're going to reach as far as we can. Reach as far as you can with both arms, right? Now core is fired up, he's working on balance and stability in the lower body. From there, I'm gonna ask him to hinge back, extend the hips, drive the knee up. He's gonna pull and hug that knee in towards his chest. Now with that right leg, lunge forward, sit into the lunge, and then reach overhead. And keeping that rib cage down as you reach overhead. So getting those shoulders opened up, increasing the range of motion through the shoulders and the arms, whilst working on lower body stability too. So hinge back, reach. Now he's going to knee pull on the left as he extends the right hip through, knee pull nice and high, getting that little glute stretch right there, lunge through, getting into that glute again and opening up the shoulders, right? Now maybe 5 reps on each side, and you can feel straight away, look how much he's trying to concentrate right here on the balance and movement pattern, getting those scaps to rotate through, glutes, core, glutes and quads, shoulders, reaching, and again, just make sure you're breathing through this as well as you're hinging and going through it. Make sure your breathing patterns on point.
Yeah, I just want to say this is the first time I've ever done this, and it's really good. But you see now I was losing my balance, and I kept trying and kept trying. Like anything, the more you practice, the better you're going to get it. So don't get disheartened if you like this. Yeah. Hold the wall. It's fine. Hold the wall. Get used to it, and then
try and build up.
Yeah, and then build up and slowly improve. That's what we want from this, from my YouTube channel. I want you to improve, and this is how you improve slowly. Because you can't do it like Glenn, don't worry about it.
So a couple of things on this specific flow as well. I noticed when you finished, you only did like 2 or 3 reps each side, but your heart rate was up.
My heart rate's flying now.
You were concentrating on your balance and getting it right and not falling over and being in the right position. So because you're concentrating more, your body's saying like, I need more oxygen to concentrate to pull it off. So that's getting that raise effect out of it too. Right. Sometimes we think we've got to do this and move around fast to get the heart rate up, but sometimes it's the slower, more difficult movements that also get the heart rate up as well. But what this is doing, this is just great for building your general athleticism. Being able to hinge, push, reach, all that stuff in one flow like this is going to make you better athletically. Now the better you are athletically, the better you're going to be at boxing. And it's as simple as that really. The better athlete you are, the better boxer you're going to be. We look at the best world champions right now, like Canelo, and the modern world champions, they're like elite supreme athletes, and this stuff just comes easy to them. And that's kind of my attitude towards like warm-ups and training for boxing, is like, let's develop athleticism, then your boxing's going to be even better. Yeah. Traditionally it's been old school.
Right, yeah.
Boxers have been good athletes, great athletes, but now they're like next level.
Next level. And you look at someone like the Ukrainians, Lomachenko or Usyk, they've got balls and they're juggling while they're on the feet and doing all sorts of crazy stuff, because that's what This is kind of doing, not that in depth, but this is kind of work on the brain and getting your brain switched on, which again is super important.
Getting your brain connected to your body so you can do anything you want, right? So the next section, we're going to focus on the core and the shoulders, right? Probably the two most important areas for boxing, right? Shoulder endurance, key to be able to keep punching and firing those power shots and explosive punches. And then obviously your core is involved. If the core is not involved or engaged, we're not going to generate power from the punches. I'm sure you've seen all these videos talking about engaging that core to maximum power. And then of course, if you go into a sparring session, having that fired up and awake and being able to tense it for being able to take body shots and impact and all that stuff, again, key. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the floor, 3 plank variations right here. And why I like planks in a warm-up is it's getting the wrists fired up, creating that tension in the hands and wrists, and getting all those small ligaments, joints, tendons in there ready for the impact of the punches. So whenever you're in a plank, think about pushing your hands into the ground and create tension, right? So shoulders right over the hands. The first one we're going to do is just some shoulder taps. So he's going to touch his left shoulder with his right hand, and then left shoulder with the right hand. Now if you feel yourself rocking in your hips and your lower back, just widen up your stance a little bit more. Push right back into the heels, give yourself a good base in the feet. And then the goal here is to try and keep that lower back still, right? Now you can do this for like 15-20 seconds. If you've got good core strength, you could probably get longer than that, but again, we're just warming up. So 10 to 15 seconds is good. And you want a nice quick speed on these just to kind of get those fast twitch muscles firing in the arms. And again, we're just stabilizing through that core. So that's number 1.
And what I like to think of when doing this is, and I say this to people if I'm training them, is if you think you've got a cup of coffee on your back, and you know, if you're doing this, the cup of coffee's fell off. Because this is a common mistake, Glenn. You'll agree like this. You need to keep these hips as still as possible.
Like I could put the glove on your back. Try not to let it fall off. Perfect. So there's a good test of your core stability right there. It's just you can put something on your back and try not to let it fall off. The second plank variation, again, we've talked about this multiple times in this video, is getting those lats and shoulders stretched out. So from the plank position, we're just going to reach through, keeping that palm in. So it's an alternating reach, letting the biceps slide right past the head, keeping the palm in. And again, just going to put this glove right here. As you lift the arm off the ground, try not to let it fall off. See how your back's perfectly flat, nice and still? That's good core stability. All right, so the third plank variation we're gonna do is just designed to get the obliques. Again, a key muscle for your punch power and getting that awake before we go into a boxing session. Back to that plank position. This time we're gonna drive the knee across to the elbow. Now, a couple of things you can do with this. We're gonna start with the feet a little bit narrower than what we had before, and we're gonna twist that lower back into it. So now we're actually looking for maximum rotation. The first 2 plank variations, we didn't want any rotation, we were fighting that. Now we're trying to actually twist and drive that knee across. And what I like to cue people on this is think about trying to get the knee outside of the elbow if you can. Ooh. Really twisting across, keeping that core tight, and exhaling every time you drive the knee across. And another good one right here is you can kind of hold it for a second too, just to get a little bit more activation out. So you can drive it up, hold it for a second or two, bring it back, hold it for a second or two, you should feel those obliques light up as well. So the last section is the plyometric section. What does plyometrics mean? It basically just means you're making something dynamic where your feet are coming off the ground. The most basic example is running. That's a plyometric exercise. So what we're going to try and do here is get the fast twitch muscles in the legs fired up, getting things a little bit faster, getting the heart rate up a little bit more, so we're ready to be explosive as soon as we get on the heavy bag or in the ring, whatever it is. So the first one we're going to do is it's called karaoke or crossover steps. Yeah. So we're going to go 1 foot over, 1 foot back, and repeat that on both sides. So we're just looking for maximum hip rotation, getting his hips turning, getting the fast twitch muscles in the lower body working, and you want this nice and quick, and just keep switching direction. Whatever space you've got, just getting that rotation in with some speed as well. The next one is going to be a runner's skip. So with this one, we're going to drive the left knee up, the right arm up, right, and then right arm, left knee. And then just skipping it as we go, and traveling forward, driving those knees up, and just getting a little bit of the upper body involved as well.
Text me. Text me.
All right, turn it around. We're going that way.
Oh, still forward.
And other way, other direction, same thing. Exactly. And think about pushing the foot down and driving the knee up as well, so we're quick off the floor. You want as minimal contact with the ground as possible. The next one, we're going to go lateral high knee. So again, lateral movement. Think about boxing, we need that lateral movement, be able to move side to side with ease. So the next one, we're just going to be high knees. You can start in place, jogging on the spot. Make sure you're using the arms Think about touching your shoulders with your thumbs and just slowly traveling across to your right. Breathing nice and slow and switch. And rest. And you can probably do 2 or 3 on each side of that one. And again, we're trying to be nice and explosive and fast whilst keeping that breathing under control. Next one, forward and back, just heel flicks. On and off the floor as quick as you can. And trying to get your heels to hit your butt on these. And then same thing going back, last one. Perfect. Last one we're going to do for this plyometric section is just a side skip. So kind of kicking the feet together a little bit. 2 or 3 steps either side. At the end of each step, 1 big punch right across the body and then switch, right? So we got quick feet, punch and reach, and then quick punch and reach. And again, 20-30 seconds on that. There, yeah. And then there's your plyometric section, just a few examples of how you can add that in. And I usually like to do them right at the end of all the raise, activate, mobilize, and then that's your potentiation right there, just to get those fast twitch muscles fired up.
So basically we went through a lot of stuff right there and we broke it down for you, explaining not just how to do it, but why we do it as well. So coming up next, you know, like we mentioned at the beginning, we should have a 10, 15, maybe 20-minute warm-up so they can easily break that stuff down and get into it that way, right? Yeah, totally. We've got all the sections for you there, you can try and follow it along. And again, if you're going for time, 20-30 seconds on each one. If you're going for reps, 8 to 10 reps each side. Yeah, enjoy it. Give us your feedback as well. Let us know how it goes. Whoa! The left hook the body. This is one of my favourite punches, if not my favourite punch in boxing. I used to love throwing this punch. I used to put so many people on their backs by hitting them with the lead hook to the body. And on this video, I'm going to show you exactly how I had success with this punch to win so many fights, stop so many people in sparring, and give you all the tips and tricks you need. So the next time you're in the gym, you can practice on the lead hook to the body and get as good as mine. So the lead hook to the body. There's a couple of ways to throw this punch. Now, throwing this punch and landing this punch is 2 completely different things. If you think about it, I've got an opponent in front of me. If I'm here, whoop, whoop, I slip, he's going to see that coming. So to land a punch, you've got to really make him think that you're not going to throw it. The best body punches are the body punches that your opponent does never see. And if I'm in front of you and I'm throwing the body punch like this, boom, anyone can see that coming. So at the end, I'm going to tell you a little tip to be able to deal with that and be able to make sure you can land that punch every time. But for now, I just want to get into the techniques of it and how to throw it. There's a couple of ways of throwing it. You know, the first way, the traditional way, is by leaning forward and then whipping it in. Now, when I'm leaning forward, I'm putting the weight to my front foot. So I'm here, I've leaned forward. Look where the weight is. It's on the front leg there. Look where the back heel is. The back heel is off the ground there. Because now what I'm doing, I'm loading up to blast that punch in. Now, unlike the hook to the head, when you throw that and you're in this position, you'll drop your back heel, whoom, and transfer the weight to get the power to the head. But it's not the head. So we don't really want to have the back heel off the ground and then bring this back, because it leaves you wide open, you know, from here. And we don't want to be wide open. We never want to be wide open, right? So we never want to drop the back heel. Yeah, your chin's open, you need to call that a right hand. So we want to keep our hands up. We've slipped. The back heel is off the ground. What we're going to do, we're going to rotate the front hip, and this is where the power is here. Whoom. This is going to get the power into that body shot. So I'm here, I'll do it slowly. Whoom. See? I'm rotating the front hip. The front foot is still kind of stuck to the floor. The back heel does rotate a little bit as if I'm squishing that bug, because that helps me bring my hip around, my back hip around. Not just concentrate on the front hip here, concentrate on the back hip. If I concentrate on the back hip, whoom, whoom. But we've got to keep our chin down, keep your back hand up. So watch this here, the back hip's going to turn, and I'm kind of squishing that bug on the floor. I'll show you from this side here. So I'm here, I've twisted forward, my hips are kind of parallel, my back heel's off the ground, and I'm going to twist this hip and kind of squish that bug, keeping the heel off the ground as I do it. And this is where the power comes from here. Yeah? So here we go. And you're seeing there, the power. And I want to bring my arm with me. It's not this and then the arm, it's at the same time. So when the foot's moving, whoom, whoom, that punch is coming out, and that's where the power comes from. So again here, And you can see in the power there. I don't want to exaggerate this though. I'll see when I teach this and I'll see people, then they'll be like, like some sort of Elvis Presley dancing. We don't want to be doing Elvis Presley dancing in boxing. Just a slight whoom, whoom. There, look, you see that? Whoom. And that's where the power is here. Woo! Yeah, hard punch right there. Now, as I mentioned, you want to have your backhand up by your face. And you don't want to bring your lead hand off your face too early. So I'll see when people will do a slip, they might bring this down and then go. It's too late. Keeping your lead hand on your face while you've slipped there, and then as you twist, then it comes off. So I'm here, I might do a jab, slip, boom, there. And when you're practicing this punch, a couple of things, you know, don't look for power every time, look for technique. If you're looking for technique, you're going to have way more success in it. That's the first thing. The next thing is when you are starting to look for power, try and punch through the bag. Don't like bounce your hand off like this. If you punch through and drive through the bag, your power will increase. But again, we don't look for power every time. Work on that technique. Next thing, think about your non-punching hand when you're doing this. A huge common mistake is this. Yeah, you can see that? Where's this? Boom, I'm finished, I'm knocked out. Yeah, keep this up by your face. Elbow tight in there. And again, last thing, I'm gonna mention it one more time, don't bring your hand away from your face too early. So it's not whoom, whoom. Keep it on your face, like that. And that right there is a pretty perfect lead hook to the body. But like I said, if you're in there with someone with experience and you're lean over, boom, and through that hook, you're not going to land. They're going to see that coming a mile away. And right now I'm going to give you my little secret that really helped me have success with this. And when you do this and you're going to try this, I guarantee you, you're going to have loads of success and you're going to come back to this video and comment and say, Tony, that was amazing. I've just dropped someone in sparring for the first time with this body punch technique that you've just showed us. So for this one, I'm going to jump around this side of the bag so you can see. Remember what I said, if I'm in there with someone who's experienced, even if they're not experienced, and I'm here and I slip, they've seen the slip, and you know, they've blocked that punch. But if I remove the slip, yes, you heard that right, if I remove the slip and then throw the body shot, they're not going to see the body shot coming. Now you're probably thinking, well, how are you supposed to throw a body shot without slipping? And that's kind of it, but a bit better. Now I want you to think about this. If I'm inside, I'm here with someone up close, right? And I throw this body shot here. That right there, I didn't slip, I didn't transfer my weight, I didn't do any of this fancy Elvis stuff with my back foot, but I got enough power in the punch to hurt someone, to put someone away. So all I did here, I'm here, through it. But I want to go one step further with this and show you one more little trick that, you know, I love with this. And what that is touch upstairs. If I'm inside with someone, let's just say my guy is here and we're up close. Every fight gets up close. Every sparring session gets up close. You can even practice this on your bag as well. I did it all the time. Practice on the bag all the time. I'm up close, bah, 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 touching. If I'm punching him up there, where's his elbows going to be? Where's his hands going to be? If someone's punching me, my hands are going to come up. If I've got experience, which I have, I'll come up, but I'll try and block my body as well. Most guys won't expect this punch coming. They'll definitely not see it coming. So I'm here, bah, 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 bah. Woo! See that? Again, what I did there, I did a 1-2 hook, 2, boom, body shot. Now, yes, coaches don't teach this. Coaches don't know this. Well, not all coaches. I apologize if you're a coach and you do teach this, but start teaching it. Watch this again. Bah, 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 bah. Excellent body punch right there will finish someone off. If you learn how to recover correctly from your training sessions, you will be able to do more in your next session. And the more you do in the gym, the better you get. And on this video, I'm going to give you 7 different recovery methods to do exactly that. So after a hard training session, you go back to the gym, the next day, you're going to be better than you were the previous day. Rather than being stiff and not feeling up to the session with low energy, you're going to have lots of energy and feel great and raring to go for that session. Cooling down, stretching and decompressing is key. Now you might do a little bit of this stuff, you know, and then out the gym talking to your mates, texting while you're doing a check on your Instagram. No. That is wrong. You need to do a real good cool down. Some light stretching your full body and then totally decompressing, lying down, close your eyes, deep breaths. try and get a moment of silence. Now I know it can be hard in a boxing gym, but really just lie there with your eyes closed and breathe for a couple of minutes, really letting your body decompress. You've just put your body through a lot in that hard session. Now let your body relax. Give it a few minutes of just lying there and chilling out and decompressing. And that, along with the stretching after the session, will really help your recovery for your next session the next day. I see it way too many times, and guys, I'm not gonna lie, I used to do this as well, where I would just go get in the car after the training session, after I finished my abs, and I would be gone, and that was it. And then the next day I'd be, oh, my back's stiff, oh, my shoulders are stiff, and I'm sure that you've done this as well. But no, when you lie down, decompress, it's a game changer, I guarantee that. Now let's move on to number 6. Resting with sleep. Now this is huge. Now let's talk about resting. When I talk about resting, I don't mean going to the shop with your friends, going shopping, mooching around the mall, or having a game of basketball or a game of football. That's not resting. If you can rest, get your feet up in between training. Now I was blessed enough that I was a full-time professional boxer, and I could do this. I would have my feet up. I would play on the PlayStation in between training sessions, letting my body recover correctly. I wouldn't be going around my friend's house or going to the shopping centres or going out on a night out and not drinking. That's not letting your body recover. If you want to be elite, you need to rest. And then moving on to sleep. Sleep is so important. Sleep is something that I've learned about since I've retired from boxing. I wish I knew more about this when I was boxing, because there's so many benefits to sleep. And when you're asleep, in a deep sleep, your brain is recovering when you sleep. Your brain cells go to work when you're asleep. It stores new information, it gets rid of toxic waste, and it helps your full body recover while you are asleep. So it's important that you do that. Let's move on to number 5. Your diet and hydration. Oh my goodness, this is super important. You want to be hydrated all the time. And one thing that I recommend is these. And I'm not just saying it because they're my friend's company. This is Hydratech Instant from Onnit. And this right here, you just pour it into your bottle of water, shake it up and drink it. And it's full of electrolytes, putting the salts back into your body that you lose when you sweat. And I used to use a hydration drink similar to this when I was fighting. I would have this during my training session and after the training session as well, because if you're like me, you sweat a lot through your session. It's not just water that's coming out of your body, it's all your salts and electrolytes as well. So you want to replace them, and replace them by using supplements like this. There's also amino acids that you want to get into your body 20 to 40 minutes straight after your session. This really helps with your immunity and helps rebuild your muscles and all that good stuff. Now the other thing that you can get is creatine. I'm sure you've heard of creatine, and it's not just for big strong bodybuilders, it's for everyone, to help muscle repair and help endurance as well. Massage is great for recovery, but not the type massage you might think, where you might have someone stepping on your back, one of them Thai massages, and proper bouncing or getting the elbows stuck in there. No, I'm talking about a soft tissue massage, not a deep tissue massage. Soft tissue is going to really help the blood flowing to the muscles that need it to recover. So if you can get a soft tissue massage after a session, you will really feel the benefits of that. Moving on to number 3, which is training. What, Tony? Training? How do you train to recover? Well, let me tell you this, my friend. Low anabolic training is going to help the blood flow back through your body to help you recover. Yes, it really is. Now, I don't mean doing a hard intensity session, a HIIT class, anything like that, because no, that's just going to make you worse. I'm talking about a low anabolic training session. Now, this is low intensity, no more than 50% of your maximum heart rate. You might go for a 5-10 minute jog, or a fast walk, a little bit of light shadow boxing, just getting the blood flowing through your muscles. Yeah, that is huge. Now let's just say you've done a training session one day and the next day you are, just can't move, you're stiff and all that. Do a very light session. I'm talking this pace here, where you're just getting that blood flowing through your body. Yeah, that right there will really help you a lot. Now you might be thinking it's stupid, but no, I guarantee you that will help get the blood flowing through the body, and it'll prevent that lactic acid from continuing to build up even more, which we really don't want. Now moving on to number 2, which is heat therapy, which is getting in a sauna if you've got access to one. Now don't be getting in there for like an hour and sweating and all of them electrolytes that you've just put back into your body from the Hydrotech from on it, they've just lost them all again. No, I mean getting in there for about 20 minutes, moving around while you're in there as well. This again is really going to help the blood flowing to the parts of the body that really need it, helping get more oxygen to the blood, which is crucial for recovery. If you can get access to a sauna, yeah, I would definitely recommend getting in there. Not after every single session, but getting in there. But that being said, there is so many benefits to getting in the sauna 5 times a week. I get in the sauna 5 times a week, but now I'm not a professional athlete. I don't have to focus so much on how I feel the very next day for training because I'm not. But I tell you what, a sauna really does help me with feeling good, helps my blood to my brain, and I also just feel a little bit more energy as well. Okay, now moving on to the bad boy, the big one, the hardest thing that you will do to recover, but by far the best thing you can do to recover. Now that is getting to an ice bath or a plunge pool. I absolutely love these. And since I've just gotten one from the Cold Plunge company, I am kind of addicted to these things now. What I used to use when I was boxing was this here. It's a trash can, and I'd go to the dollar store, I'd get 6 bags of ice, pour them in there, bit cold water, and that really there was, oh, I couldn't stand it at the time. Now I've got the plunge from the Cold Plunge company, and this is really helping me in everyday life. It gives us more energy. And some of the things that this Cold Plunge is great for. It's been proven that ice baths can help muscle recovery after a hard workout. They can prevent muscle soreness, which we all get when we have had a hard workout. They also boost your mental health, and I've been a fan of cold showers as well. If you ever felt down, depressed, anxiety, getting under that cold shower can really make you feel better. It gives you a real sense of achievement because you've just accomplished a task. And when you're in a cold shower, there's not much that your brain can think of apart from, I can't wait for this to end so I can get out. And similar to the ice bath, although now I've learned to control my breathing and I've learned to enjoy the ice bath a lot more than I did when I was fighting, it still really helps with your mental health. Now, another big benefit of the ice bath Cold Plunge, what I'm really experienced now, is it helps with sleep. It really, really does. My sleep has never been better. Since the last 2 weeks, I've been getting in the Cold Plunge every single day. And the great thing about the Cold Plunge is I don't have to put ice in. I just set it at a temperature that I want, which is generally 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and I get in there for 15 to 20 minutes. Keep me hands out, which makes it a lot easier. This heavy bag drill will not only make your heavy bag sessions more fun and exciting, but also will make you better at boxing. And all you need to do it is one of these hand wraps like this, and obviously a heavy bag. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do it, how to get lots of benefits from this great drill. So first things first is the setup. You need the heavy bag and you need somewhere to tie the hand wraps. As you've seen, I have the hand wraps from side to side. Here in my YouTube studio, I've got a microphone stand there with a weight on the bottom and another microphone stand over this side. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to tie this on one side, my head height, very important, you get it your head height, and you can use anything you want, as long as you can tie the hand wrap to it, anything you want. So that's tied on. Now I'm going to come all the way around the heavy bag, then I'm going to come to my second strap over here. And there, it's up to my head height. Because we're going to be rolling this, so you want to be rolling underneath something that will be going for your head, like a punch. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how I get my gloves on really fast. There, just like that. And I'm going to do a video showing you how to put the gloves on like that. So make sure you subscribe to get that video. Anyway, so now I've got the wrap up here and I'm ready to go. I've done a full video showing you how to use the slip rope. You should definitely watch that one next without the heavy bag, so it'll make it easier for this drill. But here we go. So now on that video, I tell you about when you're rolling and stepping. Let's see, if I'm rolling and stepping to my right, the punch that I can throw is my left hand. If I'm rolling and stepping to my left, the punch I can throw is the right hand. Now the key here is when your foot lands, the punch lands. That's going to get your weight behind the punch and make it even stronger. So again, I'm going to step as my foot lands. I'm going to do it slow motion. Boom. The punch lands, and then I'm going to bring that foot here. I'm going to step to my left, throw me right. Boom. And this is perfect if you think like there's a punch coming at you. Now if you think their opponent is throwing a left hook, I've rolled that left hook and thrown my left hook to the body. It's great to practice that. But now what we can do, we're going to move forwards and backwards. And now you don't just have to throw them hooks with the steps. There's other punches you can throw, but you want to stick to that rule of thumb. Right foot lands, left punch lands, left foot lands, right punch lands. I can throw a jab to the body, a straight cross to the body. And now I'm not only going to be doing body punches with this, now I can also throw me punches high. Bah, bah, bah. I'm here, and then I can wah, bah, wah, moving all the way around. Now I've come around the bag on this side, bah, 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 bah. I can box the bag as I would do normally. Bah, 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 bah. Just using this bah, 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 to slip under. Yeah. Bah, bah, wah, 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 wah. Yes, and as you can see there, this is making the heavy bag more fun, more exciting. Now let's talk about some advanced stuff that you can do with this. Two different things. One thing is I can be out of range, I can throw my punches here and move forward. Bah, 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 wah. Yeah, because now what I'm doing, now I can move forwards and backwards. Bah, 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 bah. So I'm shadow boxing. Bah, bah, bah. I'm here. Bah, 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 bah. Because with this I can get used to stepping forwards and backwards while I'm punching. And then when I'm inside, and then I can roll, rather than standing there with this, just like bah, 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 bah. You know, that's one thing that I can do. Now the other thing you can do to make this way more advanced and way more fun is tie your hand wrap from this side to that side and from this side to that side. Now you've got 4 different lines. Now you can move around the bag as you're bobbing and weaving. And if I had the ability to do it in here, I would do it because it does make it a lot better. The cross to the body is a fantastic shot, but it's pretty difficult to throw, whether you're just doing it on the bag or in sparring or in fights. But after watching this video, I'm going to give you some great things to work on the next time you're in the gym so you can perfect this great punch to the body. I'm going to tell you why you should be throwing it as well. This is a hard punch just to throw on its own. As I've mentioned on my previous videos, the easiest and best punch to throw to land is the jab. The jab is, look, it's closer to my opponent, so it's got less distance to travel compared to the cross. But now we're talking about the cross to the body, which is got even more distance to travel, because it's not just traveling from A to B, now it's traveling from A to B as in body, A to body. So it's traveling from here to here. So we've got a little bit more distance to travel. So it is a harder punch to execute if you're leading off with it. Because what you've got to do as well, when you're throwing this correctly, you've got to drop your levels. It's hard to throw across to the body like this. I've really got to drop my knees and turn my hips and throw it like that. So when you're throwing this cross to the body, you're doing 5 things at the same time. See if you can see what 5 things are. What is the 5 things that I'm doing? Again, so here they are. I am bending my knees to lower the levels. I am turning my hips to transfer the weight into the punch. I'm actually throwing the punch. I am exhaling, staying relaxed so I'm not getting too tight. And the last thing I'm doing is I'm protecting my face with the non-punching hand. Them 5 things there. Here it is again. So doing them 5 things is helping you get power into the punch. Here, straight on. And what I'm doing here, I'm keeping my head on the center line. We can take it off, and I'll show you that method in a second, but we're keeping our head on the center line. So it's like a cross to the head, but we cross into the body. So that was the basic way. Now I'm going to show you a more advanced way of throwing across the body, taking my head off the center line. So let's just say if we're countering a cross, if someone's throwing a cross at me, but when I do it this way, I want to step my lead foot out and take my head off the center line. So I just say here, I've got a line in between my feet. This is the line where punch is coming straight at me. I'm going to take my head off that line with the step and then throw that punch. Now practicing that advanced way on the heavy bag, the key is here is make sure your front foot lands the same time as your punch. And because you're stepping, you're getting more weight behind the punch, and that's going to increase the power. Yeah. You see the bag swinging there, how much power I got into that punch. So like I said at the beginning, it's hard to land this on its own. You've got to set it up. So when you're setting it up, you can set it up with punches to the head. Bah, bah, bah. I might be throwing a 1, 2. Bah, bah, bah. Bah, bah. Then throw it. If I'm throwing punches to the head, he's not going to expect that cross to the body. If you're throwing 1, 2s to the head, he's going to expect 1, 2s to the head. Switch it up. Throw that 1, 2 to the head, 1, 2 to the head, then bah, bah. then blast that one into the body, that sneaky one into the body. The best body punches that land and the ones that hurt people are the body punches that they don't expect. Other things you can be doing to practice this in sparring or just on the heavy bag. You can get up close, you can work inside, the short punches there. Take a step back, wow, and then throw that body shot. When you take a step back, an opponent will expect you to be moving back. But if you just take that step back, boom, put the weight on the back foot so you can explode and blast that cross in. Great shot. Again, I'm here. Getting a lot of power in that. So yeah, landing this punch, it's all about the setup. Again, it's so hard to be here, and then just throwing that because you will feel open. But if I'm here, I'm playing with this left hand, playing with the right hand, here, yes, great one. So how can we use this cross to the body to set up other punches? Well, if you think about it, if I'm throwing this cross to the body, what's that person's reaction? Boom, hands are coming down, leaves them open for head punches. But, you know, we've got to really commit with that punch to the body. If I'm here and I'm just like here, they're not going to believe that, and it's leaving us open. You've got to really commit to that punch to the body. When I say commit, I mean go for it with power. So they've got to block it. If I'm doing this, I'm taking them all day, right? So I've got to go for it. So a great setup punch is blasting them with the left hook. So I'll throw a jab, cross to the body with power, wham, blasting that left hook to the head. And this is a perfect combination if you're putting someone on the back foot against the ropes. So think about it, I've got my opponent, I'm kind of backing him up with that jab, moving forward, he's moving back. I might throw a little fast 1-2, He's still not expecting that cross to the body. But then I'm going to throw it hard and fast, followed by the hook to the head. So I'm here, and he's not expecting that. And that's how you can set up other shots with this cross. It doesn't have to be the hook. It could be a cross to the body, then a cross to the head. It could be a cross to the body right hook, way more advanced. It could be a cross to the body lead hook to the body, and that's a great one as well. Woo! Great combinations. The jab to the body, as you've seen there, that was a pretty powerful shot, and the way I got power into that was by stepping and getting my weight behind it. I'm going to talk about that in a second, but first I want to talk about when will you throw this jab to the body, because if I'm in the ring with you and you throw the jab to the body at me, I can see you're open for the cross over the top. Hey, look at this, I've threw it to you, look, I'm wide open for that overhand right. So it does make me feel pretty vulnerable when I do throw this punch, and that's the reason why people don't throw it, because you feel wide open when you are throwing it. But when you start throwing it correctly, like I'm going to show you, with speed and accuracy, that is when you're going to have a ton of success with it. For example, when I was throwing the jab to the body when I was in fights, I used to think about my defense before I threw that, because I know I'm open for that right hand over the top. So I would make sure I'm not going to get caught with that punch. And if you're expecting a punch coming at you, the chances are you'll not get caught with it. So what I mean by that, I'm here, I'm out of range, I would go for speed rather than power like I showed you earlier on. I'm here and I'm out. So you see that again, watch me feet. I'm in and I'm out. I'm out of range, I'm stepping in range, and I'm stepping straight back out. It's faster, like that. And that's going to really confuse them, especially if you're doing what you should be doing, which is throwing jabs to the head. I'm jabbing to the head, I'm moving around. We're throwing that nice jab to the head, I'm moving around. Then I might feint the jab to the head and go to the body, which is another way to have success with it. Think, if you're not throwing any jabs to the body, he's not going to expect the jab to the body. Throw jab to the head, throw jab to the head, feint the jab to the head, his hands are going to come up to block it, whoom, step in with that jab to the body. Now when you do this throughout a fight or a sparring session multiple times, I'm up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down. He doesn't know what's going to come. He doesn't know what to expect. Especially if you're throwing other punches inside, throwing the hooks. Your punch variation is high. So when you are throwing that jab to the body, you want to step with it. If I step with it, and think about speed, the speed of my step is going to get the punch faster. So I'm here. And again, you've got to be really fast with it. Yeah. You see the speed there? That was a fast jab to the body. Now, why would we throw this punch? Again, like I said, it's great to throw it to keep him thinking. But this is an amazing setup shot. And I'm going to show you a clip in a second. But what I used to love to do, I would used to throw that jab to the body and moving around. Throw that jab to the body and moving around. Feint that jab to the body, whipping in that big left hook. And it looks like this. So I'm here. Jab the body. jab the body. He thinks I'm going to throw another jab the body. Realistic feint because I'm stepping and I'm moving and my eyes are looking at his body. Whoop, bah. Big left hook to the head. Now that right there is a key to this, is when you are feinting a jab to the body, you've got to do everything that you would do as if you were throwing the body punch. If I'm throwing a body punch, I'll look at the body. I'll really exaggerate it so I'm 1 or 2 steps ahead of him. So I'm here. I'll look at the body, I'll throw the punch. I'm here, I'm here. Look at the body, throw the punch. I'm here, I'm here. Look at the body, feint the punch, bam! Blast that big left hook. Okay, now I'm going to show you a world champion doing this and talk all about his setup and how he knocked out another amazing fighter by using the jab to the body. World champion is Canelo Alvarez, and he's fighting my friend Amir Khan. And what he was doing for most of the fight, he was doing what I said: throwing the jab to the head, throwing the jab to the body, throwing the 1-2 to the head, throwing the jab to the body, throwing the jab to the head, throwing the jab to the body. Like, keep doing this throughout the fight. And I think it was the 5th round where, you know, Amir was so used to that jab to the body coming, Canelo feinted the jab to the body, Amir Khan's come out to try and block it, and from there, the rest is history, and it was good night. Here is the clip.
Tricky style.
Fighting a taller, bigger guy can be hard, intimidating, and they've definitely got the advantage over you. But on this video, I'm going to give you some tips next time you're in sparring with the taller guy that you can do the next time you're in the session with him, so you can have success and you can take away his advantage, which is his reach. Okay, first things first. Now let's just say James is taller than me and I'm in sparring with him. His advantage is his long jab. Let's just see, his jab's there, my jab's there. His arms is longer than mine. So if he's using his boxing correctly and his advantages correctly, he's jabbing and trying to move off. Now, I understand that every boxer is different. You'll get some taller guys who come forward, who like to fight, who work the body. You get some tall guys who work on the back foot, who counter punches. You get some who are southpaws, who like to feint and lead off and then counter punch. All styles are different, so it's kind of not one size fits all. But most commonly, the guy who is taller than you is an orthodox fighter, and most commonly, he will be using these long punches and using his footwork to get out of the way, right? That's what most tall fighters do. So we're going to work on against that guy. So I've got to get my feet closer to him to be able to land this, because here, he can land, but I can't land, right? Getting my feet closer, boom, to land them punches. Now this is easier said than done, because if I'm in with a good tall guy, as soon as I step forward, boom, he's going to plant that jab straight in my face. So when I am in with a taller guy, what I like to do is keep my head moving. When I'm trying to push him back and get him on the ropes, I'm here and I'm keeping my head moving. Now, if you think about it, you're standing in front of me and I'm coming forward like this, it's a lot harder for you to hit me. I'm a moving target. I'm not just standing there like a sitting duck, so I'm pushing you back, but moving my head at the same time. And also on top of that, I want to be feinting with the feet. So I feint with my feet. He'll probably throw that jab because he thinks I'm going to try and cut the distance down. So I'm here, feint with the feet. He throws that jab. Again, I'm here, feint with the feet. He throws that jab. Now, I know he's going to throw that jab when I go in there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to feint with the feet, wait for that jab to come out, and then I'm going to counter that jab with an overhand right, but I'm going to get my feet in closer. So this is all about the footwork, these phases with the feet. So I'm here, feint with the feet, boom, throws the jab. And then I can get in, get my feet closer, and then I can go to work and do what I want to do and get him where I want to get him. So that's one way you can get inside, by feinting and him throwing that jab. Now that last point that I give, where he throws the jab and I counter, goes out the window. And this is what will tend to happen. I'll be here, I'll feint with the feet, he goes back. Now what do? Now I'm out of range, and that didn't work. So now we go on to the second game plan, which is throwing my favorite combination to throw when I'm cutting the distance down. And that combination is a 1-2-1. And because I'm throwing the punches, chances are he's not going to throw the punch at the very same time. He's going to move back, so I'll throw a 1-2-1. I've thrown them punches and I've cut the distance right down. So I just want to show you right now how much distance I can cover in such a short period of time by throwing that 1-2-1. So I'm here, bah, 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 You see that? I've traveled all the way across this room here, throwing that 1-2-1. So I can cut the distance down very fast with this combination. I've done a full video talking about this combination. You should definitely click the link below and watch this video next about getting your opponent to the rope, and then you can go to work. So now I'm going to throw that 1-2-1, and now I'm inside. Now I can go to work on that body and then go to work on the head. And this is a great thing to do when you've got them up against the rope. So they're there. Bah, bah, bah. Now I've got him in the corner, and then I can do what I want to do and try to beat the shit out of him. And that right there is the best combination you can do for closing the distance. And let's just say we try to do that in the middle of the ring, and he keeps going back. What can I do? Bah, 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 bah. I can keep throwing punches. I can turn that 1-2-1 into a 1-2-1-1-2-1-2. Yes, it's a long one, but if I keep throwing them long punches, so it's a 1-2-1-1-2-1-2, and then I've push them all the way to the other side of the ring and getting them where I want them. Now, obviously, when you're doing this, I did it slow there, but you want to keep your chin down and really go for speed with these punches, keeping your feet underneath you. Now, other things that you can do, which is a lot more difficult, is slip and punch. So let's just say I want to wait for James to throw a punch. I might feint to try and get him to throw a punch, and he throws a jab. I'm going to slip and step in with that jab to the body myself. So I'm here waiting for him. Bam, he's done it. I'm there. Bam, there. So this side, what I can do, I can step and throw the cross to the body, then change the angle as well, a lot more advanced. So I'm here, I'll bump across the body, I've changed the angle, and now I'm getting inside where I want to be. But the key things for you to take away here, keep moving your head and throwing them feints, so you're not just a standing target. When you do that, you will have success against a taller guy. How do you roll a punch? What punches should you be rolling? On this video, I'm going to talk all about this defense in boxing. So the most common roll is rolling to your right out the way of that left hook. There, again. Let's break that down for you. And the way I like to think about that is if you think of the letter U, you're going to go down, round, and up. You're rolling to your right when you're moving out the way of the left hook. Down, round, and up. Down, round, and up. Now, some common mistakes that I see, I know James sees it all the time, especially with newbies at the gym, is this. Right, James? Yeah. And what I did there is this. Oh, my eyes on the ground. Whoop. I'm wobbled. I've got them wobbly legs. We don't want to get them wobbly legs, so make sure your eyes are staying up all the time. And that's the same in boxing. No matter what you're doing, you always want to have your eyes facing forward. Your eyes should be on your opponent, no matter where you are in the ring, or even if you're training the heavy bag, your eyes should always be focusing on that heavy bag. So we're rolling, eyes facing up, but you're keeping your chin down as well. We never want to have our chin up as we roll, because again, you're going to get them wobbly legs. We don't want them wobbly legs. Another common mistake I'm sure we see is this, where people have thrown and they think, oh, well, it's fine. I'm rolling out the way of the punch. But watch this. If James throws a hook too and my hands are down, whoom, pop. So you need to keep your hands up here, yeah, when you're rolling, no matter if you're rolling left or right. So to do this correctly, you've got to think about the weight transfer. When you're rolling, your weight's on your front foot, and you're rolling around, putting your weight to your back foot, because really you're going to be loading up your next punch, which will be your cross. I'm here, and I'm transferring the weight to my back foot, and from there I can throw that big power cross. So again, I'm here. Now there I've just rolled out the way of the lead hook. Now let's just see if James is really trying to knock my head off. He's really angry for us for some reason, and he throws like 2 hooks, then I can do a double roll, which looks like this. Ooh, we really did go for that. You see that? Again. That right there is how you do it twice. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go down, round, and up. Down, round, and up. And when you are doing a double roll, make sure you do come up in between. So we're not here, but we're going to be down, round, and up, down, round, and up. And the reason why we've got to come up is, let's just say he decides halfway through, he's just going to throw 1 hook. And I'm still down here. I can't do anything from here. So I'm going to roll, I'm going to come up. If he doesn't throw another punch, I can come up and counter there. But if he does, I'm here, I can see it coming, whoop, I can get out of the way and come back there. Now what we can do to advance this is I can step with it. So if James throws that lead hook, I can roll and I can step. Now look at this, I've changed the angle and come around the other side there, which is great. Again, I'm here, changing that angle. And also I can roll and step to the other side. So if James is leading off with that right hook, I can roll and step there. And if you notice what I did there, I stepped with my lead foot first. Slowly, whoom, I'm underneath there. And you can see the punch, that body shot, what he really doesn't like. And then I can pivot out. A little bit more advanced. So again, I'm rolling, pivoting out, coming from a different angle right there. So now I'm going to show you how to counter punch with the roll. And James has got the bodyguard on because I'm going to be blasting him in the body. Okay, so we're here. Now if James leads off for that lead hook, I'm going to roll, step, I'm going to punch in my left hook to his body. Now again, slowly, I'm rolling, stepping. Now, the important thing here is when the foot lands, the punch lands, because what this is going to do is get your full body weight behind the punch. And then if I do it hard, even though he's got a 9-inch body shield on right there, he should be able to feel this. Okay, let's go, mate. Oh, yes, give me that again. And then ba 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 ba, I can come from that different angle there. So you've seen that, rolling, stepping and blasting in that body shot. Now we go the other side. Now I'm going to roll out the way of his right hook. And what I'm going to do here, as I'm rolling, I'm just going to throw the straight cross to the body as that front foot lands. So slowly, boom, there, and then from there I can pivot out and come at him from the different angle. Again, I'm going to do it with a little bit more power. And coming at him there. Them are two really good counter punches that you can do with the roll. You can't play boxing. This just seems to be a popular quote now going around on Twitter, Instagram from boxers saying, no, you can't play boxing. But let me tell you something. You actually can play boxing. And I'm going to play boxing right now and show you how you can play boxing to not just have fun, but do things that's going to give you a great workout and also help you get better at boxing. Now you might be raging out the mouth. What do you mean, Tony? You can't play boxing. Boxing is not a sport where you can just mess around. But I'm telling you, it is. I've been in the sport since 1995 and I used to think that until I got into the fitness industry. Now, when I'm in the fitness industry, I know for a fact you can play boxing. Boxing doesn't always have to be punching each other in the head as hard as you can to try and hurt and knock the other person out. No, it doesn't. It can be fun and it can be very beneficial while you're doing it as well. So I'm going to show you some little games that you can do to play boxing that's going to help you. So the first one I'm going to show you is an Olympic Team Great Britain boxing drill. Yes, you heard it right. We did play boxing training for the Olympics. And what we did, we had our hands down in front of each other and the goal was to tag your partner on your shoulder. And the reason why you've got your hands down is because the only way you can defend these punches or touches is by doing that, by either slipping or by moving your feet. And again, we're not trying to punch each other hard in the shoulders, we're trying to touch because we're playing. So we're here on our feet, moving around. And there, I've already scored one. Oh, he scored two. And now look at Jim smiling. See, he's smiling because he's having fun, because it's a fun little tag game. Oh. And that right there is the first one. Now you'll be thinking, well, that's not boxing. Well, it's boxing. It's part of boxing. It's boxing footwork. We are trying to hit the other person fast with our hands. We are working on our reactions to try and get out the way of these hits. So yes, it's not boxing where you're punching each other in the face, but it is a great boxing drill. Give that one a try. It's so many benefits to it. Now the next game we're going to play is going to be hands up. We're going to do shoulder and body sparring. And with this, you're going to score a punch if you hit them in the shoulder and the body, fast and light. But you only get 5 shots each. And after we threw the 5 shots, we can't throw any more shots. And then we can see who's landed the most shots wins the game. Yes, the game, because we're playing boxing. So here, hands up, and we're going to do it. We're just going to do 3 shots each to see who wins. It'll probably be me, because I'm great. Them weren't shots, them were just feints. Mate, why did you thought I thought 2? Look, he's laughing again. We are playing. Let's go, let's go. 1-1. Oh, you're not having that one. Oh! Yeah, we had 3 shots each, I think. I think we got 2-2. But again, I just wanted to show you now, you can do that. You can do up to 3, up to 5, up to 10, whatever. And this is, again, it's going to help you with your boxing, moving your feet, throwing them fast punches. A great drill to help improve your reactions. Now, other things that you can do with the shoulder sparring is one person's only going to counter punch and the other person's going to lead off. Now, with this, he can counter punch with as many punches as he wants, but he's got to throw the punch immediately after I throw my punch. So here he's only counter punching. Oh, he's smiling again. Nice, that was a good one. Yes, and then we can switch it up. Then I can counter punch and he can go, and that's it. Another little game there we can play in boxing. Now you might be writing in the comments below, and I want to hear you in the comments below saying, Tony, well, that's not real boxing. You can't say you can play boxing but then not do real boxing. But guess what? I can. And I just did. So number 5 is the step feint, where I'm going to step so he thinks that I'm going to throw that punch. So if I'm here, and if you've seen what I did there, I step and I push my foot into the ground. And now the key is to have success when you're throwing feints is to do exactly what you were going to be doing if you were going to throw the punch. So if I'm going to throw a jab at James, I'm going to step, boom, and throw that jab. So now I'm going to step and I'm not going to throw that jab. Now whether I'm throwing the jab to the head or stepping and jabbing to the body, or even if I'm just going to step because I want him to move back. If he's moving back so he thinks I'm going to throw that punch, step and he's gone. It just keeps him thinking, keeps your opponent thinking. Now, if I'm in front of you and I'm just here like this, and then I throw the odd this, nah, not realistic. But if I'm here, boom, and I'm stepping, I'm pushing that foot in, keeping him thinking. That right there is a great feint, and it's something that you need to practice on. But again, you need to do exactly what you were going to be doing when you are throwing the punch for him to believe this feint or it won't work. And then once you've got him believing the feint, you know, then you can start seeing the gaps and landing the punches. Moving on to number 4, which is another foot feint, but this time it's not feinting the punch, it's feinting a direction. So let's say if James is coming onto me, I'm going backwards onto the ropes, I'm going to feint to my left, he's going to step off to try and cut the ring down, and then I'm going to go to my right and get out of there. So again, I'm here, feinting and going. Again, I want to do exactly what I'm doing. If I'm moving to my left, you know, I'm going to step with my left foot first. That's going to get him to think I'm going there. Now I'm going to step, I'm going to push and recoil off to my right. So one more time, he's here, he's cutting the ring down, trying to beat me up. So I'm here, boom, feinting, go, and then go. The foot defense to change direction is the best defense. Keeping your opponent thinking, not knowing where you're going to go in the ring. Moving on to number 3 is one of my favorites, and that's the jab to the body. When I'm in with my opponent, I'll be jabbing to the head, then I'll jab to the body, step in with the jab to the body. Now he thinks I'm going to the jab to the body. This time, jab to the body, whoom, hands come down and whip that shot over to the head like that. One more time, I'm here, jab the body, hands come down, jab the body, hands come down, feint, whoom, yes. Feint the jab the body and then whip that left hook in. Now moving on to number 2, which is another body shot feint, and this is the cross to the body. This is a little bit harder, a little bit more advanced, but if you can land a cross to the body, I guarantee you that he will believe the feint. Because if you've ever landed across the body or had a cross to the body landing on you, it hurts. It's not nice. So I'm here, and let's just see, if I lead off with a right hand to the body, you know, it's going to be hard. I kind of leave myself open. I've done a full video talking about the cross to the body. Definitely watch that video next. But again, I'm here. So, boom, cross the body. It's a hard one to throw. So what I would throw a 1-2, but a jab to the head, cross to the body. Jab to the head, fake the cross to the body, whoom, big left hook to the head. And it looks like this. Jab the head, cross the body. Bah, bah, wah. Yes, he's thinking that cross the body's coming, hands come down, boom, blast him with that hook to the head. And you could do other things as well when you're feinting with that cross to the body. I could do a jab the head, feint the cross to the body by dipping, changing my angles, hands come down, whoom, and whip in that big overhand right. A little bit faster. Bah, 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 wah. This is something that Ryan Garcia and I guess Canelo Alvarez is great at. Ryan Garcia feints to the body and comes to the head, or feints to the head and goes to the body. He's a master at this. Now moving on to my favorite of them all, which is the jab to the head. And this is always great if I'm in with an opponent that is parrying. So I'm here, boom. He's parrying it. Yes, I loved it when someone used to do this. I know if I throw a realistic feint of the jab, whoop, that hand comes out, boom, whipping in that hook around the side. One more time, I'm here, bam, I'm jabbing. Oh yes, he's parrying it. I'm getting excited, I know what's coming. Boom, He's parrying it. Great feint, boom, feint it, and then come over with that hook. And that right there is a brilliant setup and brilliant punch. There's a lot of different stances in boxing. We've got the peekaboo style, we've got the Philly shell, we've got the hands down. We've got all these different boxing stances, and a lot of them are great, and you can get away with it, and it depends on what sort of fighter you are. No matter which boxing stance you've got, you don't want to be making any of these 5 mistakes that I'm about to show you right now. Number 5 is being square on, and we see this all the time in the gym where people come and they'll be like this, and they'll be square on. If I'm square on, what is wrong with this? Well, firstly, I'm a larger target. So if James comes forward with a 1-2-1 and I'm square, it kind of kills me balance. Tighten that guard up and get that line in between your feet and have them solid base right there. Moving on to number 4, which is standing too tall. Now, whether you're short or tall, you should never be standing too tall. And what I mean by that is this, what I'm doing right here. You see, I'm moving around. James is pushing after me. Now, what's wrong with this? You might be thinking, well, you're using your advantage. You're tall. No, I'm off balance. And if I'm too tall on the balls of my feet, like tippy toes, like this, my balance is not there. And as well, I can't generate any power in my punches from being in this position here. You want to have them loose knees. If your legs are straight all the time, it's going to really prevent you from getting power in the punch and also prevent you from having a great solid base as well. Now let's move on to number 3, which is your chin. Where's your chin at? Now this here is my chin's too high. You might be thinking, what? Look at this. From this angle, chin is too high. And it's too high because if James slips and throws a left hook, boom, on the chin. Now where it wants to be, it's down like this. Now if James throws the hook, boom, you know, it's going to hit me shoulder. It's kind of protecting my chin a little bit. But you want to have that chin down. You want to be looking up through your eyebrows like this. Again, this is too high. This is perfect here. Just that inch, half inch makes all the difference. So make sure, no matter what boxing stance you've got, you're keeping your chin down. Moving on to number 2 is high elbows. Another common mistake we see all the time. If I'm up here, my elbows are high. If I'm sparring with James and he sees this, he's going to get very excited because he can whack me to the body. So here, my elbows are high. And another thing about this, you might be thinking, well, you'll just bring your elbows down. But if I bring my elbows down, it's going to leave me upstairs as well. And no matter what boxing stance you've got, you want to have your elbows covering your body. Even if you've got your hands low and you've got this boxing stance, which I'm not a huge fan of, you still want to be protecting your body. The Philly shell, the high guard, you want to have them up. The peekaboo style, you want to have your hands up but your elbows down. Okay, now moving on to number 1, which is a big common mistake I see. And this mistake is keeping your feet on the same line. If my feet is on this line here, which is a very common mistake, moving forwards, backwards, even if I'm around like this, it's hard for me to do. I'm off balance. If I'm in with James and my feet is in this line and he throws punches at me, it's kind of off balance and it's hard to keep that solid base. Another thing is if my feet's on the same line, I try to throw punches, I can't rotate. Now watch this. If I spread my feet, put that line in between my feet, whoom, whoom, whoom. Now I can really rotate my hips and get so much power in the punches. If I throw a jab like that in a fight, there's a good chance I'll get knocked out, especially if I'm in with an opponent who's got experience, an opponent who's good and can punch hard, because I'm being lazy. And that's number 1. Throwing a lazy jab is one of the worst habits that I see in boxing. Throwing it there, bringing it back down, throwing it there, bringing it back down. I loved it if I was in a ring with someone and they threw that jab, because I would just come straight over with that jab, wham! Big right hand, and it is good night. And on this video, I'm going to give you 4 more, which makes 5 of the most common mistakes that I see when people are throwing this jab. And the jab is the most important punch in boxing, so it's very important that you learn how to perfect it. And after watching this video, you're going to get a great understanding of it. Like I just showed you there, number 1 is a lazy jab. Don't throw a lazy jab, because you will get caught and hurt, just like I did in this video clip right here. As you can see, I'm throwing lazy punches, boom, I get whacked with that right hand over the top. And you know, that was my own fault. Don't let that happen to you. Okay, now let's move on to number 2, which is telegraphing the punch. If you telegraph your punch, which means I can see it coming, you're wasting your time throwing it. You're not just wasting your time throwing it, but you're going to get countered and you're going to get battered as well. So don't be telegraphing your jab. Now that means something like this. This is a telegraph from the jab. It might not look like it, but it is. I telegraphed it. Now you might be thinking, what? I didn't see you were going to throw that. Watch again. telegraph. Yeah, when you're in the ring with someone with experience, that split-second telegraph, you can see that coming. So I'm going to show you again. This time, we're going to do it in slow motion. I'm going to throw it fast, but we're going to edit it in slow motion. Yeah, you've seen that, right? I pulled it back before I threw it, and that is a common mistake there. Don't throw the punch back before you throw it. It needs to come straight out and straight back like this. Yeah, no telegraphing there. Let's move on to number 3, which is fully extend it. Fully extend that jab. Now, the jab is the most important punch in boxing for a reason. It is to find the range. It is to, it can get you in the range to throw the punches and get you out of danger, but it's to find the range. Now, if you think about it, if I can't land this jab, I'm not going to be able to land this one because the jab, obviously, it's closer. If I can't land the jab, how am I supposed to land a hook to the body? Or an uppercut? It's your rangefinder. Now use it properly and fully extend it. Get it all the way out. I'll see it all the time in the gyms in here in Los Angeles where it'll be there and back. Nah, get it fully extended. Use your reach advantage as an advantage. Even if you're shorter than your opponent, still you want to fully extend it and getting your feet in there to land it. So it'll look like this. Woo! Seen that one, right? Yes, fully extend that jab. Let's move on to number 4. Now this one is something that I see novices doing all the time, and it's flicking it. Boom, flicking it out there like this. You can get some speed when you do that, but it's a terrible jab. It doesn't just look terrible. If you're landing it, it's not going to do anything. It's going to have very little effect. And if you're throwing a jab at me and it's having no effect, I'll walk straight through your jab and beat you up with both of my hands. So make sure your jab is having some effect. Now, if you throw it straight and strong, like I've just showed you the last one, bah, rather than flicking out like this, you're going to have some good success with it. Now let's move on to the 5th and final one, which this one really makes you look silly when you're doing it. Don't drop your other hand. Keep your non-punching hand by your face at all times. One. This is what I see. Nah, don't be doing that. Keep this up. Keep this tight. If I throw a jab and I'm doing that, they can easily slip, bum, and whack me with that left hook. And I used to love it when I seen people who throw a jab like that because I would really go after them on that right side of the body. So guys, don't do that. Okay, before I show you how Floyd Mayweather gets so much speed in his jab, let's have a little recap of what we've just went over there. You should never be throwing a lazy jab. You should never be telegraphing your jab. Always fully extended. Stop flicking it out. Don't flick it out. And the last one is keeping your non-punching hand up at all times. Okay, Floyd Mayweather, Money Mayweather, he's got one of the fastest jabs in the business. And how does he do it? What's the secret behind it? Well, he does throw the traditional jab, but also he throws this jab here. And what I'm doing right here is I'm having my jab out. My jab is off my face. It's halfway to the target and it comes from my face all the way out and just back here. Now, if you think about this, it's got half the distance to travel from here to here. So if it's got half the distance to travel, it's going to get there twice as fast. So here it is one more time. If your boxing stance is like this, it's wrong. You are too big of a target. Now you might be thinking, Tony, what's wrong with this boxing stance? This is not a wrong boxing stance. Well, it is. And if I'm in the ring with someone who's got a boxing stance like this, I get excited because I'm going to hit them hard and blast them out of there. And the reason is because they're a large target. Yes, it might not look like a large target, but you really are. On this video, I'm going to tell you how to minimize your target, change your stance so you are very hard to hit. So, this stance, what's wrong with it? Well, for one, I'm too square on. You might be thinking, well, it looks all right. I'm showing you from this angle. It looks all right, but it's not. It's not. So I want to go from here to here. Now, that small difference makes a big difference to the person who is in front of us. Because when I'm here like this, not only am I a bigger area for him to hit, but, you know, he's going to know that it's hard for me to counter punch like this. But from here, now I'm a smaller target, a tighter target, a smaller area. You know, when he throws the punches, if he does dare throw them body punches, it's much easier for me to rotate and turn into punches because I'm not square. So you never want to be square in boxing. You want to keep that tight elbows in, that smaller target right here. Now, by all means, if you're out of range with an opponent, you can do what you want with your hands. You can have your hands behind your back. You can pick your nose. You can pick your arse. You can do what you want. But when you're in range, you need to have that small target here like this. Oh, the lead uppercut. Now, this is a difficult punch to throw to lead off with. Not only is it a horrible shot to be hit by, but also it's a great setup shot. And on this video, I'm going to break it down for you, show you exactly how to throw it, how to practice it, how to set up other punches with the lead uppercut. So when you're throwing this shot, you get in your boxing stance and you punch up like that. And that's it. Click here and... Not really. James thought that was funny. So what you're going to do, you got to set it up. And setting it up, you want to put your weight to your front leg. And if you think I'm in my boxing stance with a line in between my feet, I'm slipping to put the weight forward. Then from there, the weight's in the front leg. And now from there, I'm going to just drive straight up the middle, boom, and blast that lead hand up. And when we're doing it on the mitts, so I've slipped. My head is off that center line, and from there, I'm going to, boom, blast this up. Now, when you are throwing this, a common mistake will be, you know, people will throw it, and they'll bring this punch back up here, like punching themselves in the face. Kind of like Tyson Fury did with his rear uppercut. You want to come out with the shot. So I'm slipping, I'm there, then boom, bringing it up. Another thing that you don't want to do is this, slip, bringing this down here, because James throws that right hand, boom. You know he's going to hit me, and I don't want to be hit, especially if someone like James. So I'm here, slipping. This is still on my face. Look where the back heel is, off the ground. Boom, blasting that up. And as you're seeing there, you can do that as well. You can really turn and rotate into it with the hips, transferring the weight back to the back foot. So that is if you're kind of leading off, you want to slip and come in. But it can be a great counter punch as well. So now let's just see if James throws that right hand. I've slipped. Then from there, whoop, I can bring it up the middle and then come over with the cross. So a little bit faster. But it is very hard, because if you think about it, trying to time the slip after your opponent throws that right hand, it's difficult. So what I would suggest is trying to do it without the counter punch. So if I'm here with James, he's got his hands up, he's in a boxing stance, I'm here, I'm just going to slip it, boom, boom, then throw it. But what I would recommend you do before that is throw a feint so he doesn't know what it is. Because if let's say I'm jabbing, I'm feinting the jab, he thinks the jab's coming, then it's a slip, pop, pop, and then follow through. So now I'm going to show you how to set up other punches with the lead uppercut. We just need to get James's gloves on. Watch this. That was fast, wasn't it? Subscribe, so I'm going to show you how to do that and put your gloves on that fast in the future. So, yeah, when we're working and we're inside like this, I loved throwing the lead uppercut when I was fighting because, you know, he's not really expecting that. He's expecting the straight punches or the shots around the sides, but when you come up, whoom, through the middle, it's a great shot. Now, when you're using the lead uppercut as a setup shot, which I'm going to do when I'm inside, because I'm not really going to get that much power from it unless I really went down and come up like that, what I'm not going to do. It's a setup shot. So if I'm here, I just throw like a couple of little light shots, then blast it up the middle like that because he's not expecting it. Then what you can do, what punches can you set up from there? Well, you can set up anything. What I would love to throw it here, if we're inside, I'll throw like a little 1-2 uppercut, the arms come up, whoom, and I'm going to blast in that rear shot to the body there. So I'm here, so it's a ba, 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 ba. Now another little trick that I like to do when I'm inside like this is I would like to pull my opponent's arm down, his lead arm with my right hand. And when I do this, he's straight away thinking about this side. He's not thinking about this side. So we're inside, I'll pull this down, boom, and blast that up there. And that right there is a great shot. So we're here, pull it down and blast it up. And from there, you can go to town, throw that body shot, throw the headshots, and keep throwing them punches. So here is that brutal knockout, and it was Dillian Whyte against Povetkin in a heavyweight match.
Caliber of fighter Povetkin is, but you look like an old aging fighter there. But wow, he rolled back the clock, the years there.
Oh, the lean back. What a defensive move that is. This is one of the best defensive moves in all of boxing because let's just say if you are leaning back and that punch is landing, It's taking the sting out of the punch. So you should definitely be working on the lean back. And on this video, we're going to go all into it, deep into it. So there's a few ways of leaning back. And one way that I don't like and I don't recommend is, let's just see if James is throwing the jab, is this. Because right here, I'm square on. It kind of hurts me back as well in this position. But, you know, Muhammad Ali did it. And you see on this picture here, Muhammad Ali leaning back with his hands down. I would never tell Muhammad Ali, mate, don't lean back like that, because he had success with it. But I wouldn't recommend you trying it. When you're in the ring and you're fighting, you know, do what you need to do to get out of the way of the punch. That's first and foremost, that the punch doesn't hit you. When you are practicing it, you want to be practicing it this way. So he throws it. And if you're seeing the difference there compared to there, is when I'm here, I'm not really in a position, if you see me square on like this, to kind of come back. But if I'm here, like this, there, I'm in the position of, boom, blasting them counter punches. And the difference is putting my weight to the back foot, rather than putting the stress on my back like this, which again, Muhammad Ali does it, so obviously it works, but putting my weight to the back like this, because right here, I can fire back with a big, solid punch of my own. I'm putting that weight there to blast it back in. So let's just say if I throw a jab and James throws a jab back, which, you know, the most common punch in boxing is the jab, and that's the one that you're probably going to be defending. So if I throw a jab, he counters with his jab, and I bring my weight back. Right there, the weight's on the back foot, so I can come blasting, boom, that right hand. Now, if I'm in with someone who is doing this, which is a common mistake with the jab, where they'll throw it and they'll bring it back down here, the lazy jab. Oh, mate, please do that when I'm in the ring with you, because I'm going to blast that big right hand in, and it looks like this. Bam, bam, whoa, making them pay for that lazy jab. And the lean back is the perfect defensive move to counter. So you don't always have to counter with the right hand. If you want to get your punch there even faster, you can come back with a fast jab of your own, and it'll look like this. So I'm going to jab, lean back, jab, and with a bit of speed on it. Oh, there it is there. And you can come back, like I said, faster, because if you think my lead hand, boom, I've leaned back, it's closer to the target than the right hand, so it's got less distance to travel. If it's got less distance to travel, it's going to get there faster. So here it is again. Whoa. Yes, and all that is because of the lean back for the defense. Now, you don't have to have an experienced man like James Doyle in there with you to practice this. You can do this on the heavy bag, working, throwing them 2 punches and coming back. And a great tip and drill to do this is if you've got a line in between your feet here, like this one on the floor, and that's on line with my head, I'll throw 1, 2. I want to bring my head back away from that line and then come back with my counter punches. So 1, 2, lean back, 2, or a jab, lean back, jab. That's a little drill that you can do to practice the lean back on your own without the experienced coach with you. Now, one last thing I want to talk about before I show you the offensive move when you're doing this against someone who's leaning back is your hands. Where's your hands? Because often we'll see hands come down like Muhammad Ali right here, or you'll see people pushing their hands forward when they are leaning back. Keep your hands up by your face, because what if James is throwing a 1, 2, 1 and he's stepping in with that and I'm leaning back and I've got my hands down? So if I throw the 1, 2, boom, boom, and I lean back with my hands down, boom, and he's throwing that 1, 2, 1, it's good night. So make sure you keep your hands up. Now, if he does throw that 1, 2, 1, boom, boom, now I can block them, so keep your hands up. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the best offensive move to do against someone. If he's leaning back from me, this is how I land punches on him. So let's just say every time I throw a jab at James, he leans back, he throws a jab at me, boom, boom, and he leans back. How can I hit him? He's got his hands up, do it again, boom, boom. How can I land them punches? Well, the key thing is here, feet. Yes, feet. Now, I'm not going to kick him, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my feet in closer to him. So I know, because he's been doing it all the fight or the sport, that, you know, every time he jabs and I counter, he gets out of the way of it. So I know he's going to do that. So when I get my feet in close, he's going to be stuck, because through the jab, boom, lean back, boom, boom. Now my feet's in. Look, he's come off balance. His feet stuck to the ground. But what I want to do, because he's got his hands up, is work the body as well. So again, I'm here. He's through the jab. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, and his hands went back down there again. Get your feet in if you're doing this with someone. Get your feet in and hit them to the body. That's what will give you success. As you're seeing there, I punch with a lot of power. And there's a few ways that you can increase your power if you're punching the very next time you go to the gym. And now the first thing I want you to think about is the rotation. You need to rotate your body into the punches to get your full body weight behind the punches. Often I'll say this, arm punches, you're not getting that power in. You need to really get through and punch through the bag with that rotation, and you're seeing the power there. So rotating your hips, transferring your weight, no matter what punch it is, gets that power into the bag. And like I mentioned, you want to think about punching through the target. So rather than me visualizing the bags here, like this, I'm trying to get my hand through the bag. And when I put my hand through the bag, that's where the power increases. Just like that. Now, another thing that's important is staying relaxed. Often people will try and punch hard, and they'll be holding their breath, and then they'll be tired. Like that, straight away. No, you need to try and stay relaxed. Everything on your body is relaxed, apart from your fists. You want to have really tight fists, and your body's relaxed. So there, I'm relaxed. And what I can even do to show you how relaxed I am, I could whistle. I don't want you to do this, but I just want to show you. And there I'm whistling, showing you I'm relaxed, but I'm still punching hard. So when you turn your hips and punch through the target with staying relaxed, that's going to increase your power. Now, another thing that you can do when you are doing this is think about it. Think about power. If you're thinking about power and thinking about all of the things that I've just went through there with the rotation, staying relaxed, your punches will 100% be harder. Now the last thing, this is the big one, is movement. If you move with the punches, you're going to get so much power. The momentum of your body weight, of the movement, is going to increase that. So I'm here. Now I moved into it. We can get power standing still, loads of power, but when I step in with it and the feet and the punches land at the exact same time, that's when you start creating that knockout power. So I'm here, stepping, bam, bam. Here it is, here it is. Bam, bam. Look at that, you can see how much the bag is swinging there. Now this is with all the straight punches. With the bent arm punches, you need to plant the feet, drive through the bag. So I'm here. Give it a go and let me know how you get on. The first thing that you can do to be able to improve your speed is think about speed. Now, it might sound obvious, but lots of times we'll be in the gym and we'll be like, ba, 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 not punching fast. If you think about the speed of the punches, your speed will increase straight away. Now, the next thing that you can do is keep your arms out a little bit, especially for my lead hand, for my jab. To improve the speed of the jab, if I bring it out here and bring it back, rather than what we all do when we get taught from your face all the way out, all the way back. Now it's out here. I can increase the speed of it because it's got less distance to travel. So from here to here, rather than from here to there. Now that's another thing that you can do, which will automatically increase the speed of your punch. So we're thinking about speed. We've got to give this punch less distance to travel. Now the next thing, great for combination punches, is thinking about the sound of the speed. So if I'm going to throw a 1-2 hook to the body, I want to think about the speed, sound. Ba, ba, ba. So if it's ba, 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 or even ba, ba, ba. Now watch this. Ba, 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 ba. Because I thought of the sound. Or it could be 6 punches. Ba, 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 ba. Like that. Ba, 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 ba. That was actually 7. But you see what I mean? When you think about the sound of the punches, you will be able to punch it faster. Now, the next thing that we're going to work on to increase the speed is the movement. Now, you might have seen Manny Pacquiao always on his toes, like this, and then he'll step in with it. This is because the momentum of your movement is going to really help with the speed of the punch. Because now my full body's backwards and forwards. If I throw the punches on top of this, like Manny Pacquiao does, that's this. So I'm here. Yes, but with this, it's important that you step as you punch. You don't want to be here, then punching. You need to step and punch at the same time. So again, I'm here. Now right there, we've got 4 things for you to work on. First thing is think about speed. If you think about it, you're going to punch faster. Second thing is keep the arms out a little bit, like this. Ba, ba. Third thing is think about the sound of the punches. Ba, 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 ba. And the fourth thing is moving with it. When you put them all together, it looks like this. Ba, 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 ba. I'm here, I'm moving, I'm moving. Ba, 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 ba. Give it a go and let me know how you get on. Now, right now, you can see the footwork. And how can you improve that? Because footwork is one of the most important things in boxing that you really need to work on, because if your feet's not right, nothing else will follow. So the big thing is keeping your feet apart. One of the most common mistakes I see in the gyms is this. Bringing the feet out. And it's kind of what people do for a rest. They'll throw punches and they'll come here and they'll rest. But think about this. If I'm in a fight and I'm here, I'm off balance. I can't throw any punches. It's a terrible position to be in. Now, I get it. If you're out of range, you can do what you want with your feet. But you want to be always practicing for perfection. And with that is keeping your feet apart. So I'm moving. No matter what direction I'm going in, my feet are apart. Reason being, I can throw any punches at any time when my feet are apart. So I'm here. I can punch. Now, another thing is when you're moving to your left, always move your left foot first. Because I see when people will be moving, they'll cross their feet and they'll be like this. Again, look at this position. Terrible position to be in. We always want to keep them feet apart. When you're moving to your left, left foot first. Moving to your right, right foot first. And this, again, will put you in the position to throw the punches. Because if you move to your right and you move your left foot first, I'm in a terrible position here. Now, the last thing that I really want to go into with footwork is you're either doing one or two things. You're either moving, planting your feet, then punching, which is great to get power in the punches. So I'm moving, plant my feet, ba, 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 ba. Or the other thing is stepping and punching at the same time. So what I mean by that is if I step to my left, I can throw the left hand. If I step to the right, I can throw the right hand. Now, the punch and the foot wants to really land at the same time. So if I want to throw 1-2, I'm out of range, I want to step in with it. Ba, 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 ba. The punches and the hands are landing at the same time. So again, I'm out of range, I'm going to step in with a 1-2. Ba, ba. Now, as you've seen there, loads of power in the bag because the momentum of the movement is increasing the power, and I'm stepping and I'm punching. Them is the things you want to think of. Keeping your feet apart. Moving left, left foot first. Moving right, right foot first. When you are stepping, that's when you can punch or step, plant your feet, then throw the punches. And these little tips here will really help you improve this footwork. And if you want to learn how to shadow box like this, I'm going to show you right now. When you are shadow boxing, there's a few things that you need to think about. The number one thing and the most important thing is having good form and technique. If you're trying to just shadow box for speed, you're going to look terrible, and we don't want to look terrible, we want to look good. So always think about that good form and technique. And a few things that you can think about with this is when you're moving, keep your feet apart like this. We never want to be bringing our feet together or crossing our legs because we look terrible and we're off balance and we can't throw any punches from that position. So you always want to be keeping them feet apart. Now another thing, another common mistake that I see is people dropping their non-punching hand, which means if I throw a jab, bah, bah, I'm bringing this down here, firing the bow and arrow. No, we don't want to do this. This stays up here, bah, bah. No matter what punch we're throwing, the other hand wants to be by the face. So if I'm throwing a 1-2 hook to the body, this is staying here. I always want to bring the hands back to the face. And with that, that's going to really help improve your shadow boxing there. When you're working on good form, good technique, doing them things is really going to help. Now, another thing, you want to stay relaxed. Never want to hold your breath. Stay relaxed. Exhale as you're punching. Then thinking about when you're throwing them straight punches, you want to fully extend your arms. I see it all the time where people, because they're shadow boxing, they're just taking it easy and they'd be like, meh, 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 and they're doing this sort of crap here. If you're shadow boxing and you're like this, You know, what's going to happen? You're going to get into bad habits. We don't want to get into bad habits, because if you get into bad habits, it takes a very long time for you to get out of them bad habits. So let's avoid them at all costs. Try and always stay with good habits. And to do that, like I mentioned, you've got to slow it down. So slow it down. Even this speed here. Bam, bam, bam. One, one. Working on good form. Then once you slow it down, and work on good form, then you can start to speed it up once your form is good. Now, another thing, to look like I was doing in the beginning, to look like that, you want to start learning about head moving. It's a bit more advanced, it will feel a bit more awkward, and you want to move your head before and after every punch. Now, when you move your head before and after every punch, your shadow boxing goes from this to this. And like right there, I can see and I can feel much better. So moving your head before and after every punch is great, and it's key for you to look like a pro when you are shadow boxing. Now I know shadow boxing can feel awkward. We're punching fresh air. So, you know, work at it. Slow it down, speed it up, and you will look like a pro eventually. Let me know how you get on with this video. No, don't do it like that. We want to throw the uppercut like this. I'm going to show you how to do it. So a few things what people do when they are throwing the uppercut. Like you're seeing there, I mean, that was exaggerating it, but people are loaded up. You don't want to load your uppercut up like this. Yeah, you might feel like Muhammad Ali or Sugar Ray Leonard, but we don't want to do that. You want to bring the uppercut from your face up and turn your hips and throw it up. You want to be going directly straight up, because another common mistake I see would be people who come across. So with them two things right there, you know, not loading up the uppercut like this and not punching across over there will really help improve it. So when we're on the bag and we're doing this, or the ball like this, what we want to do is get in our boxing stance position. If we're throwing it, leading off with it, is we want to turn our hips and bring that up here. As you're seeing there, because I turned my hips, I got power in the punch. And we want to get power in the punch if we're looking for a knockout blow. We can throw it lightly if we're looking for a setup shot, which I'll talk about in a sec. But when we're looking for a correct, solid, straight uppercut, we're here, turn the hips, boom, coming up. Now the end position, the hand wants to be in front of your face, right? And another thing to think about, if you're practicing this, you know, in the gym, look in the mirror, throw this, and then from there, put your arms straight. Now, the finished position of uppercut should be the exact same position as a straight cross. I'm here, hips are turned, feet's off the floor. We don't want to be leaning to the side, which is another common mistake I see, where you're like twisting your back, because if we do that, you're not going to get the power, but as well, it's harder to come back with another shot of its own. But if you do there, back heel off the ground, look, I'm in the perfect position to come with the perfect punch after that, which is the hook. So if I do it on the bag, it's a bah, bah. Now watch the feet, watch the hips when I'm throwing this, bah, bah, rotating into it, and that's why I get so much power. So when you are throwing the uppercut, think about them things. We don't want to, boom, come from your face, turn, finish position in front of your face there, not to the side. We want to have that back heel off the ground, and when you are throwing the uppercut, you want to transfer your weight to your front foot. Now, one more thing that you can do when you are doing this is dip. Mike Tyson did it. A dip and then push up. It's a bit slower, but you get even more power in it. Like that. Now, just focus on good form, good technique, and I guarantee you, after doing them few things there, your uppercut will improve the next time you're in the gym. Stop doing that. Stop it. Pack it in. So many times I see people hitting heavy bag like that. It is totally wrong. Now, what you want to do to improve your heavy bag, when it's swinging like that, you need to hit it when it's coming back to you. You need to learn how to take control of the heavy bag. If the heavy bag's swinging like this, now this is control of me. So how do you take control of it? Well, you punch it while it's moving. So when it's coming, bam, bam, it stops. Look, it's stopped in its tracks there. It's hardly moving. So when you do that, that's going to improve your heavy bag work straight away by hitting the bag when it comes back to you. Now, another thing that you can do when you are on the heavy bag, what you should always be doing is think about good form and technique. I see it all the time in our gyms here in Los Angeles where people will be on the heavy bag, bah, 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 where this is, dropping the hands. And the reason being, on the heavy bag, it's not going to hit me back. But what happens is you start to get into bad habits. If you're getting into bad habits on the heavy bag, you're going to get into bad habits if you're going into the ring to spar, or if you're doing mitt work or wherever, and it just looks silly. Now, I know for a fact you don't want to look silly. We all want to look good. So think about good form when you are punching it, bringing your hands back to your face. Good footwork as well, and controlling it. Controlling the bag is key. Now I'm here. Now look, this right here is me. I've got control of the heavy bag. I'm working on good form. Yes, it's swinging a little bit, but then I can control it by hitting it when it comes back, like that. Now, the heavy bag, it's a great tool in the gym. You should always be using it. But again, perfect practice makes perfect. Now, when you are punching it, think about this as well. Try and punch through it to increase your power. If you punch through the bag, or think about punching through the bag, your power will increase, rather than what I see where it's like, yeah, we don't ever want to be doing that. If you punch it through the bag, your punching power will increase, but as well, you look better as well. Now, here's a little demo of me punching through the bag, looking for power. Now it's swinging. You see, I threw a big one too. It swings. I take control. Now I'm hitting the heavy bag hard, and I'm keeping it in its track. Another thing that you shouldn't be doing when it's swinging is this. Common mistake. Look at that. Do you want to be in this position when you're boxing? No. So these few little things there will really help you work and improve your heavy bag form and technique and your full boxing. Do you want to learn how to shadow box like this, or even better? Learn how to throw great head punches, body punches, combination punches. Learn how to do some footwork drills like pivots and even phase attacks. Well, on this video, I'm going to show you all of that, as well as tell you about when I was working alongside Evander Holyfield, the 4 times heavyweight world champion, and telling you what we were working on when we were shadow boxing as well. So why do we shadow box? Well, for a few reasons. It's a great extension of your warm-up. We can work on good form and technique. We can work on game plans if we are training for a fight. And also, it can be a great workout if you're shadow boxing fast and hard. It can be a great workout. So let's quickly talk about each one of them aspects of the shadow boxing. First one is warm-up. Now, when I say warm-up, I don't mean come to the gym and start shadow boxing straight away, because that will be your warm-up, because it'll not. The shadow boxing is a great extension of your warm-up. You should come to the gym, do your boxing specific warm-up, and then when we shadow box after that, it's a great extension, warming up the specific muscles that you're going to use for your boxing session, and starting off slow and then building up. The last thing you want to do is come to the gym, start shadow boxing really fast, because that's a chance you're going to get injured. You want to slowly increase the pace and the volume of your shadow boxing throughout the rounds that you're going to be doing. Now, moving on, working on technique and bad habits. This is probably the best reason that you should be shadow boxing, to work on them bad habits, to get out of them bad habits. Now, let's say you have got a bad habit of dropping your non-punching hand, and now what you can do, you can focus a round of shadow boxing on just bringing that non-punching hand back to the face. My big bad habit was, when I was training for the Olympics, was dropping my lead hand. I would throw a jab and bring it back down. So I would focus round upon round upon round of bringing that lead hand back to my face. Now, when I'm thinking about my bad habits, that's how I'm going to get out of them. And I say this often on this channel. You know, when you've got a bad habit, you need to think about it and then try and improve it. Think about it, try and improve it. Think about it, try and improve it, until you get to the point of improving it without having to think about it. And that's what we can use shadow boxing for working on your good form and technique. Moving on is fighter specific. If you're fighting a southpaw, fighting a taller opponent, a shorter opponent, now you can visualize your opponent in front of you when you're doing your shadow boxing rounds. I used to do this all the time, just getting used to your opponent in front of you. Obviously, your opponent's not there, but you can think about him. Think about if he's coming in and he's got a great overhand right. You're keeping that left hand up every time you throw that jab. Whatever it may be, it's great to use it for visualization, and it'll help you get better at your boxing and give you a better chance of preparing for fights. Now, the last reason it is great is for a workout. You've done your warm-up, you've eased into your shadow boxing. You can then, pick it up, and if you're shadow boxing really hard and moving your feet and throwing them really fast punches, guess what's going to happen? Your heart rate's going to raise. You're going to get a great workout from your shadow boxing. If you go to the gym, do a great warm-up, and then focus on doing something like 4 2-minute rounds, 4 3-minute rounds of hard, high-intensity shadow boxing, that right there is a great workout in itself. Now, you don't even need any equipment for that. So you can really try that and give it a go, and I'm sure you will love it. Moving on to the warning. Yes, you've seen it down there, warning. You might be thinking, what warning about shadow boxing? Now, shadow boxing can be dangerous. Not dangerous in a way where you're going to get hurt, but dangerous in a way where you're going to develop really bad habits. And I see this all the time. People will be shadow boxing in the gym and they will be developing bad habits because they've got no one in front of them. Often there isn't a coach there telling them what to do, so they'll be there, bam, 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 bam. Shadow boxing like this with the hands down, bam. What that's going to do is develop bad habits. Now, you need to get out of that. You need to focus on good form, good technique all of the time when you're shadow boxing. As soon as you start switching off and watching what your friend's doing over there in the gym, or, you know, thinking about what I'm going to do for tonight for my dinner, and that's when you're going to get worse at boxing. We don't want to get worse, we want to get better. So use shadow boxing to your advantage and never, never shadow box with bad form and technique. Now, the other warning I want to give you, I kind of mentioned it earlier on, it is shadow boxing when you're cold. If you shadow box when you're cold and you're not warmed up, good chance that you can get injured. Their muscles need a good warm-up. You need to ease into it or do a great warm-up before you get into the shadow boxing. Super important that you don't start shadow boxing when you're cold. Okay, so moving on to footwork, getting into this footwork, and it's very important that you work on footwork in shadow boxing. Your feet is the most important thing in boxing because without these guys right here, you can't throw these guys right here. Now, we want to be able to sync your punches and your feet to be able to improve our boxing. I'm going to talk about that in a second, but first, I just want to talk about a few common mistakes that I see when people are shadow boxing. Because there's no one in front of them, or because they might not have a coach there, they'll start, you know, bah, bah, bah. Tell me you've seen this before. We've all seen this before in the gym. I've used to even sometimes do this, where you'd be on the shadow boxing, bah, 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 stepping out, bringing your feet together. Stop doing that. We can't do that anymore. Please don't do that anymore, because it's going to develop them bad habits. You want to keep your feet apart all the time. Now, when you're keeping your feet apart all the time, that keeps you in a position to throw punches whenever you want. I can't throw a punch from here, but I can throw a punch from here because my feet's apart. So focus on keeping your feet apart, using short steps. Unless you're trying to rush away, if you've got an opponent coming at you, you know, you can really bring your feet together, but we're not. We're shadow boxing, so we're here, keeping your feet apart, always prepared to throw them punches. And, you know, you want to be moving around on your toes. Huge common mistake I see is this. People be moving forward. Heel, toe. Heel, toe. Now, the reason why we do this, and it's a common mistake, is because when I'm walking around, look at that. Heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe. That's what we do. We walk in like this. And now we don't want to take that into the boxing. We want to be moving on our toe, on our toes. Because the reason is when we're doing this, let's just say I'm moving forward. Someone throws a punch. I want to move back. I can push off my front foot. But if I'm here and someone comes on, I can't really push off my heel. You want to be on them toes. On them toes. Now, when you're out of range, you can plant your feet, be a little bit more on the flat footed here, but then when you're moving on your toes, getting into good habits with this. Now, if you see, I've got my feet apart, I'm moving on my toes, I'm ready to punch anytime I want. Bah, 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 bah. Then moving on to the next thing is when you are moving to your left and your right. If I'm moving to my left foot first. Moving to my right foot first. Even if you're a southpaw, you still want to do the same thing. Moving left foot first. Moving right foot first. I don't want to move to my left, my right foot, and come crossed. My feet like this. Again, this is a terrible position to be in. So keeping your feet apart all the time. Never crossing your feet. Moving around on the balls of your feet here. Now, once you start getting used to doing this, you know, you want to be always focusing on staying relaxed. I'm relaxed. And you want to be able to build your conditioning up to be able to do this all day long. Now, I don't literally mean all day long, but I mean, you know, build your conditioning up so this becomes really easy. You know, if you're new to boxing, if you're a real beginner, moving around like that can take a lot of energy, can tire you out. But we want to keep doing that to build the conditioning. Like I said, once these guys down here are good, everything else will follow. This is like the foundations of your building. If you think of a skyscraper, you know, the foundations need to be solid for the rest of us to be solid. So let's stay solid. Before you work on anything else, get these right, and it will really help you. So now we've mastered side to side. Now we can master working around in a circle, moving around in a circle. You know, you can even get a cone or put a boxing glove in front of you here. This is a Sanibel cactus leather vegan boxing glove here. So I'm putting that down. Now I'm moving around. Now when I'm moving around a cone like this, I want to think like that's my opponent there, or that's a heavy bag there. So I never really want to come in this position because now I'm too square on. I want to stay here. So I'm moving around the cone, moving around the glove, Again, moving left for first, moving right for first. And if you notice, I'm never crossing the feet. I'm always going to keep that line in between the feet. As you can see on the screen there, the line's in between the feet, even when I'm moving around like this. And then what you can do from there, you can even advance that even more. So I'm getting 2 of these Sanibel vegan cactus leather gloves and put them on the floor like that. And now what I can do, I can move around them. So in a line, I'm just going to move up, move around, keeping the feet apart, coming back. Now the key is with this, you know, it's keeping facing forward. Now another thing I want to talk about here is when I'm doing this, is I'm stepping, I'm not dragging the feet. I see it often where people will drag the feet and slide the feet. If you can hear that noise, I'd never want to be making that noise. I'm stepping, because if I do this, it's making me even slower. I don't want to be slow, I want to be fast. So I'm here, feet apart, moving around. Great little drill there, focusing on facing forward. You know, and then from there we can, you know, we can do it one step further where I pull. This is just a regular leather glove. So now I've got the triangle there, the one at the bottom. So now I'm going to start at the bottom, coming around, moving around the glove, keep facing forward, like the figure 8, around, and you get it there. You can use the cones to work on different drills and, you know, get better at your footwork, which we want to do. Before I show you the punches, one thing I want to remind you of, no matter what punch you're throwing, you always want to exhale with every single punch that you throw. No matter what it is, we always exhaling. Now, a few things when we are throwing punches with shadow boxing. It's easy to get into bad habits. We want to use the shadow boxing to create good habits with your punches. One thing, you know, that you shouldn't be doing that I see often is people will throw the short punches here, like this. They'll be shadow boxing and they'll be in the mirror and they'll have the hood up and they'll think they're looking like Mike Tyson and they'll be like this. But it's BS, it's BS. When you're throwing straight punches, no, whether it's on the heavy bags, whether it's in shadow boxing, on mitts, in the ring, you want to fully extend them punches. Bah, 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 bah. So when you are throwing the punches, fully extend them. Now let's talk about the different punches that we're going to throw in shadow boxing. The most basic, the first punch is the jab. You know, we want to be in this boxing stance. Now, if you're brand new to boxing, when you're throwing this jab, you want to just keep in your boxing stance with your line in between your feet, and you want to bring it from your face all the way out, all the way back, slight turn your hip, like that. From this side, now we can advance that by a little step. When we step, we're going to get more weight and more power into the punch. But if you've never done it before, don't even think about the step. Stand in space, and throw it from there. Now, with the jab and the cross, you know, we want to, like I said, we want to fully extend them. With the cross, the number 2, whether you're right-handed, it's your right hand. If you're left-handed, you're a southpaw, it's your left hand. So with this one, it comes from your face all the way out, all the way back. Now, it's important when you're throwing the cross that you turn your hips and you stay relaxed and you fully extend, get the arms straight in front of you. You never want to be punching across to the side. And a great tip I want to give if you are ever shadow boxing in front of a mirror, which you should do because it's great because you can see your bad habits, is if you're in front of a mirror, just think there's a mirror in front of me there, I can throw straight punches and I want to aim for my head. And if I'm throwing body punches, I want to aim for my body. But here, bam, bam, I want to throw a punch from my head. If I ever throw a punch and I see it goes across, like you can see there, no, that's wrong, it's incorrect. Now that means the powers went over this way, where I want the power to come down here. So when you're throwing that jab, that cross, bah, bah, you always want to throw them straight. We can put the 1 and the 2 together. Again, let's start with the basics. In spot, where we're going to throw a bah, bah, 1, 2. I'm not stepping, I'm not moving, I'm not doing any of that fancy stuff. I'm just throwing the 1 and then the 2. Now, when you're throwing a 1, 2, you want to throw the 1. As the 1's coming back to the face, the 2 comes out. We never want to throw a 1, 2 like that, which I see with beginners often where I take and they're bouncing No, we want to try and make it flow. Bah, 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 bah. So when the 1's coming back to the face, the 2 is coming out. Bah, 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 bah. Just like this. So now to make that a little bit more advanced, we can step with it. So it can be a bah, bah. If you've seen what I've done there, step, 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 step. And I've done a full video showing you some drills that you can use with an agility ladder at stepping and punching. Basically, you want to step and punch at the same time. Bah, 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 bah. So you see that? I'm stepping and punching at the same time. So when my foot lands, the punch lands. Bah. It's going back. Bah. Forwards. Bah, bah, bah. You can do it going backwards. Bah, 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 bah. So you can try it out. But first, get the basics right, and then you can start using the more advanced stuff with the movements. Now let's move on to the most awkward punch in boxing, which is the hook with the lead hand. So when we're throwing the hook with the lead hand in shadow boxing, you always want to try and throw it off the 1-2 or off the slip. If I'm standing in this position here, the boxing stance, and I throw the hook, you know, I mean, I can do it a little bit, but I've got all this experience and it's a little bit easier, but it's still not good form. I'm still not getting power in it. What I want to do, I want to get myself in the position to throw the perfect hook. And that position is this. So I'm in this position with the weight on my front foot. Now I can do that one of 2 ways. One, I can throw the cross. Now I'm in this position to come back with the hook. Number 2, I can just slip. Bah, bah, and come back with it. So I've slipped and then punched. Now, here's a big debate in boxing. When we throw the hook, do we have our thumb up or do we have it towards us like this? And now the correct answer to this question is, it depends what you feel like. I would always coach it up like this for beginners because it's less rotation than turning it around like this. You know, when you've got to throw a hook and you've slipped and you've got to turn, this is more rotation. I would keep the thumb up. And I want you to get your elbow in a 90-degree angle. So you're going to throw a 1-2 hook. And you want to finish there. So the hand just comes past the face. If we throw the hook, like I see often where people throw, this comes around here, that means the power's gone over there. We want the power to come through the target right there. And not around, not around there, through the target right there. So again, I'm going to throw that 1-2 hook. And there, 1-2 hook. Exhaling, staying relaxed. Important thing with this is the rotation with the feet. 1-2 hook. Now let's move on to some more advanced punches, which is the uppercuts. Now, throwing a lead uppercut is very hard, very difficult to do, but it can be done. How do we throw that lead uppercut? You can throw it in the middle of a combination, so I might throw a 1-2, then a lead uppercut, then another 2, bah, 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 bah. Like that. That's putting them together. That's putting 4 punches together. And we'll talk about combination punches in a little bit. But bam, 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 bam. Or you can actually lead off with the uppercut. Now, when you are leading off with a lead uppercut, we want to kind of step with it. Like there. I've stepped and I've threw it. Like that. So whatever you prefer, you can practice that one. Now, moving on to the re-uppercut, which is my preferred uppercut. From the face, coming up, throwing like this. You know, from here. The common mistake I see is this. Boom, coming down, then up. We don't want to do that. We don't want to telegraph it. Another common mistake is this, where you'll punch across there, or you might punch up and punch yourself in the face, like we see in the Tyson Fury did in one of his fights. You don't want to make that mistake right there. You want to punch up and punch through. Just there. Now, them are all the basic punches that you want to work on when you are shadow boxing. I'm going to show you in the combinations when we double, triple, doing 4, 5, 6, 7 punch combinations in a little bit, but them are the basic single punches and how to throw them. Now moving on to body punches. How do we throw body punches in shadow boxing? Well, we would throw them exactly we would throw them if we were on a heavy bag. Again, if you're in front of a mirror here, you want to be aiming for your body. So if you throw the hook to the body, you want to slip, throw that rear hook, or we can throw the cross, then the hook to the body. Then we can throw the straight punch to the body. We can throw the jab, you can dip and throw it, or you can step with it, like this. Or you can throw the cross to the body where we can turn, rotate, and throw it in. Exhaling, and when you're doing it, staying relaxed. So when we are throwing this to the body, we want to really turn into it. We want to bend our knees and drop our levels as we throw it, keeping your chin down, looking up through your eyebrows, and exhaling there. If you are aiming for this punch at me, you want to be aiming in the midsection right here, or the solar plex right there. Non-punching hand by my face. And that's how you throw that punch correctly. We can advance it by stepping out and throwing it as well. And then we can work on putting the head and body punch together, where it might be a jab to the head, cross to the body, it could be a 1-2 to the head, hook to the body. You know, we can really mix it up with shadow boxing. And like I keep saying, this is the best place to practice these punches within your shadow boxing round. Now moving on to defense. How can you defend a punch that's not coming at you? It might sound a little bit stupid, but we always want to be working on our defense in shadow boxing. On the heavy bag, we work on our defense. On the mitts, in sparring, we always want to be mastering the defense. Because after all, the name of the game is to hit and not be hit. If we don't work on our defense, we're going to get hit. So shadow boxing is a great place to get into good habits and work on different defensive moves. And now it might feel super awkward in shadow boxing working on defense, but you should always be doing it. Now, here are some different defensive moves that you can be working on. So let's just see, for example, I've got that line in between my feet that we should always have when we're in our boxing stance. This is the line where punches will be coming out at our head. Right? So someone is in front of us throwing them punches. How can we defend them punches? So we can slip, we can roll, we can lean back, we can block. So work out one thing at a time. Now, first off, I'm going to work on a slip. So I'm going to be here, then I'm going to slip. So you see there, I took my head off that scent line. I'll throw a jab, then I'll slip. I'll throw a jab, and then I'll slip the other way. When I'm doing these defensive moves, it's important that you do visualize that punch coming at you. You know, I don't want to be jabbing and just slipping down here and looking down there, because look at this position. You know, I want to be slipping as if it was a punch. This punch, the glove is about 6 to 8 inches there. That's all I need to do. Jab, slip, 1, 2, slip. So I'm there, I'm slipping. And then we can advance this by counter-punching, what we're going to talk about in a little bit. So, but that's the first one. Jab, head off the line, slipping there. Then the next defensive move is a roll. So we're rolling. Now, when you're rolling out the way of a hook. So if I'm rolling underneath the hook, I'm going to go down, round, and up. As you see, that'll just go straight past my head. There. Now, it's hard to do a roll if you're just in a static position like this. It's kind of like when you're throwing the hook to the body, or the hook, you need to be in the forward position. So if I'm practicing a roll, I would always throw a 1-2, then I would roll. Because I've done the 1-2, the weight's on the front foot, I'm going to roll the weight to the back foot. So in shadow boxing, we can work on this. Now that's rolling out the way of the left hook. Now we can roll out the way of the right hook. We can move to our left. But when you're rolling to your left, or your lead side, you know, you should finish with a lead hand. So I would throw 1-2 lead hook, and then I would roll. Yes, and the reason why I'm telling you to do these punches in between the defensive move is because that's what would happen. We would throw the punches, he's going to counter, then we're going to defend. But as well, we get put in the perfect position when we throw these punches. I'm in the perfect position to roll. If I'm here, hard to roll. If I'm here, the weight's on the back foot, easy to roll. So we can work on that as well in shadow boxing, where we're moving around, rolling, rolling. Then the other defensive move, we've got the block, where the hands are just going to come up. So I throw a jab, Now this is going to feel awkward, because what am I blocking? No one's throwing a punch at us. What am I blocking? But you're getting into these good habits. Always getting into good habits, thinking and visualizing punches coming at you. So throw them punches, hands come up, you're blocking. You might be here, you might block, come back with punches of your own. Okay, now we're working on some advanced stuff. Whoa, what advanced stuff do you want to work on? This is a shadow boxing tutorial for beginners. But yeah, you're going to work on this beginner stuff, and then when you get better at the beginner stuff, you can work on this advanced stuff. So what sort of advanced stuff are we going to work on? Well, the first thing we're going to work on is pivoting. We want to learn how to do this. We're here. Yeah, and then you might think, oh, that's easy. But guess what? It's not. I've seen so many people struggle with this. Now, a pivot is where the front foot is going to stay where it is, the back foot's going to be the one that moves around. Now, when we are doing pivots, and again, I've done full videos on learning how to pivot, but we want to do it in shadow boxing. You want to always think about your footwork form, because if I throw like a jab or a 1-2, then I pivot, what I see often is this. People will go into the wrong stance and they'll cross the feet. When you are pivoting, you want to land in the perfect stance, back with that line in between your feet. So work on that. You know, you can be here, you can be shadow boxing, pivoting. I'm here, the line's still in between my feet. And it just looks a little bit more advanced. And then once you get advanced and learning this pivot without the punches, then we can add in the pivot hook. Oh my goodness, this is one of the most advanced things that you can probably learn in boxing, is the pivot hook. Because now what we're doing, we're pivoting, we're throwing that lead hook at the same time, and as the back foot lands, the front punch lands, and we're staying in that good form and technique, getting power into the punch, we're breathing, all of these different things in the pivot hook. I'm going to show you it right now. So I'm here, pivot hook. See, I'm back in this boxing stance. And when I'm throwing this pivot hook in shadow boxing, I want to visualize like a shorter opponent. Might be like a little Mike Tyson coming forward, flying forward. I've hit him, he's coming forward. I'll throw a 1-2 pivot hook, boom. Pivot hook, I'm here. He's went through the ropes that way. One of my favorite punches in boxing. Here's a little clip of me doing it right here. Yes, and as you're seeing there, that pivot hook is something that I used to practice all the time in shadow boxing to be able to perfect it, to take it to the ring. Now moving on to another advanced move, which is the phase attacks. And this is why Great Britain have got one of the best amateur boxing teams in the world, because of their phase attacks. Now you might be thinking, what the hell is a phase attack? A phase attack is, let's see if I'm here, right? And my opponent's there, he's out of range. I've stepped in, boom, boom, I've hit him with a 1-2. He's countering. Now rather than me leaning back or blocking, I'm going to step out. And I'm going to step back in with another 1-2. So it's in, out, a phase attack. Now when you're doing this, you can also get some of these Sanibel vegan cactus leather gloves and put them down. And now look at this. For example, if you visualize, you can do this drill with tape on the ground, lines on the ground. My opponent's there. I'm out of range. We're out of range from each other. Now I'm in range. Now I'm out of range. And that's kind of what we're doing with the phase attack. So I'm here. I'm going to step in with the 1-2, and back out. Right? That's kind of one phase. I'm in and out. But we want to do 2 phases, 3 phases, 4 phases. And this is a killer for your legs and your cardio. I'm just going to show you the 2 phases now. So I'm here. Out. Out. Now the key is with this is we're not stepping in, and then keeping the back foot where it is. We need to take both feet in, both feet out, both feet in, both feet out with them punches again. Out, out. Now when you can do this with speed, yeah, it's a great workout. It's a killer. You can do 2 phases, 3 phases, 4 phase attacks, but that right there will really help improve your footwork and your stamina as well. Now moving on to the next advanced move, which is feinting. Yes, throwing fake punches, getting your opponent to do what you want him to do so you can do what you want to do. And now should definitely be working on this in shadow boxing. So I'm here, I'm feinting. See that? I'm here, I'm feinting. I'm pretending that I'm going to throw that punch so my opponent will believe it. Your opponent, Tony, there's no one in front of you. You're boxing, you're shadow boxing. What are you talking about? There's no one there. Yeah, but we want to keep practicing this. We want to practice it as if there is someone in front of us. So we're moving, getting into these good habits. Here. Oh, feint. See that? I'm here. Feint. Then throw the punches. Feint. Now I'm starting to look good. Now I'm starting to look like a professional, right? I'm sure you agree. Rather than just here, boom. Now I'm here. Yes, working on them feints, feinting all the time, feinting before you throw the punches. Now we can work on rounds of shadow boxing where that's what our focus is on. Our focus is just on a feint before everything. And I'm going to show you some more of that stuff when we do the combinations after this. But now one more thing I want to show you what you can do in shadow boxing to look like I was looking at the beginning of this video. Yes, looking like a professional boxer. And that is moving your head before and after every single thing you throw. What, Tony? Moving my head before and after everything? Yes, before and after everything you throw. I'm here, I'm moving before and after. But Tony, I'm going to get tired if I keep doing all of this movement. You're not going to get tired. You're not going to get tired because you're going to stay relaxed. But even when I'm relaxed, it's still going to be really hard. No, it's not, because when you stay relaxed, you're here, you're breathing, you're not using much more energy than you would without moving. If you start holding your breath in, you're moving like this, yes, you'll get tired. But we're going to focus on staying relaxed. So I'm here, I'm relaxed. Now look at this, I can do this all day long. I'm a dad, 3 kids, got a dad bod. But this is easy for me, because I'm staying relaxed. So I'm here, moving, boom, job, move. Yes, Now I look like a professional, right? I'm sure you agree. Let me know in the comments below if I look like professional or do I look like a dad. So I'm here moving, moving. And this will really take your shadow boxing to a whole new level when you're doing this. Now I want you to think about everything that we've worked on before. We've worked on the footwork, the basic punches, the body punches. We've worked on the advanced stuff with the pivots, the feints, the phases, the head moving. When you put all of that stuff together, then you look like a pro boxer when you are doing this, no matter what level you're at. But again, like I said at the very beginning, you need to start off slow. Now, before I add in all of the fancy stuff, the advanced stuff, let's just talk about some basic combinations. The most basic combination in boxing is the 1-2. Now we're going to advance that. We're going to put a hook on the end, so it's going to be a 1-2 hook. Now that can be the combination that you're going to be working on at first when you're just getting used to throwing combinations. Remember, we're breathing all the time. And then we can move in between like you've seen there. So you throw the punches, move your feet. Bah, bah, bah. Then move around, move around, move around. I'm here, I'm here. Bah, bah, bah. Move around, move around. Then we can throw even more combinations where we can throw 4 straights and a hook. 1, 2, 3, 4, hook. Yeah, I'm nice and relaxed here. Bah, 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 bah. All right, let's add in some body shots. Let's do a 1, 2 hook to the body. Bah, bah, bah. We're there. Bah, bah, bah. We're there. Now let's throw a 1, 2 hook to the body, hook to the head too. Bah, 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 bah. A longer combination. Bah, 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 bah. Now we can just add on to that. We've worked on all of the punches in the earlier parts of this video. Now it's putting them together. Now I want you to think about this. For basics and for beginners, when you throw, let's just say a 1, 2, we're in the position to throw a lead hand. Whatever punch that might be. It could be a 1, 2, lead uppercut. It could be a 1, 2, hook the body. 1, 2, hook the head. If we are finished on with the left hand, so let's just say I do a 1, 2, 1, I can throw any punch with my right hand. It might be a right uppercut, a right hook the head, a right hook the body. It could be a straight hand to the body. So we could do a 1, 2, 1, 2 to the body. Whatever hand you're finished with, you can throw any other punch with your other hand. So think about that when you're doing this. But you don't have to go complicated. Stick with the basics. We've learned all of the punches. Now we can put them together. Now, can you throw 2 punches with the same hand? Absolutely. The basic one is the jab, jab, bah, bah. And then you can throw anything with this hand after. So it could be a jab, jab, uppercut. And then throw anything with this hand after. Jab, jab, uppercut, hook. And this is how you build combinations with your shadow boxing. But these are a few rules of thumb. It's much harder to throw a double backhand, a right hand if you're orthodox fighter, left hand if you're southpaw fighter, like a bah, bah, bah. That's way more advanced and something I wouldn't really recommend at first. But you can throw doubles with this hand. It could be a 1, 2, hook, hook. Just make sure you load it back up after you've thrown it. So if it's a 1, 2, hook body, load it back up, hook body, if I want to double it up. So yeah, you can definitely do that and throw 2 punches, 3 punches with the same hand, mainly the lead hand. This hand gets a little bit awkward and a little bit messy. And I've worked with people where I've seen them on the bags and they'll be like, bah, bah. You know, bah, bah. Never throw them punches unless you're like a good pro and it's like, bah, bah, bah. See that? I can throw it there. Well, it's there. I'll bring it back there. First off, let's avoid throwing the double backhand. Now let's do some nice, fun, advanced combinations. So remember, I want to be moving my head before and after, throwing them feints as well, and then throwing combinations. And what does that look like? So I'm here, I'm moving the head, I'm feinting. See, just here, moving the head and feinting on its own, look like a pro, right? Look, here, moving the head, feinting. I'm not even throwing punches, I'm here, feinting, staying relaxed. And then we can add the combinations on there. So let's do a jab, jab, cross. So I'm here, I'm moving, feint, bah, bah, bah. Moving after, remember, before and after everything. So I'm here, I'm moving, feint, bah, 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 bah. Feint, moving, feint, bah, bah, bah. Pivot out, yes, you see it? And as you can see, we can just put everything together. The movement, the feints, the combinations, the pivots, the footwork. And as you're seeing there, you're putting it all together. Now you're starting to look like an advanced boxer. This is a beginner video, but now once you've done all this, you're starting to look advanced. You're starting to look good. Look like you know what you're doing, which you probably do by now. If you've watched this much of the video, you really do. And what I see all the time on this channel, it's not practice makes perfect, because you could be practicing like this. No, it is perfect practice makes perfect. We always want to be practicing for perfection all the time when it comes to boxing. So now I want to finish this video off with a great bonus tip to help you relax and to help you get more comfortable with shadow boxing. Now, to get comfortable, we have to go through some uncomfortable situations, and this might be uncomfortable for you to start with, but this is what I give just about everyone that comes to work with me. I have them doing this because it helps them relax, it helps them understand relaxation, breathing, and shadow boxing a lot better. And what that is, starting off your round of shadow boxing with your hands down, moving your feet like this. Now, the reason why I want you to do this is because now you're getting used to relaxation. So you're getting used to moving around with your arms down. But Tony, my hands are down, I'll get punched in the face. Hang on a minute, mate, because I'm going to tell you the reasons why we are doing this. With the hands are down, we're getting used to relaxation. Because I want you not to box like this. I want you to box with your hands up. But I want you to feel what it feels like, because we can all relax with our hands down, and then from there, let's see, we do 30 seconds with our hands down. The next 30 seconds around, I want the hands up. Same relaxation, same movement as well, but we're not throwing any punches. Just working on that total relaxation. Now from there, we want to add into the punches. Pa, pa. Right, same relaxation. Pa, 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 pa. Now from there, we want to add in one more thing, which is the head movement. Pa, 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 pa. So now I'm staying relaxed, I'll move my head, and now I'm looking exactly like I was looking at the beginning of the video. I was holding the mitts teaching a kid some boxing in Boxing Burn, Brentwood a few years ago, and in the corner of my eye I seen a figure walking towards the ring, and I didn't pay any attention because when I'm working with people, the person in front of us is the person who's getting all of my attention. So we're doing the mitts, moving around, working on some different form and technique, and I seen this figure come up and kind of out of the corner of my eye, lean on the ropes like this. And again, I'm not paying any attention to him catching the mitts until the bell went and it was the end of the round. And I turn around and look, and who's standing there? It's the one and only Sugar Ray Leonard, just leaning on the ropes like this, watching. And I was like, whoa, hey Ray, give him a little fist pump. And he was like, hey Tony, and he said, hey Teddy. He knew the guy I was training. And I was like, oh, nice to meet you. And I'm a little bit starstruck already. And after the session, I was talking to Ray, and he was asking me questions about the mitts. And the reason why he was so interested in them is because when he was fighting, he never really done any mitt work. All he did was hit the heavy bag. And that makes me think, if someone like Sugar Ray Leonard, one of the greatest fighters of all time, didn't really do mitts, he was hitting the heavy bag, just what a great tool this is for you, for anyone in boxing. And on this video, I'm going to talk all about this and tell you the pros and cons of hitting the heavy bag. And what's crazy about that story at the beginning, from there, I became friends with Ray. And we did some workouts in person. We did workout online in 2020 when the COVID was kicking off. And he's an absolute diamond of a geezer. Punching bags have been in martial arts since the entire history of military training. Forever. Obviously, they've progressed, of not all as nice as this guy here. And coming up in boxing gyms since I was 10 years old, like Ray said, this is the main tool that we used to get better, to improve, and to build our stamina, which are some of the great benefits there I'm going to get into a little bit deeper. I want to get into some of the cons about the heavy bag. Just because you go to the gym and you hit one of these doesn't mean you're going to end up like Sugar Ray Leonard, or maybe go to the Olympics like I did and he did. But there's a lot of things that you can do on here that will make you worse at boxing. And that's one of the big cons about hitting the heavy bag all the time, is it's not hitting your back. I mean, it's a pro as well because you're not getting hit. But, you know, we can easily get into bad habits when we're on the bag by, you know, throwing the punches, dropping our hands down, you know, switching off, like looking at your friend over there, looking what this guy's doing over there. So when you do that, when you're training for boxing, you will get into bad habits. And the last thing we want to do is get into bad habits, because it takes a long time to get out of bad habits, what I've spoken about lots on this channel. Also, hitting the heavy bag round after 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 round, which you've got to do if you want to get better at boxing, is boring. It can get boring as yes, it will be, but the consistency of doing this over and over again, working on good form and technique, will make you better at boxing. And as well, doing this for round after round after round after round will also help improve your stamina, which we all want. We all want great stamina, so hitting this is the best way of doing that. You know, people ask me all the time, Tony, how can I build my fitness for boxing? Do I need to get a TRX machine? Do I need to run 15 miles a day? Do I need to get a step climber? Do I need to climb up mountains? Do I need to get an axe and chop wood like we see in Rocky Balboa? Do I need to buy a chicken and run around and try and catch it?
To try to chase this little chicken.
Oh, what do I gotta chase a chicken for? It's embarrassing.
No, what you need to do is hit this guy, is box consistently on the heavy bag, and that will build your stamina and build your technique. And as well, it's great for the mind because you're building your concentration. I know it's hard, but you know, do it. And if you're not boxing to compete, great. This is a great tool as well for fitness. When you are hitting the heavy bag, when you're working on the heavy bag, you're getting a full body workout. There's not many muscles on your body that you're not working when you're hitting the heavy bag, if you're doing it properly, if you're moving your feet around, moving your upper body, you know, you're working your core as you're slipping, then you're throwing the punches, you're working on your breathing, you're working on good form, good technique, which is an absolute game changer, and you will get in the best shape ever by hitting one of these guys, as well as your good diet as well. Have you ever wondered how to hit a double end bag and look like a pro? And also, Why do we hit the double end bag? Well, on this video, I'm going to give you everything you need to know about hitting one of these things. Now, what are these for? Why should we use them? What's the difference between these and a heavy bag? Well, as you can see, these are a lot harder to hit. They move around a lot. And if you're hitting something that's moving, it's more realistic. It's going to help improve your reaction speed. And as well, what's huge for these is your timing. And in boxing, we all want good timing, especially if we're competing or we're sparring, you need to have good timing. Even if you're boxing for fitness, you also want to have great timing as well for everyday life. You might be about to get into a car accident. If your timing's good, you can hit them brakes faster. Anyway, that's for another video. So anyway, these are great for your reaction speed, your hand speed, for your brain, great to train your brain with this thing. So I highly recommend them. I used to absolutely love using these when I was a young up-and-coming boxer. That's how I got pretty good at it. And you want to tie it to something solid up the top. I've done it to the beam in my studio here, and then something solid in the bottom. You can drill a hole in the floor and do it like I've did it, or you can use a heavy dumbbell or something that's very weighted, so when you do punch it, it doesn't move around. How tall should your double end bag be? Well, I don't really like to have it my head height. I like to have it a little bit lower than my head, just up to my chin. I think that's the perfect height for one of these. You can have it higher, you can have it lower, but I'm not a fan of that. Also, how tight should you have it? Well, the tighter you've got this double end bag, the faster it will be. This is pretty tight, so when I hit it, you can see it's moving fast like that. If it was loose, it would be a lot slower. So you could have it a little bit looser to start off with if you want, and that will make it a lot easier to hit and get used to, but I would recommend keeping it pretty tight and keeping it pretty fast and getting used to it from the start being fast. Now, what size should the ball actually be? Because you can get the bigger ones, you can get the much smaller ones that you might have seen, and then you can get this one here, which is the medium size. The smaller ones is a lot harder, but they're good for reactions. I'm not a big fan of them. The bigger one, you can hit them a lot harder, easier to hit and throw like longer combinations on them, and they're great for single shots or throwing like a nice 1-2 on there. But the medium size, this size, is perfect for them all. You can go fast and you can throw hard punches and you can throw combinations, what I'm going to show you later on in the video. This is actually the perfect size, and I got that made for that reason. Okay, let's move on to the basics. How do I hit this thing like a professional? Well, before you hit it like a professional, before you can hit it without looking at it like I showed you earlier on, you've got to learn the basics. Now, I understand if you go into a gym and you see one of these things, it can be pretty intimidating to hit, because you might hit it once and then it goes flying like that, and then you try and hit it again and you'll start missing it. When people do that, they think, oh my God, that's so hard, I'm not going to try that again. But there's a few things that you've got to do to be able to simplify it, to be able to make it work for you. And the first thing is how hard do you hit it? I'll see people coming up the gym and they'll be like, boom. They'll be like, whoa, it's moving too fast. No, when you're starting off on one of these things, you've got to hit it softly. The softer you hit it, the slower it'll go. The faster you hit it, the faster it'll go. I'm going to get in my boxing stance position and I'm just going to throw a light jab and see where it moves. Now I'm seeing it, it's moving backwards and forwards again. Now, one thing I want to talk about when you are starting off with one of these is you need to kind of forget about perfect form all the time, because we want to get used to the timing. Now, if I was going for perfect form on this and a good solid jab, watch what would happen. And it's much harder. So instead, because we're just working on timing, we can always pick up the good form later. We're just going to hit it softly here. There, nice and light. Once I hit it a few times with my left hand, I can see it's coming straight back. I'm getting used to throwing that. Then I can throw the right hand. But again, I'm not going to be turning, fully extending, exhaling, and really looking for that big power shot. It's just a touch. So I'm here, getting used to it. See, I'm not even fully extending. So I'm thinking about the timing, getting my brain familiar with the timing. And this is what's going to help you later on with being able to punch it and not looking at it. So I'm here, getting used to the timing, seeing when it's going to come back, nice and softly. Then from there, I've got used to the right hand. Now I can put them two together. Do a left, right, a 1-2. Short punches. There. Now you can see I'm not turning my hips. I'm not really doing correct form. But again, this is just getting used to that timing. Yeah. And I can get a little bit faster, but start off really slow at first. That is the key here. Because if you can't hit it lightly, you're never going to be able to hit it hard. Now, once you've mastered the light 1-2, then what I would like you to go on to is a 1-1-2. So it's going to be a bam, 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 jab, jab, cross. But again, little punches. I'm here, ba, ba, ba. Little punches. Touch, touch, touch. Touch, touch, touch. Yes, there. Now you can see, now I'm starting to get the timing down. Ba, ba, ba. And that's what you want. But you're going to miss it. The way I'm showing you right now, because I've got a ton of experience on this, makes it look easy. You might not be able to get it as fast as I've just got it there. You're probably not if you're brand new to it. But the more you do it, the easier it's going to get. Now, once you've done the basics, the jab, the cross, the 1-2, the 1-1-2. Now what I wanted you to do before you move on to the ba-ba, before we move on to the big fully extending punches and the combination punch, what we're going to get onto in a little bit, is throw a 1-2 hook. When you throw a 1-2 hook on this thing, boom, 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 you're kind of changing the direction of the ball. From that 1-2, if it's a good straight 1-2, the ball should be coming straight back to you. So here, boom, boom. See, it's in that perfect straight line there. If I do it from this angle here, 1-2, bam, bam. Look, the ball is going directly in front of me. It's a straight shot. So when you're doing this, you know, that's what you should be aiming for. But now, like I said, we're going to throw a hook. Now that this is a hard thing to do because the timing's off. So we're just going to do short punches. We're going to actually do a 1-2 hook 2. Because after that hook, the ball's in the perfect position to throw a 2. So it's going to be like a 4-punch combination. So it's going to be a ba 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 ba. And it kind of puts the ball back in the position to throw it again. Ba 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 ba. Because if I throw a 1-2 hook, the ball goes miles away. Like now, it's hard to get that under control if you're new at this. So if you throw the 1-2 hook 2, it's easier to keep it under control. So I'm here, ba 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 ba. Yes, and then I go again, ba 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 ba, ba 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 ba. As you can see, it's getting faster. I'm still punching the light, but it's getting faster. Ba 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 ba, ba 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 ba. It's the 1-2 hook 2. Well, what about feet and your movement? Well, when you're just starting off, you can keep your feet planted through the ba 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 ba. Then you can move around, move around, move around, come back to it, ba, 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 ba. Move around, move around. But plant your feet and then throw the punches at first. I'm going to show you lots of footwork stuff in a little bit on this video. But yeah, that is kind of the basics of this. And again, the basics is just to get your timing down. Get your mind used to knowing where the ball goes. And the more you do it, the more you'll be able to do it without even having to think about it. So now I'm going to throw good punches. Now the ball's going faster. You see? And because I've done this for so long and I'm used to it, I know exactly where it's going to come. Bah, 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 bah. And that's what you can do there. You can work on some jabs. Throwing hard jabs, multiple jabs, just to get used to that timing. Bah, bah. See, now I've got the timing down. That's why I can look at the screen, because the timing, I know with the sound where the ball's going to come. The ball's coming straight back to my hand. Now, if you think about it, if you're punching straight, you know where it's going to come. You've only got to stick your arm out and it's going to hit your hand. So that's why I can turn away from the ball. So now we've got some solid jabs down. Now we can work on some crosses. Now I'm turning my hips and following through. Now you want to be hitting the ball when it comes back to you. So when you're watching this in slow motion, you can see the ball is coming back. And that's when I'm hitting it. I don't want to hit the ball when it's moving away from us, but when it's moving into us. And that's where you get the clean hits on this thing. So now we've mastered the 2. Now we're going to put them together with a nice solid 1-2. Same thing applies. I know where it's coming back to. So now we're going to move on to that 1-2 hook 2 combination. Now with this one, it gets a little bit tricky, because if you throw that ba ba ba, that 1-2 hook hard and fast, the ball's going to be going everywhere, so you might have to time that last punch. But the more you do it, the easier it's going to get. So I'm here. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Woo! I love that one. That's a combination that impresses other people in the gym, when you're throwing that hard and fast. So now we've built up a little bit more advanced, some very basic combination, but what about defense? How do you defend using this? Well, there's a couple of ways. The first way, just like you do on a heavy bag, where you're punching and then you're moving after. So I'm moving here, which we always should be doing anyway to get better at boxing, moving. But it's not coming to hit my head. For you to be able to actually really move out the way of this guy, you need to get closer. You need to get your feet closer. If I'm here and I throw a solid 1-2, I don't have to move anywhere. But if I'm here and I throw that good 1-2, I've got to move out the way, or it's going to hit me in the face. And the last thing that I want when I'm doing this video is to get a bloody nose of a double end bag when I'm trying to impress you guys. So yeah, don't get hit in the face of it, but it could happen. That's why you've got to be fast. That's why these things are so good, because you could get hit in the face. And I'll hit it, I'll slip. And as you're seeing there, in slow motion here, you see when I'm slipping, the ball is hitting my shoulder. And that is because I'm taking my head off the center line. And if I didn't slip, it would hit me straight in the face. So that's great for you to work on at first. Just a 1-2 slip. Or you can do a 1-2, 1-2 slip to your right, 1-2 slip to your left. Then once you've started doing that, you can start doing some freestyle stuff where I might do like a jab, slip, jab, slip. And as you can see here, I'm slipping as the ball's coming straight for my face. Slipping left, slipping right, getting used to moving that head. Now we've worked on the basics, some advanced punches, some hard punches, some defense as well. Now let's move on to the combination punches. Throwing a combination on this guy is pretty tricky, but you can do it. Believe me, after watching this, you will be able to throw these combinations. So what combinations should you throw? Well, a combination I used to love to throw is a 1-2, 1-1-2, keeping it straight. And this is more basic because we know the punches are going straight, so the ball's going to come straight to us. So 1-2, 1-1-2. Again. Woo! Nice combo, and you see, it looks pretty impressive because it is fast and the ball's coming and you've got to hit it fast to catch the ball on the way back. When you're first working on that combination, start slow. 1-2, 1-1-2. Get used to the timing. Forget about your good form here because we want to learn the timing rather than good form. So I'm here, 1-2, 1-1-2. 1-2, 1-1-2. Getting that timing down. Now I think I've got the timing, then you can pick it up. Now moving on to our next combination we're going to throw, we're going to add in a defensive move. And this one's going to be a 1-1-2, slip 2. So it's here, 1-1-2, slip 2. Now if you come close to it, after that 2, you've got to get out of the way of the ball. So we were using them defenses that we worked on in the last section. And then what we can do from there, we can add a hook on the end. So now we're going to do a 1-1-2, slip 2, hook. And now because we have worked on the 1-2 hook, we should know where that ball is going to be when we throw this punch. So 1-1-2, slip 2, hook. Yeah, the ball's going crazy, so let's add that 2 on the end. 1-1-2, slip 2, hook 2. Look at that. That's a 6-punch combination. 6 punches, defensive move on a double end bag. Let's do it. Ooh, feels good. 1-1-2, slip 2, hook 2. Hard combo to throw. Now the last combo I'm going to show you on this is going to be non-stop punching. It's kind of a great tool for working out, and it's not kind of a combo that you would use in the fight unless you've got someone against the ropes. And it's just like punching left, right, left, right. So to do this, you want to start slow. Bum, bum, bum. And now I'm getting the rhythm, getting used to where it's going to go. Now because I've got that timing, I can look at you and I can talk to you, and then I can punch harder, then harder. And again, because I've got that rhythm, I don't even have to look. I can close my eyes like this because you've got that rhythm. Yeah, that's a great combo that you can do, you can work on, helping with your timing, but also helping with your stamina. Okay, now footwork, getting that good footwork in the bag while you're punching the bag. How do we do it? How do we do the alley shuffle and hit the bag at the same time? Well, we're not going to be doing that today. That's actually the first time I've ever done that, and it worked, so maybe I'll do a video on that later on. Not really. So, this footwork, we always want to have good form technique if we're on a bag, if we're on the ball, if we're in the ring, if we're shadowboxing, whatever we're doing, footwork is so important. So what do you want to do? Well, you want to keep your feet apart all the time, hands up when you're moving. So I just want to compare with you with standard crappy footwork to great footwork. We're going to go side by side here and you will be able to see the difference. And this is what most people do on the heavy bag. They'll be stepping round, flat-footed, throwing slow, crappy punches. You don't want to be like that. Now compare that with good footwork. As you can see here, I'm on my toes, I'm moving around. I look a lot more athletic. I look a lot more like a real professional boxer. My punches are faster because my feet are faster. And because my feet are faster, my defense is faster as well. So that's it right there, on your toes, moving around. When you step, you can punch at the same time. So if I throw a 1-1-2, I can step and punch. Step, step, step. It'll look like this. See, I'm in and out with the feet. Again, here. Yeah, moving around all the time. Now, you might be thinking, yes, Tony, that burns so much energy. If I do that all the time, Well, guess what? You're right. It does burn energy, but you want to condition yourself to be able to do that all the time. I've done a full video on this channel where I talk about how you can be as sharp in the first 30 seconds of the first round to the last 30 seconds in the last round by building your stamina. Click the link below, watch that video after this where I show you how to build your stamina in boxing. Once you've built your stamina, you will be able to do that all day long. It's just all about conditioning. And if you can do that all day long, well, maybe not all day, but if you can do that for your full session, you're going to look $1 million in the gym. Now moving on to workouts. What workouts can you do on this? Well, this is great to mix in with your heavy bag work. The heavy bag's got so many benefits to it, like you can punch it hard, you can throw like body punches, head punches, which is great that you can't do on this guy. So you don't want to just totally avoid the heavy bag just to play on this, because it's a little bit more fun when you start getting used to it and getting more creative. But yeah, split the session up. I would do heavy bag and I would do ball. Or if you want, when you're getting used to this at first, you know, spend 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds on the ball, working on the basics of this video when I showed you how to punch light. Work on that stuff to get your timing right, because it's all about timing. And the good thing about this is it's like riding a bike. Once you get that timing, it stays with you forever. If you've got access to it, definitely use it as much as you can. Also, try and practice this combination here where you're just punching the bag non-stop. This is going to really help with your timing and give you a great workout as well. So for the last 20 seconds of a round, try and get this going, and that's going to be a great extension of your workout. And the last thing I want to add about the workout is if you're punching this hard and fast, moving your feet, moving your head, doing everything that you should be doing, you're going to get a very, very good high intensity workout that's going to help improve your overall stamina, your timing, your endurance, your brain functioning, your footwork, your core, everything, if you're doing everything correctly. 5 advanced moves on a double end ball, and guess what? Hitting the ball without even looking at it like this is not one of them. These 5 moves are fantastic. You're going to love them. They're going to be pretty difficult, but they're great, and they're going to make you look like a stud in the gym or look like a stud the next time you hit one of these things. Okay, let's start with number 5, which is thrown across to the body. People think, how can you do a body punch on a double end bag? Yeah, double end bags are great, but you know, it's just hitting the head. But no, it's not. The advanced move is hitting in the body, and it's got a body. This little thin black line here is where we're going to punch, and we're going to do across the body. So I'm going to be here, I'm going to throw 1, 2, but rather than the 1, 2 there, I'm going to throw the jab to the top and the 2 to the body, and it'll look like this. So from there, when you get used to that, you can throw the combination. Now think about it. What combination would you throw in boxing? If you threw a jab to the head and the right hand to the body, you're in the perfect position to throw that left hook to the head, because you've hit him in the body, his hands have come down, boom, over the top. So that's the combination we're going to throw. It's an advanced combination, but this is an advanced video. So jab the head, right hand to the body, left hook to the head, and it looks like this. Oh, I'm going to get it back with me jab, get it back into that forwards and backwards position. I'm going to go again. Yes, hitting it with body shots like that. And you can add that into different combinations. So I could throw a 1, 2, 1, 2, the body like this. Then move. Or I could throw a 1, 1, 2, the body. Then come back with that hook to the head. Like that, yeah. Once you can start throwing that body shot on here, you can throw as many combinations as you want, adding that in. Now let's move on to number 4. What we're going to do, we're going to get on the jab, the most important punch in boxing, and we're going to move. We're going to circle around the ball like this. So see, I'm moving around, I'm circling. And the reason why I can look at the camera why I'm doing this is because I've got the timing down. I know exactly where it's going to go, where it's coming back to. So what I'm doing here, as I punch, I step. I'm stepping and punching at the same time. You watching? So there, I'm at the same time, punching, stepping, throwing that left hand out. Then when you get used to doing this both ways, it's harder moving to your right, then we can really get it now with toes, then speed up. See this? Circling. Yes, all day long, look at that, mate. Anyway, let's move on to number 3. Number 3 is similar to number 4, but this time it's going to advance it by throwing a 1, 2 and circling with the 1, 2. So as I'm stepping, I'm punching, so it's going to be ba, 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 ba. Stepping and punching at the same time, and it looks like this. Ba, 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 ba. So now the little punches, yes, my form's not great, I understand that, but I'm just moving, I'm just getting used to timing. Stepping and punching. It's always harder moving to your right if you're right-handed. Like this, and then you look at my feet and my hands. We're going at the same time. Gets the cardio going. Okay, let's move on to number 2. Now this one is another body punch, but this time it's the jab to the body, but we're going to add different combinations to it. And we're going to put the right hand to the body in as well. We're going to mix it all up. And what I like to do when I'm throwing body shots on here is start off with a jab to the body. Bah, bah. And now when I am doing this, it's important that the center of the glove hits the bungee there. Because if I hit the side of my glove, my hand's going to come off. The other side, hand's going to come off. Hit the center. So just start off with some light jabs. I'm here. Bah, bah. And get the timing with that. Then when you get that down, you would even double at the body. Bah, 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 bah. But once you've got that down, now we can start mixing up. Now what I like to do is a jab to the head, jab to the body. If we were fighting, imagine this, I've hit you with a jab to the head. If you're countering with your jab, I'm going to step and throw the jab to the body and take my head off that center line. That's what you're going to do on the ball here. So it's going to be a bah, 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 bah. Now we can advance that by throwing an overhand right. Imagine this, I'm in a ring with you. I've hit you with a jab to the head, your hands have come up. I've hit you with a jab to the body. I've took my head off the line, your hands went past my head. Boom! Coming up with a big overhand right. So to jab the head, jab the body, cross to the head. And it looks like this. Bah, bah, bah. Bah, bah, bah. Bah, bah, bah. I like that. I want to keep doing it. Bah, bah, bah. And then from there, we can add in other punches. We can add in the cross to the body as well. So I could do a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Advanced combination, but you're watching this video because you want some advanced stuff. So again, it's a jab to the head, jab to the body, cross to the head, jab to the head, cross to the body. Long combination. And it looks like this. Bah, 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 bah. Woo! Then the last one with this, we can mix it up. Head, body, body, head. Bah, 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 bah. Look at that. I love this. So when you're mixing it up, hitting the head, hitting the body, moving around, you know, getting comfortable, being uncomfortable, because hitting this guy, it's uncomfortable. Okay, so the last one, the endurance one, it's a little bit easier. I think you're going to be able to do it, but it will get your heart racing. What I'm going to do, I'm going to show you this advanced drill, and then I'm going to give you a little challenge after I show you what to do to see if you can do that. So we're going to keep on the boards of our feet and we're going to hit the ball continuously like this. As you can see, my arms is bent to start with, but then I'm going to start punching a little bit harder and a little bit faster, and I'm going to continue the progression until I get the ball going as hard and as fast as I can, staying on the balls of my feet. Now look at that, look how fast it's going. It's going hard, I'm punching it really hard, punching it really fast. And keep this going, it's all about the rhythm and the timing with this. You'll get to keep it going just like I am there. Now the challenge for you is to do that for 1 minute on, 1 minute off, 10 times total. This is going to really help the conditioning of your arms. Number 5 is not including your footwork when you're defending. Now, no matter what defense you're doing, whether it's a slip, a roll, a lean back, a block, if you involve your feet with these defenses, they're going to be way better, and I'm going to show you. For example, if I'm slipping, rather than staying here and slipping like this, which is still okay, if I step with the slip, now I'm coming further out, my head's off that center line, and from here, I can either throw that body shot or pivot and keep moving back and defend from there. Or if I am doing a roll, yes, we can roll punches here, but if I step as I roll over that hook, if you visualize the hook's coming at my head, I'm going down and I step with that back foot as well, that's going to leave him open for a body shot. So I can step and throw that body shot there, boom, and then pivot round and come at a different angle. If I want to lean back, yes, a lean back is great. Here, it's taking the sting out of the punch. If I step with the lean back like this, what I can do there is recoil my weight to get extra power in the counter punch. So it would look like this. Whoom, coming back like that. And as well, if I'm stepping while I'm leaning back, I'm getting further away. So if the punch is landing as I'm doing this, it's taking even more of the sting out of that punch. And on this video, I'm going to give you 4 more common mistakes that I see with defenses. Okay, let's get on with number 4. And this one is blocking your vision. when someone is throwing a punch at you, you know, often we'd be like, ugh, like trying to get out of the way. And if you do this, you know, you can't see. Now, if you are doing the block for a defensive move, which is still a great defensive move, just make sure you can see through your gloves here and not covering too much. Because if my hands are here, like this, I can't see what's coming round the sides. Yes, I can see a little bit through the middle right there, but if he comes with a 1-2 hook, boom, I'm getting hit. And that's the last thing that I want to do when I'm working on my defense is get hit. So make sure you can see through your guard and you're not covering your vision. Let's move on to number 3, which is poor offense. Yes, if your offense is poor, like throwing a jab and bringing it back down here, which is one of the most common mistakes I ever see in boxing of all time, this, boom, you're going to get hit there. If I'm throwing a 1-2 hook, 1-2 hook, another common mistake, this coming down here leaves me straight open for that hook to the head. So working on great form and technique all the time, bringing your hands back to your face after every single punch, no matter what punch it is that you're throwing, is really going to help you with your defense. Now, moving on to number 2 is closing your eyes when a punch is coming at you. Now, this is a natural human reaction. If someone's going to punch you, you're going to close your eyes. And the reason we close our eyes is because we're fearful of being hit. Okay, let's move on to number 1. And what that is not thinking about your defense, not thinking about your exit strategy. We'll be in there and we'll be thinking about offense all the time. Bah, 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 trying to knock this guy out, but forgetting about your defense. You've probably seen fights before where someone has hurt their opponent and then their opponent's like, oh, getting hurt, and then all of a sudden the guy who's attacking forgets about the defense, then boom, comes out of nowhere and knocks that guy out. It's happened time and time again, and that is because the person that is attacking has just went out there, just thrown offense, forgetting about defense. So if you think about your defense, think about your exit strategy when you are throwing them punches and you need to get out there after, will really help you improve on your defense. Feint, wow! The first realistic combination is the most basic out of these 4 combinations. And what that is, it's a 1-1-2, step back for defense, and then we're going to step back in with a 2. And before I show you that in full speed, I want to tell you why it's so realistic. Think about this. Why do we use the jab? We use the jab to find our range and score some shots. So if I'm here and I'm finding the range with the jab, I've found the range with the jab, I've blasted him with the 2. Now if he tries to come back with a counter punch, it could be a hook, it could be a straight punch. What I'm going to do, I'm going to step back. What will he do? He'll either overreach like this or he might step in. If he steps in, great, I can blast him with that 2 there. If he's overreaching there, then I can step back in and blast him with my 2. So here it is in full speed. Ooh, I like that. Here it is again. 1-1-2, step back, bam, 2. Great combo. Moving on to combo number 3. I just want to say, make sure you're writing these down. Make sure you are practicing these combinations because these will get you better at boxing. And so what is this next combination? It is a 1-2-1. Now before I tell you the next punch, I just want you to think about this. 1-2-1 down the middle. It could just be fast. It could just be light. But if someone's throwing a 1-2-1 at you, what are you going to do? Chances are you're going to cover up like this. If I cover up like this where I'm open, boom, round the side. And that's where we can come in with our big power shot, which is a rear hook. So we can do a 1-2-1, the weight's on the back leg. From there, I can really turn my body, my hips, and blast in this right hand and get some serious power. So here it is, full speed. Oh, mate. Mate, I've hit a few people with that in my time, and guess what? It works, it's realistic, and it does some serious damage. Here it is again. So I'm here, I'm gonna do it lightly this time. Touch, 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 boom. Wow, nice one. Let's move on to number 2. Now we're getting a little bit more advanced with these. What we're going to be doing, we're going to be doing tricks on our opponent. Getting our opponent to think we're doing one thing, but really we're going to do another thing. What we're going to do, we're going to be here. We're going to jab him to the body. I'm looking up. Again, I'm here, jab him to the body. Next time, I'm going to feint that jab to the body. And what is he going to think? He's going to think, you know, he's going to get hit with that jab to the body. What will he do? Hands will come down, and I guarantee you, this works. Hands come down. What I'm going to do there is step in with a hook 2. Now with this combo, it's very important that you get the feint right. So it works. And how do you get the feint right? So let's say I'm looking into your eyes right now. I'm here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to look to your body, jab to the body. I'm here. Look into your eyes, look to your body, jab to the body. Here, look in your eyes, look to the body, feint, and then come over. Because of your eye movement doing that little thing, your opponent's going to really believe that you're going to throw that jab to the body, which is what you want. As soon as he believes it, boom, feint, arms come down, boom, boom, here it is, full speed. I'm here, I'm moving, jab the body, jab the body, tricking them with my eyes, feint, whoa, believe me. Try that combination. Let me know how you get on with it. I'm sure you will love it. Now, what you've been waiting for is this 8-punch realistic combination. Now, you might be thinking, Tony, 8 punches for a combination? That's not realistic, but I'm telling you it is. This is a realistic combination that you should practice because it will help you get better at boxing, believe me. And this combination is when you're up close to your opponent against the ropes, it might be, or it might be in the center of the ring. Every fight or sparring session ends up getting close like this. So what do you do from here? Well, what we're going to do, we're going to throw 6 fast, straight punches. Not hard, fast, upstairs, like that. And like combination number 3, these are a kind of distraction. These are a distraction to get them arms to raise up. As soon as them arms raise up, what we're going to do, we're going to sink in a big left hook to the body, followed by that big right hook over the top like that. And here it is, full speed. If you box like this with your weight on your front foot, you can have lots of success in boxing. Now you might be thinking, what? Are you for real? Having your weight on your front foot? No one teaches this. Everyone teaches with your weight on your back foot like this. Well, I'm going to tell you something different. I'm going to tell you exactly why you should have your weight on your front foot and the benefits of doing this, because there's so many. And guess what? No one teaches this. And I'll tell you why they don't teach it as well. Front foot like this. This sounds crazy. Why would you do that? Because from this position, you can't really throw punches. Well, you can, and I'm going to show you exactly how you do that. And I got this method from one of, if not the greatest amateur boxer that Great Britain has ever produced, Frankie Gavin, who was an amateur world champion. He was an amazing fighter, and he used to do this all the time. Weight on the front foot. And actually, before I shot this video, I've just had a conversation all about this method and why he did it, and also why the likes of Joe Calzaghe did it. Pernell Whitaker did it. Canelo Alvarez even does it as well. But before I talk about the weight on the front foot, let's talk about the method with the weight on the back foot that everyone teaches. This method here, which is a solid method. And if you think, if I'm here, I'm further away from my opponent. So he's got to commit to throw them punches. And from here as well, I can really rotate from the weight from the back foot to the front foot to get more power in the punch. So I can punch hard from this position. Like that, because the weight's here. But, you know, I was never a big fan of having the weight on the back foot. I used to keep it more here, 50-50 with the weight on either foot, keeping that good, solid balance. So now, weight on the front foot. Why would you want to do this? Because you'd probably be thinking, you're a lot closer to your opponent. And from here, you can't rotate your hips. And them's both correct. Being closer to your opponent is the reason why we're doing this. So we're giving him the confidence to throw a punch, because what we're going to do, we're going to counter that. And when Frankie Gavin was doing this, he would be here like this, drawing that lead off his opponent so he could do a few things. One thing, step back and then come in with his counter punches, or he would be here waiting for that lead to come. He knows that they're going to throw that lead because he's in range, and their opponent will be silly not to throw that lead. So from here, he would slip and come over with his own punch. And as well, the pushback. If my weight's on my front foot here, within a split second, I can go from here to here. I can push back much faster. Whereas if I'm here on the back foot, if someone throws 2 or 3 punches, yeah, I can cover up and then take the punches here. But why do we want to take punches here? If you're taking punches here, you're still taking damage, you're still taking punishment. But if I'm moving out the way, you know, he's throwing fresh air and I'm taking 0 damage. And the best defense in boxing, no matter what anyone says, is moving your feet. So by having the weight on the front foot, I can get out of the way of the punches faster and then fly straight back in as soon as that back foot lands, but boom, with punches of my own. And it looks like this. Yeah. Also, what you can do when you're in this position is drop your hands, because you're waiting for that punch. And as soon as you see that punch, boom, you can get out of the way. Now you might be thinking, drop your hands, wait on your front foot. Tony, have you gone mad? Well, I'm telling you, give this a try and you'll surprise yourself. When you know someone is going to throw a punch, guess what? It's way less likely that they're going to land that punch. So try it. Hands down here when the punch comes. Whoop, step back, push off with your feet fast, and you come back in with the counter punches of your own. But to do this, you do need to have fast reactions. You do need to have good counter punching, and you do need to have great footwork. Terrible punch. Oh, them are bad punches. So bad. And if you're punching like that, guess what, mate? You're doing it wrong. And if you didn't see the mistakes that I was doing there, you need to watch this full video where I'm going to show you how to punch properly, how to punch faster, sharper, with more power. Yeah, I see so many people come to the gym hitting the heavy bag like that, going for power and just messing up. And the thing that I'm doing wrong there is pushing my punches. We think, you know, if we push the punch, it's getting more power. The bag's going to swing more and I look like a big macho man by hitting it. Nah, mate, you look terrible. If you think about power all the time, you'll go up like this, then you'll plateau and you'll never be able to punch any harder and you'll get tired fast as well. But if you think about the technique, if you think about the snapping of the punches rather than pushing the punches, your power will increase, your speed will increase, and you will look like an overall better fighter. And right now you'll be able to see the difference between the push and the punch. So right now you're seeing on the screen the pushing punches. If you look, I'm pushing through it. Yes, they look pretty fast still. I am getting a little bit of power in it, but now we're going to compare this to the punching. Now when you compare this with the real punches, you'll see the snap in the punches, you see the speed, and you'll see the power is increased. The bag's moving even more. That's because I'm using good form and technique. So the way to get out of this habit is first, know that you're doing this. Get a phone, record yourself, watch yourself on the bag if you haven't got a coach who's correcting you, and see if you are pushing your punches rather than punching them. Once you've identified this mistake, great. Now you can go ahead and start working on it. And what we're going to do to work on it is start thinking about speed rather than power. If you're thinking about speed, throw on that punch, and really focus on bringing it back to your face fast. That's how you're going to get out of that habit. Now, if I think about that, watch. Then once you've thought about that, then you can start improving a little bit with the power by rotating your hips and transferring your weight behind the punch. And that's going to help improve the power, like this. Hands come straight back to the face. You can see how much the bag's swinging like that. I'll show you again. Now if you compare that with the first punches that I threw at the beginning of the video that you probably didn't notice that I was doing wrong, you'll see the big difference. So now moving on to this one simple tip that coaches don't teach you that will help improve your hand speed. Now this is think about the sound of the punch. If you think about the sound of the punch, you're going to punch faster. Right now you've got to think about it, then you've got to do it, then you've got to think about it, then you've got to do it until you get to the point of being able to do it without even thinking about it. And that's how you improve, by doing things without thinking about them. So first, let's think about the speed of the punch. I want to throw 3 punches. Ba, ba, ba. I want to match that speed. Ba, ba, ba. If I want to do 6 punches, ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. I can match the speed like that. If I throw a regular jab, as you can see here, he's catching them, he's blocking them. And if I can't get through that tight guard with the jab, then I'll start adding in the screw shot. And when I start screwing that left hand through, it will go through the middle and I will have success, just like you can see right here. The screw shot in boxing. This is a difficult punch to throw, but it's got so many benefits to it. And on this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to throw the screw shot, how to have success with it. So the screw shot basically is with your lead hand. You can't throw it with your backhand, a little bit more difficult, but with your lead hand, we're going to screw your hand through the middle there. Now you might be thinking, well, what's the difference between doing this and just a normal jab? Well, the idea with turning your arm and turning your hand is to screw your hand through the guard. Now, if you can see here, Glenn's got his hands tight together, right? If I throw a jab, it kind of goes there, it's sticking there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to screw my hand through the middle of them gloves, like that. It's making my hand thinner and coming round and then blasting them in the face. So if I'm here, this is what it looks like. And I'm screwing it through, boom. And that's the finished position there. I'll show you from this side. So I'm here, just like a jab, but I'm turning the arm around. And getting through them gloves. So then if I am in a fight and he is defending and blocking that. My goal is to screw it through the middle there. Now, what else is great about this shot is setting up your number 2, your cross. If I'm screwing this through here and stepping with it, and then throwing the right hand after that, I get so much power in the punch. The momentum of the ba-ba is amazing. So here, a quick demo. I'm going to screw it up, then come back with the right hand. And as you see, the punch is landing the same time as my foot. That helps with the momentum. So here, ba-ba, getting lots of power. Ba-ba. And then if you're in sparring, in a fight, and you try that, yeah, it's great. But first, I would just start off trying that screw shot. And another thing you can do if you are struggling with this is you can dip and then you can come up with it as well. Because when you do that dip, he might think you're going to throw the jab. So it's a dip for a feint, dip, whom, and then come straight up. Dip, whum, and then you can follow up with your other punch. I used to love this punch as an amateur boxer. I had so much success with it. But it just comes down to keep practicing. You can practice on the bags, you can practice on the mitts, you can practice in sparring, getting into good habits of throwing this. So how do I land the body shot after throwing the screw shot? Well, if you think about it, if I'm throwing that screw shot through to the head, whoom, his hands go higher. What I'm going to do there is rather than go straight to the body, which you could do, which would be boom, boom, I'm going to go to the head again to keep his hands up. So I got the screw shot there, hands come up, go with the cross, then from there, I can see the opening there, whoom, whipping in that body shot. Now, if you do this fast, if you think about speed, think about the sound of the speed, ba, 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 think about that and then throw them, it'll be like this, ba, 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 like that, again. And that right there will give you success at landing them body shots. What is the perfect boxing workout for a beginner? Well, on this video, I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to tell you why it is great for beginners. So get your pen, get your paper, write all of this stuff down, and I guarantee you're going to enjoy this workout and get better at boxing. First things first, before you start your workout, you should wrap your own hands. I've created a full video showing you how to wrap your own hands perfectly. Definitely watch that video after this. Now, once you've got your hands wrapped, then it's time to warm up. Warming up is very, very important. You really want to get a full body warm up, focusing on your shoulders and your core and your lower back. Now you want to warm up between 5 and 8 minutes, starting off slow and slowly increasing the warm up as you go, getting your heart raised, maybe getting a little sweat on in that time. Now after your warm up, then you should go into shadow boxing. And I want you to do 4 2-minute rounds of shadow boxing, focusing on good form and technique, bringing them hands back to your face after every punch, turning your hips when you're throwing them straight punches, exhaling with every punch, staying relaxed as well. Now these 4 2 minutes are themed. I'm going to give you things to work on. Minute 1 of round 1, I want you to not throw any punches. All you're going to focus on is footwork. Moving them feet, moving around the ring or wherever you are shadow boxing, staying nice and relaxed, keeping your feet apart. Minute 2, we're going to start throwing punches, but we're only going to throw straight punches. Fully extending your arms, turning your hips, exhaling, staying relaxed. After that 2 minutes is up, we're going to get a minute rest, get a quick drink if you need one, and then we're going to go into round 2. In round 2, we're going to start off with a minute again of just throwing them straight punches. The jab, the cross, the jab, jab, moving forwards, backwards, side to side. Then in minute 2 of round 2, we're going to start throwing in some hooks. But I always want you to throw hooks after you throw 1, 2. I wouldn't necessarily throw a lead hook if you're a beginner because you're not in the position to throw that. But after you throw the cross, you're in the perfect position to throw 2. Now moving on to round 3 of your shadow boxing. We're going to now do freestyle shadow boxing, throwing any punches you want, any combinations you want, still focusing on good form. But this round, I want you to think about defense as well. So if you throw a jab, I want you to think about a defense after that jab. If you throw a 1, 2, I want you to think about a defense. If you throw a 1, 2 hook, think about them defenses, working on good form and good technique. Now, I would rather you did this slow and did it correct before you try to speed it up and go full speed. So working on anything you want, but with defense after every punch or combination. Now moving on to round 4, what we're going to do, it's freestyle again, but this time we're going to up the intensity. So let's see, the last round was 60%. This round's going to be 80 to 90 to even 100% of intensity. Again, focused on good form and technique, and them are your 4 2-minutes of shadow boxing. After you've done them, we're going to get the gloves on, and then we're going to go onto the heavy bag. So we're going to do 4 2-minute rounds on the heavy bag again with a 1-minute rest in between. Round number 1 on the bag, we're going to focus on straight punches only, especially that jab. Your jab, your straight lead hand, is the most important punch in boxing. So focusing on that, focused on throwing it correctly, straight, fully extend, exhaling as you throw it and getting it strong as well. We're going to throw the jab and the cross. Good form always. That's for 2 minutes. Straight punches only. Then moving on to round number 2 on the heavy bag. Now we're going to start adding in some lead hooks and maybe some rear hooks if you feel comfortable doing that. One thing when you are on the heavy bag and you are throwing them hooks, you've got to shorten your straight punches. I can't throw a hook if I'm here, so I've got to shorten my right hand to get my body close to the bag, so then I can throw the hook from there. So now we're going to work on the straight punches and adding in some hooks as well. Round number 3, we're going to work on the freestyle with defense like we did in the shadow boxing. I really want you to visualize punches coming at you when you are working on them defenses. And then round number 4, we're going to up the intensity even more, working on freestyle, working on everything you've worked on in the previous 3 rounds of the heavy bag, put it all together, but we're going to up the intensity, more power, more speed, but still keeping that great form. And on round number 4, you can really push yourself as much as you want. If you're really tired from the previous 3 rounds, just take it easy. You don't have to be exhausted after this session for a beginner. I would much rather you learn and have good form and not be exhausted than being absolutely exhausted after blasting that bag with bad form and bad technique. Because when you are a beginner at boxing, you're creating habits. We always want to create good habits in boxing. So by blasting the bag, having bad form, you're creating bad habits. Let's not do that. So now moving on to the circuit. This is a quick circuit that you can do that will really help build your stamina that you should try and do at the end of every session. And each time you do it, you're going to build more and more conditioning up, which will only going to help you with the heavy bag. What we're going to do, we're going to do 2 2-minute rounds with a minute rest in between. Now this will take your session up to 10 2-minute rounds with your 4 round shadow boxing, your 4 rounds heavy bag, and your 2 rounds on the circuit. And it's going to be the same circuit repeated twice. We're going to do 4 exercises, 30 seconds on each one. First 30 seconds, we're going to do squat press. Now you can use dumbbells in your hands, you can use a med ball or a kettlebell, as long as you're making sure your squat's got good form and you're pushing all the way up with your arms, as you can see on the screen here. 30 seconds of this, then we're going to move straight on to the next exercise, which is press-ups, push-ups we call them in America. Now with these, you can go on your knees if you have to. And when you're going all the way down, all the way back up, going on your knees is fine with push-ups. You can go faster on your knees. But also, you know, if you don't need your knees, do full push-ups, keeping your core tight and your back straight. And when you are doing these, I like to think, if you've got a cup of coffee on your back, that won't fall off. 30 seconds of push-ups, then we're going to move on to the next exercise, which is high knees. So you're just in the spot, lifting your legs up high. This is really going to build your cardio and get your heart racing really fast. 30 seconds of high knees is very tough. This time you're going to do 10 mountain climbers, getting your knees to your chest, followed by 1 push-up. 10 mountain climbers, 1 push-up. 10 mountain climbers, 1 push-up. Again, this is going to get your heart racing. Now, after you've finished them 4 exercises, 30 seconds each one, what you're going to do, take that minute rest, get a quick drink, and then do it all again, the exact same. Grazing your knuckles in boxing training is very common, but it can be an absolute nightmare because the next time you go to train, every time you throw a punch, it hurts. And if it's hurting you, you're not going to be able to train to the best of your ability. And even though it is very common, there is some things that you can do to prevent this from happening. And on this video, I'm going to tell you exactly what you should be doing to prevent the grazes from happening. And also, if they have happened, what you can do to continue training where it's not going to affect your knuckles. So the first thing I want to say is wrapping your hands. You should be always wrapping your hands, but just because you are wrapping your hands doesn't mean that it will prevent you from getting the grazes on your knuckles. It's all about the way that you do wrap your own hands. Basically, once you've wrapped your hand, it should look like this. As fast as that. And when it's wrapped, it should be snug, pretty tight. Now, if you see here, it is tight. So when I'm punching, this is not moving anywhere. But the common mistake is when people have it wrapped, they'll have it loose and it'll be kind of like this on the knuckles. And when it's loose on your knuckles, that's going to cause the friction. And it's the friction is part of the reason why you get grazed knuckles. So as you see there, that's loose. So now when I punch the bag, that can move up and down. And if that's moving up and down, the friction from the movement from the punches is what is grazing your knuckles. So make sure that when you've got this on, it's nice and snug and tight around your knuckles. Not tight where it's stopping your blood, because that's another problem for another video that will cause, but tight enough when you punch, it's not going to move. So have the hand wraps on good. Then from there, you need to put your glove on like this. Look at me, full of magic today. And then once you've got your glove on and you are punching the bag, a couple of ways that you might be hitting the bag. If you're hitting the bag and the bag is like spinning, you're hitting it incorrect. The bag shouldn't be spinning if you're throwing a hook. Even I see sometimes beginners, they'll be throwing straight punches and they'll be skimming the bag. If you're skimming the bag and it's going around, again, you're grazing, your hand is moving around in the glove. And talking about gloves, it's important that you have great gloves. Now it's time to take these off. Now the wrap's off. Just like that. So you've got grizz on your knuckles and you're thinking, what can I do? I can't hit the heavy bag. It's really hurting me. Well, what you should do is let them rest, let them heal. But that doesn't mean you should stop training, because there is lots of different boxing workouts that you can do, even if you've got bad hands. Woo! Working on body shots in boxing is a lot of fun. And I'm going to give you 3 different body shots that you can work on that's realistic, that you will have success with. And if you want to get better at boxing, if you want to look better at boxing, you should definitely be practicing body punches. A lot of people forget about them, but it's super important to do this to improve your overall boxing technique. So the first one is pretty basic, the next one gets a little bit more advanced, and the last one is the most advanced. So what you're going to do for number 1 is a double jab cross to the body. But while we're throwing this, we're stepping, bringing him onto our right hand. So I'm going to be a jab, jab, and then step and throw that punch. Now it's important, a couple of things when you're doing this. The first thing is, when you're throwing that jab, you're bringing it back to your face, because now you're moving onto his right hand. And the last thing you want to do is jab, jab, and bring this down here and get caught. So jab, bring it back your face, jab, bring it back your face. Next time, we want to blast in that right hand to the body, and it'll look like this. Again. And if you notice, when my foot lands on the last one, boom, it's the same time as the punch lands. And that step in the punch is getting the momentum and my body weight behind the punch to get more power into it. And you want to be hitting hard. You can try this on the heavy bag and on the mitts. So again, jab, jab, boom. Bit faster. Oh, great combination. Okay, let's move on to number 2. This is my favorite combination of all time. Yes, of all time. I used to stop so many people with this. And what it is pretty basic. It's here. He nearly went down with that big body shield on. Again, it's here. Now, if you notice there, you might be thinking, well, that's pretty bad technique. You're not leaning into it, because we get taught in boxing to throw this or to throw this and then put your weight here and then throw it. But if I'm in with someone with experience, like a Glenn Holmes, as soon as I lean over, if we were boxing, he's going to move out the way or he's going to block out with his elbow. So I'm going to remove the lean out, take the lean out of it and just throw that little uppercut. From there, boom, staying upright. Yes, the power is not going to be as hard as if I did lean over, but it's going to be hard enough to do some damage. And the only reason why I'm throwing that uppercut is to get his hands to come up. It's like a decoy punch. Little uppercut, big left hook to the body. So we're here, again, working on speed. But what else you can do is make a better decoy by throwing a few more punches. So every fight ends up close here. So if I'm up close here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to touch, just throw these punches light until I see a little gap, and then blast that one in there. So touch, boom, and then blast it in when he's not expecting it. Or you can wait until the hands come up and then blast it in. But I tell you what, if you are hitting someone like this, if you're throwing these punches, the hands have got to come up, especially if they're on the ropes. Whoop, and whip that body shot in there. So it'll look like this. I'm going to throw 1, 2, hook 2, hook 2, body shot. Whoa, again. Ba, 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 ba. Yes, great shot, great combination, and it will do some serious damage, believe me. Okay, let's get into this advanced combination. What we're going to do here, I'm going to throw a jab and then slip his right hand. If you slip in their right hand, look where he's wide open. Boom, blasting that body shot in. As soon as he gets hit with that body shot, you know that his elbow is coming down. As soon as that elbow comes down, I'm coming over with a hook to the head, then back to another cross there. I've hit him back to the head. Where are these hands going to go? They're obviously going to go back up, and that's when I'm going to whip in 2 more body shots there. Like I said, it's advanced, but it's a great one. Now here it is, full speed. And I love that combination. Oh, did you see how hard that was? This is the Gazelle Punch. This is a pretty advanced punch to throw, but as you've seen there, I got so much power in it. And on this video, I'm going to break it down for you, show you and explain the Gazelle Punch to you, and also I'm going to show you some little tips and tricks so you can land this punch to have ultimate success and hurt whoever's in front of you if you want to hurt them. So as you've seen there, that was a big lead hook, putting all my body weight behind it, kind of jumping into the punch. And we don't really get taught this in boxing, to jump into the punch. It's kind of like what you might see on a street fight. But with this, if you can set it up correctly, it will land and you will get lots of power behind it. So when you're throwing this punch, you can load it up by kind of bringing the weight to the front foot. From here, then my feet will come off the ground and boom. So I'm here, slow motion, I'm pushed off the back foot, push the weight to the front foot, from there, boom, and then I'll jump through it. Now a little bit faster, it'll look like this. And you see the power right there. Step in, whoom, whoom. It's kind of 2 points to it. Step 1, step 2. Feet coming off, getting everything behind the punch. Using the gravity to get the power into the punch. Now that's a great punch to land, but now you're thinking, well, if I come off the ground like that, my opponent's going to see me and he's going to move out the way and I'm going to look stupid, which you will if you don't set this up. You've got to set it up by making him think you're going to do one thing and then do another thing. It's the punches that they don't see coming that is going to do the damage. Another thing, what you might see from here, is I'm out of range here. He can't hit me, I can't hit him. So with that push off, where I'm really stepping into range, but I'm letting my left hand go, my lead hand go as long as I can as well. So I'm getting my feet into range at the same time as I'm throwing that punch. Finding your range with this punch is key, because if you go too close to him, you know, I'm here, yeah, it's a bad position to be in. If I'm too far away, I'm going to look silly, he's going to throw some counter punches as well. So finding the range for this is key, and you can practice this on the heavy bag, you can practice this in sparring, you can practice this on the mitts as well. So how do we set this up? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off by throwing a couple of jabs to the body. So I'm here, I'm throwing that jab to the body, I'm moving, I'm throwing that jab to the body. This time I'm going to dip and feint as if I'm throwing that jab to the body, but I'm also going to bring over this shoulder. So he might think I'm going to throw the right hand as well. As I bring this shoulder over, I'm putting the weight on the front foot, and from there, boom, that's when the Gazelle Punch comes in. So I'm here, I'm out of range, I'm throwing that jab to the body. I'm throwing that jab to the body. I'm whoom, boom. And as you're seeing there, the recoil of the whoom, whoom is getting so much power into the punch. You might be very fit, training very hard, but still getting gassed out when you're on the mitts, in sparring, in a fight, or even hitting the heavy bag. And you might be thinking, why the hell am I getting so tired? Because I'm fit. Well, on this video, I'm going to give you 3 tips to help you last longer when you're doing your boxing sessions. But this is a common thing. You'll be putting that graft in, getting in great shape, getting fit, getting stronger, but then why is this happening? Well, this will really help you. Tip number 3 is breathing. Now, this might sound simple because we breathe every single day without having to think about it. But what I've noticed since I've been teaching boxing is this is one of the hardest things to teach someone, how to breathe correctly when you're boxing. It's natural for us to want to hold our breath, but when you hold your breath, you get tired. If you've ever done some swimming underneath the water, you know, when you come up, you're exhausted because you're using energy and holding your breath at the same time. Now, this is the same with boxing. If you're holding your breath and punching, it's like swimming underwater. So learning how to breathe and when to breathe is key. When you're throwing your punches, you want to exhale. when you're moving and you're out of range and you're moving around, you know, this is the time to recover. But what tends to happen is when someone is in front of you, if it's a mitt guy or if it's a sparring partner, or even if you're on the heavy bags and someone is watching you, all of a sudden we get tight and we hold our breath, tense our muscles. And this right here is burning too much energy. Now, you're watching this video, you're probably fit enough to do this all day long, move around, breathing, breathing. Look, I'm fit enough to do this all day long, it's easy. But then as soon as someone gets in front of you, then all of a sudden my shoulders get tight, my legs get tight, my core gets tight, I start holding my breath a little bit more. But no, you've got to learn how to relax. Relaxing as if no one's in front of us. Even when I'm here in the demo at the end, I'll explain it even more. But what it comes down to is getting into good habits of doing this so you can do it without thinking about it. But at first, you've got to think about it. You've got to drill it into your head. You've got to think every time you're doing a session, focus on your breathing. Now, when you do this, when you think about it and do it and think about it and do it and think about it and do it, you'll get to the point of being able to do it without having to think about it. And that's what we're aiming for here. Number 2 is power punches all the time. Every punch doesn't have to be hard. We can throw light punches to set up other punches. And now what happens is when someone comes to the gym that might be standing next to you when you're in the heavy bag, all of a sudden, and I'm guilty of this as well, we try to impress. We try to punch hard with every shot. When you're on the mitts, people try to impress the coaches. It doesn't have to be hard. You should be working on light punches to set up the power punches. Because if you can't land a light, fast punch, you're never going to be able to land a power punch. And when I show you this demo at the end, you will understand exactly what I mean. And number 1 is wasting punches. We waste so many punches throwing BS combinations on a heavy bag or on the mitts or in sparring. You shouldn't be wasting punches. Every time you throw a punch, there should be a reason for it. Even if you throw a punch knowing that you're going to miss that punch, it should be to set up another punch. But often we try and throw a million punches to try and make us feel like we're real boxers. Real boxers don't throw a million punches. Now, if you're working on trying to build your overall conditioning, you should definitely watch my video on how I used to train as a professional. But by all means, throw lots of punches. But if you're trying to conserve energy and last longer, but if you're wasting punches, it's just not going to work. Now I'm going to give you a great little demo of everything I've just said. So firstly, breathing. And one thing I love to do when I'm teaching people how to breathe in boxing is start by shadow boxing, but with your arms down and not throwing any punches. So basically you're moving around here. Now when I'm here, you can hear I'm breathing, focused on breathing. I'm totally relaxed. I'm fit enough to do this all day long. You're fit enough to do this all day long. Now from there, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring my hands up to my head. That exact same relaxation. Focusing on breathing. I'm fit enough to do this all day long. And then once I'm here, then I can start throwing the punches. So that right there is a great drill to start off with to get used to breathing and moving. Now when we add the punches in, I want to exhale with the punches. Back to the breathing, moving, easy, all day long, all day long. Now with the power punches, we got to set them power punches up with light punches. So let's just see my big power punches, my big right hand. I can throw a jab, jab, then throw the power punch. But everyone doesn't have to be hard. I'm still getting power in that because the technique is right. Now the last one is wasting punches. The answer is no, you're not too old to start boxing. Anyone can box at any age. But this all depends on one thing. What is your ultimate goal with boxing? And on this video, I'm going to talk all about this, telling you what my advice would be, no matter what age you are, whether you want to be a world champion, whether you want to do this for fitness. Now, if you want to know if you're too old to start boxing because you want to compete and you want to have a fight, or you might want to become a world champion, it's always better to start boxing when you're younger. I started boxing when I was 10 years old. I had 17 years of competitive experience, 106 fights. And at the end of them 17 years, you can just imagine how much experience I had because I started when I was young. But that being said, you don't have to start when you're young, but it's obviously better. Like anything you do in life, the more you do it, the better you're going to get. When you've done it from an early age, you're going to get better as you get older. But there's been multiple world champions that started boxing in their early to mid 20s, so it can be done. But my recommendation to you and to anyone is Be self-aware. If you're going to the gym and you're sparring and you're boxing and you're getting beat up off guys maybe your age or even younger than you or older or whatever, if you're getting beat up in the gym and you don't feel like you're improving, you might be watching all of the videos on this channel, but you might not be improving. And if you're leaving the gym with a headache, and just really have a think about it, because I really believe that you need to focus on your health. Whether you like it or not, boxing is a dangerous sport. Getting hit in the head consistently is dangerous, and it's not for everyone. But if you've got a burning desire to go in there and fight and compete, do it. Don't take notice of me, because the last thing I want you to do after watching this video is in 10 years time, when you're 40 years old, thinking about this video and thinking, Tony Jeffries told me to box. He's a I shouldn't have listened to him. I really wish I boxed when I was younger. I don't want you to have them regrets when you're older. Now, the decision comes totally down to you, whether you're going to box or not. But my advice is be smart. Don't be getting hit in the head all the time. Think about your brain. Think about the damage that it could do. So be smart. Spar light if you're going to spar. Work on defense. Don't be a macho man in the ring and go toe to toe and try and knock each other. Nah. None of that stuff. Now, on the other side, let's say you are 20, 30, 40, and you're thinking, I want to box for fitness. It looks good. Tony, I've been watching your videos and it's inspired me to get into the gym, which I've heard a lot of people are doing on my Instagram, comment all the time, and YouTube, so I appreciate that. I read them all. For fitness, go for it. You might be 40, 50, 60. I've had a guy 65 years old sent me a message the other day, told me that I've inspired him to hit the heavy bag and get fit and work out, which is fantastic, because boxing has so many benefits to it. It's great for your self-esteem. It's great for confidence. It's great for your body. It's great for your brain, as long as you're not getting blasted in your head all the time. It's great for your health, for your fitness. It's great for longevity, again, if you're not getting punched in the head all the time. Now, if this applies to you, you should definitely not start boxing, and that is starting boxing to get rich or famous. So many people want to do it to get rich and famous, and 99.9% of fighters don't get rich and don't get famous. So if you're going to do it for that, don't even start. By using this method that I'm about to give you, there's 20 to 50% less chance of you being hit when you're in the ring. And this is a technique that an Olympic Team GB boxing coach gave me before I went to the Olympics and won a bronze medal. So straight away, you're probably thinking, for me to get hit less, I've got to work on some more defensive moves. It might be slips, rolls, lean backs, step backs. Them all are great and you always have to be working on them, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is a mental game. It's a mental trick that you can do to yourself to prevent you from getting hit. And what this is thinking about what your opponent is good at. Now let's just say, for example, if you're in there sparring with someone who's got a fantastic jab and you just can't get out of the way of that jab, they're landing it all the time and it's frustrating. The next time you go in the ring sparring with them, you've got to really mentally prepare yourself before you go in there and think, I'm not going to get hit by this jab. Now, when you do this, there is way less chance of them being able to land that jab because you're aware of it. Rather than going in there thinking, oh no, I'm going to get hit by this jab, he's got a great jab, so instead I'm going to try and land my 1-2s, or I'm going to try and hit him to the body. Rather than focus like that, what a lot of people do, your number one focus is, I'm not going to get hit by his jab one time. And because you're mentally preparing yourself for this, it's going to make it way harder for him to land that jab. Now, when I'm saying this, I don't mean I want you to fight negatively or spar negatively, where you're just running away scared of that jab. No, not at all. But what you're going to do is, when you start defending that jab, whether you are blocking, parrying, stepping back, slipping, then you're going to come back with counter punches of your own. Now this goes for any punch. If you're in there with someone who's got a massive left hook, who knocks people out all the time with that hook, think about it and get your head in there. I'm not getting hit by that left hook. Or if they've got a good body shot, I'm not getting hit by that body shot. And then once you start defending them when you're in there and then come back with counter punches of your own, it's going to be an absolute game changer for you. I promise you that. Now the drills that you can do to improve this, to get to the point of being able to do it without having to think about it, well, what it is, it's called visualization. When I'm telling you to go in the ring and focus on this, yeah, you definitely should, but it doesn't happen just before you go in the ring. You've got to visualize your full sparring session or your full fight way before the fight, and lie there, eyes closed, thinking about these jabs, thinking about these left hooks that's not going to hit you, thinking about your return counter punches. And when you visualize this before you get in there, that's going to really help you do it without having to think about it when you're in there. You've heard it before, boxing is all in the mind, and this is huge for that. Number 12, if you're focusing on technique over speed and power, you will become better. So many people out there are trying to punch really fast or really hard and not thinking about the technique. Slow it down, work on good form, good technique, and then we can always speed it up after that. Number 11. Balls of your feet. When you're moving side to side, forwards and backwards, always be moving on the balls of your feet no matter where you are. Because in this position here, now I can always throw punches. But if you're plodding flat-footed here, you can't really throw them punches. And as well, you can't move fast if you're flat-footed. When you're on your toes, you can spring backwards and forwards, into range, land the punches, out of range to get out of danger. So always move on the balls of your feet. It's common for us to want to be flat-footed because when we walk day to day, it's heel toe, but get in the habits of moving on them toes. By all means, you can be flat-footed while you're here, but when you're moving on the toes. And on this video, I'm going to give you 10 more small tips that will make a big difference in your boxing games. Now, let's get straight into number 10. And it's this: small slips rather than big slips. Often people will be hitting their heavy bag and they'll throw that 1-2 and then they'll slip down here. Look right down here. If I'm this far down, I'm off balance and I can't throw any punches from there and it's unnecessary. We need to slip the amount of a glove, which is around 8 inches. So you've got that line in between your feet like there. Now I just need to slip, get my head off that center line, just enough for that glove to go flying past me. And as well, if I threw a 1-2 slip, now I'm in this perfect position and I'll whoomp for the counter. Or if I'm slipping to my other way, I'll throw a jab, slip there, just enough, head off the center line for that glove to go past, whoomp, fire back. So number 10 is small slips, not big slips. Number 9. Can you tell me what I'm doing wrong here? What's wrong with this boxing style? I'm turning my hips, I'm staying relaxed, hands going back to the face, right? But look where my chin is. Now to you, this might not look that my chin is high, but it's too high. I will get clipped over the top there because my chin's in this position. We need to get our chin down. Just there, a couple more inches. So from here to here. When you keep your chin down, there's way less chance of you getting hit. But you might be thinking, well, I don't spar anyway. And if you don't spar, you still should keep your chin down because it just looks better. Rather than this guy, be this guy. Chin down, looking up through your eyebrows like this. And as well, because my chin's down, if I throw that jab, look, and someone tries to get the overhand right, my chin's kind of covered a little bit with my shoulder there. And that is not by bringing my shoulder up, but my chin down. This is something that I've spoken about so many times on this channel before, and that is exhaling with each punch. Staying relaxed. It's so easy for us to get tight and, you know, waste lots of energy and not breathe because we think that if we hold our breath, we're going to get more power in the punch. But no, you need to relax, exhale with each punch. This way your punches will have better technique, they will be faster, and you will gain more power. Exhale, so never forget that. And this kind of leads me on to number 7, which is my eyes. My eyes should be facing forward all the time, no matter what I'm doing. There's not a worse position in a fight that you could be in than this right here, looking down at the floor, because you don't know what's going to come. And the punches that do the damage is the punches that you can't see. Now, if you're down here, you can't see the punches and you will get hurt. So eyes up all the time, whether you are slipping, rolling, no matter where you are in the ring, pivoting, eyes up, facing forward at your opponent. And the place that I like to look is in the chest right there, because if I'm looking at your chest, I can see your feet, your hands if they were out here. My peripheral vision can see everything. So I always like to keep my eyes up forward onto my opponent's chest there. Or if you're on the heavy bag, my eyes facing forward on that bag all the time, no matter what I'm doing. Now, number 6, this one is always think about defense. It's easy for us to be on the bag and, you know, punching away and forgetting about defense or shadow boxing here. Even if you're not planning on sparring or fighting, you should always be adding defenses in there because you just look like a better boxer. So if I throw a jab, I've thought about that defense. Throw that 1-2, I've defended there. Defending. Always thinking about that defense, and that will take you from looking like an average fighter to a top level fighter. Now, once you've thought about the defense, what you can do after that is think about a counter punch. So I'm here, I've thrown the punches, I've defended, then I can come back with counter punches as well, which will just take you to the next level. Number 5 is step when you roll. Now, you know, we will do a 1-2 roll and we'll be here, which is good, and this is basic stuff. But if you step with the roll, you're going to be able to change that angle. and come at your opponent from a different angle. Now, if you think this is my guy right here, I throw a 1-2 rather than roll and stay in that same position. Now I throw that 1-2, I roll. Now I've changed the angle and I come at him from a different angle, which makes it more complicated for him. It's a more advanced move, but if you roll with your step, it will get you more advanced and it will make you better at boxing. Number 4, this is the mistake that I know that you're making, because I even make it often right now after all these years of boxing, and that is dropping your non-punching hand. And if you think, Tony, I don't do that, just get a video of you, watch it in slow motion, and I guarantee that you'll throw a 1-2 hook, and this will come down here before it goes up there. Or you'll throw a 1-2 and this will drop down here. It happens all the time. Like I said, even with me, when I watch my videos back that I post on YouTube, I'm like, oh no, I hope no one notices that, but now you will notice. So, dropping your non-punching hand, you want to always bring it back to your face. No matter what punch you're throwing, that non-punching hand should be always by your face. Number 3 is when you're throwing straight punches, fully extend them. So many times I'll see this here where the arms are bent. If you throw your arms bent, even if you turn on your hips, you're not getting that full power in your punch. You want to really rotate and throw it as far as you can, punch through the target, and right there, this arm is solid. There's no bend in this arm. So fully extend every time you throw them straight punches and you'll see your power just increase. Moving on, number 2 is your hips and turning them when you throw punches, because if you don't turn your hips, these are arm punches. But as soon as you turn these hips like this, you're going to get way more power in them punches, no matter what punch it is you're throwing. And as well with your hips, you want to be turning your hips when you're slipping, when you're rolling. It's all in the hips. If you move your hips, your feet will do its own thing. Now moving on, number 1 is your hands. When you're not punching the bag, you're here, hands is relaxed, I'm here. If I'm not punching anything, I'm here. Then I'll do a tight fist, then I'll punch, then I'll come back relaxing here. Tight fist, then I'll punch, then I'm relaxing here. Now this right here is one of the best combinations that you can throw to cut the distance down, and also it's a great combination to throw if you've got someone up against the ropes, or even if you just want to be on the heavy bag and you're doing a boxing workout. I love this combo. It doesn't get taught enough, and when you learn how to do this the way I'm going to teach you, with speed and power, you're going to absolutely love it too, I'm sure of that. So this combination is a 1-2-1, and there's 2 ways of throwing this. One for cutting the distance down, one if you're hitting the heavy bag or you've got someone against the ropes and you're throwing this combination. Great for both of them, and I'm going to talk about them both right now. First one is cutting the distance down. If I'm in with an opponent who is moving back on the back foot, or every time I go forward they step back and they're using their feet as defense, this combination is great to cut that distance down, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to step and punch at the same time. So it's going to be a step, step, step. Now if you notice when I'm doing this, my foot and my hand are landing at the exact same time. That is getting power in the punch, but we're not looking for power in the first 2 punches. If you notice when I'm throwing that right hand, the big cross, I'm not rotating my hip on it. What I'm doing, I'm loading up the next punch, which is the jab, and that's the punch that we're looking to land in this combination, the last jab. So if I've went 1-2 without turning my hip, I've got my weight central here to pull this 2 back and really blast in that left hand to get power in it. And on the back it'll look like this, ba, ba, ba. And if you see how much that's swinging there, it's like a cross, because I'm getting all of that momentum of this full movement of the 1-2-1 into that last punch. Ba, ba, ba. And really getting power into that. Okay, so on the combination, now we're going to turn our hips with each punch. With the 1-2-1 while we're moving, like I mentioned, we're not turning the hips on that right hand. But on the back, we can really rotate and get that power in the punch. As you can see, I'm turning into the punch, getting some good power in there as I throw it. And the key is with this, if you notice, when the 1's come back to the face, the 2's coming out. When the 2's come back to the face, the 1's coming out. We don't want to be throwing a 1-2-1, but it's going to be ba, ba, ba. Bah, bah, bah. Just like that. Now we've done it moving and we've done it in place. Now what we can do, we can set up punches from that. So we threw the 1-2-1. If someone's in front of me, their hands are coming up. Then from there I can whip in that big rear hook to the body. So it will be a bah, 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 bah. Getting the hands to come up. Then from there we can come back with a left hook to the head. So it will be a bah, 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 bah. 5-punch combination, great, starting with that 1-2-1. And you can get very creative with this combination. Number 12. Stop throwing unrealistic combinations on the heavy bag. I see it all the time. People know the bag's not hitting them back, so they start trying to throw silly combinations. You always want to throw realistic combinations when you are on the heavy bag. That is going to help you improve your overall boxing form and technique. And on this video, I'm going to show you 11 more of the most common heavy bag mistakes that I see all the time in the gym. Please make sure you're not doing any of these mistakes. Now let's just get straight into it with number 11. Can you see what I'm doing wrong there? Flicking punches. It's silly. And when you're doing this, there's a good chance that you'll get injured, because if your hand's not solid and you're not throwing that good, proper punches, you're going to hurt your hands. So stop flicking your punches. Can you see what I'm doing there? I'm not breathing. I'm holding my breath. It makes us get tired fast, and I see it all the time. People come to the gym and they'll hold the breath. They'll think they'll hold the breath and they'll get more power in the punch, but you're actually getting less power in the punch if you're holding your breath, because you're not getting the speed, and as well you're going to get tired. So when you are punching, make sure you're exhaling with every single punch. And that will help you get over that problem. Wrapping hands. A lot of people think they don't need to wrap their hands when they're hitting the heavy bag because you've got gloves on. No, mate. Always wrap your hands, or there's a good chance that you will get injured. If you get injured, you can't box anymore. So what's the point in trying to be a tough guy and thinking, I'm going to not use wraps because it'll toughen my hands up? That's a myth. Always, always, always wrap your hands. This is one of the most common ones I see. Can you see it? Watch again in slow motion. Look where I am bringing my hand. It's dropping all the way down when I'm throwing that punch. You always want to bring your hands back to your face. No matter what punch you're throwing, always bring it back to the face. The non-punching hand should be glued by the face at all times. Good punch, right? Fast. Can you see what I'm doing wrong though? I'm relaxed, I'm breathing, but I'm not turning my hips. If you don't turn your hips when you're throwing them punches, a couple of things. The main thing is you're not going to get the power in the punch, because when you turn your hips, that is what gets the weight behind the punch to get the power in the punch. And as well, if I'm standing here and I don't turn my hips, look where the punch is. But if I turn my hips, it puts an extra 3 inches on the extension of the punch, so your punches will be longer as well. If they're longer, there's more chance they're going to hit. So on them straight punches, always turning your hips. Even on your hooks, you want to turn your hips, because that's getting the power into the punch. Your fists. What are you doing with your fists when you're hitting the heavy bag, or when you're not hitting the heavy bag, which is more important? Often people will be here with the tight fists. They'll throw them punches, and they're here, and the fists are still tight, and then the forearms start burning, and the next day the arms are killing because they've had them tight fists throughout the full session. It's not necessary. When I'm outside here, my hands are relaxed, my fists are open, my arms are relaxed, my shoulders are relaxed. Then I'll do a tight fist, throw the punches and relax. And that's what you do. Now, to the other side of that, you don't want to hit the bag with relaxed hands, or you're going to hurt your hands straight away. Now, this is a big one. Not having a goal when you're hitting the heavy bag. If your goal is to do it for fitness, do it to be world champion, or hit the heavy bag just because you want to learn how to punch and learn how to fight, you need to go into your session with the goal in mind. If you do just want to learn how to throw good, hard, fast punches, that's what you need to be focusing on. If you do want to just be a great boxer and hitting the heavy bag, you've got to focus on that as well by not making any of the mistakes that's on this video. If your goal is for fitness, you need to make sure you're timing your sessions, timing how long you're breaking for. You can extend your rest time, decrease your rest time. Them sort of things will really help you build your fitness. But whatever your goal is, make sure you're thinking about that when you're coming on to the bag for your session. Can you see what I'm doing here? Them elbows are up. High elbows here. If your elbows are up, you're going to get whacked into the body. Now, even if you're doing this just for fitness, you know, you should still be working on that good form all the time. If your elbows are up here, you look pretty silly in the gym. So bring them down. Keep your elbows tucked in here all the time, chin down. Keep that good form, that good boxing stance. Because if you ever do spar and you're in them bad habits with your elbows up like that, whoop, you're going to get blasted in that body, and it could be good night. Can you see this one? Look at me stance. Look how square I am. This is a common, I see this often, where people will be hitting the bag and they'll be coming square on. But mate, if I'm in this position, I'm kind of off balance here. And as well, I can't rotate to get the power in the punches. Keep that lead foot forward, keep that line in between the feet, keep them hands up, keeping this good boxing stance. Don't go square on. Can you see this one? Overextending. I see it often. People will be leaning over their front foot, overreaching and trying to hit that heavy bag. You don't want to overreach. What you need to do is get your feet in. Keep your feet underneath you, and when you do that, you're going to be able to punch much better. So rather than this, but this, now my feet are underneath us when I'm throwing them punches, and it makes it much better. Now this one is going to be hard for you to tell what mistake I'm making, but I'm curious to see if you can pick it up before I tell you. Can you tell? It's looking good, right? I can feel it's good punches. But what's the mistake? Well, that mistake is not focusing on my defense. Now, if you compare that with this, look how much better I look because I'm focused on head movement. I'm moving before and after every single punch. And when you do this, you're a lot harder to hit. So you want to be focused on that all the time. Even though it's a bag, it's not hitting your back. Always add in defense when you are hitting that heavy bag. So what can you be doing every session that you can immediately not make any of these mistakes? Well, this method was something that we did when we were training for the Olympics. It was fantastic, and the GB boxing team is still doing this now. And what it is identifying the mistakes. You'll identify the mistakes by recording yourself hitting the heavy bag, figuring out what your bad habits are. Then once you've figured them out, write them bad habits down. And then before you go into every single session, make sure you're reading them mistakes. And when you're reading them, you're aware of them. The more you get aware of them, the less you will make them mistakes. This is a combination that people don't teach because it's very advanced. It's something that it's very hard to get away with. But I used to throw this combination and have success with it. A double jab to the head, then the lead hook to the body. And I'm going to break this combination down for you and tell you why you should be practicing advanced combinations like this, as well as all the other basic stuff as well. Here it is one more time in slow motion. As you see, I'm throwing at that double jab. This guy's hands is covering up. I slip it and throw that lead hook to the body very fast. Now I want to start off by saying this is a combination that when I'm in the ring, I don't think I'm going to throw that double jab lead hook to the body. But what happens is I throw that double jab and I see the positioning of his arms that's coming up. And then in that split second moment, I put in the slip and then throw that body shot. Now for you to be able to do this and to be able to do other crazy combinations like this, one thing that you need to do is practice them. And what I always say on this channel is you've got to think about something and do it. Think about it, do it, think about it, do it, until you get to the point of being able to do it without even thinking about it. And that's exactly what I did when I'm throwing this combination, because you see the little openings in them split seconds, and that's where it happens. So for this combination particularly, I didn't spend a full round in the gym practicing a 1-1 slip, hook the body, 1-1 slip, hook the body. I didn't continuously do that, but what I did do is I perfected the jab, I perfected the double jab, I perfected that hook to the body, I perfected combination punches, I perfected my reactions, I perfected all of these different aspects of my boxing game. And when you perfect all of these things individually, guess what happens? You start to be able to do things without even having to think about it. So what I would say is, rather than working on that ba, 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 which you can work on and, you know, give it a go and try it, but instead practice on perfecting that double jab, hook to the body, footwork, better reactions. Then what's going to end up happening is you're going to become the best actual boxer that you can be. But now I'm going to give you a combination that I recommend that you do work on to have success in boxing. Now this combination is amazing. I had so much success with it, and that is landing that hook to the body by throwing a little uppercut and then throwing it. But the way you throw it is different to what coaches teach you, because coaches teach you body shot by slipping and then throwing it. What we're going to do, we're going to remove this slip out of that hook to the body, and we're going to be here. We're going to do some little touches upstairs, a little uppercut, and then whip it in without slipping. Because if you slip and you're in there with someone with experience, they're going to block it. So remove the slip, and it'll look like this. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. So it's going to be touch, touch, touch. Oh, touch, touch, touch. And that right there, my friend, is enough power to hurt anyone. Do you want to get this sort of power in your cross? Well, how about this? Well, on this video, I'm going to give you 4 tips to be able to get knockout power in your backhand. When you use these 4 tips, your power will increase so much that I think you'll surprise yourself. So the first way to do it is the traditional way, is where you're going to step with your front foot and back foot and then throw the punch. And it'll look like this. And as you can see, I've got some serious power in the punch because I'm getting my full body weight behind the punch. Now the key is with this one, you step with your front foot. As you're stepping with your back foot, the punch will land at the same time. So slow motion, it will be front foot, back foot, punch. And then hit land at the same time. If you do it too late and you step with your front foot and punch and then step with your back foot, it'll look pretty silly like this. Yeah, I can't even do that, I'll lose my balance. So the timing on this is key for increased power. And you can see the increase in power there. Now, the other way to step and punch is the opposite. This is a way that no coaches really teach. And that is moving your back foot, then your front foot, then throwing that punch. Now, if you see this here, it's like a little shuffled step. I think some people might call it the pendulum step. But when I do it this way, I'm getting even more body weight behind the punch. It's like what shot putters do when they're throwing that. They'll bring their feet together and they'll go up there. And now watch the power increase with this step compared to the last step. Now when you see these side by side in slow motion, you can probably see the power increases in the punch where I step my back foot first. And I guarantee you, when you try this, you will surprise yourself. Okay, moving on to number 2 is relax. If you're tight, you're not going to get power. Now, it's natural for us to want to tense up and be throwing that like that, you know. But, no, you need to stay relaxed. And one way to stay relaxed is by, you know, shaking your full body out. You might have seen fighters before a fight. They'll be bouncing on the spot, shaking the body out. This is keeping them all relaxed when you're breathing as well. I'm relaxed. So stay relaxed. But when you are throwing that punch, you want to have a tight fist, but keeping your full body relaxed. Right now, under my glove, this fist is so tight. So I'm here, I'm relaxed, tight fist, and then punch. Now, that being said, when you're moving around the ring or moving around in training, you don't want to have tight fists all the time. You want to have loose fists. Here, I'm totally relaxed. Tight fist, then punch. And now that with the exhale, as you throw the punch, you'll see the power here. Whoa, that's knockout power right there. Now moving on to number 3 is fully extend your arm. Now, we're not throwing a hook here, we're not throwing an overhand right, we're throwing a straight cross. And just like you see Canelo doing this video here, he throws that straight cross and he fully extends his arm and boof, he gets some serious power into that punch. A common mistake with heavy bags, you might come too close and you'll be here and you'll be throwing that right hand like that. And now, it's still a decent power, but it's not maximum power. And that's what we want. We want maximum power when we throw that right hand. But when I am fully extending, I'm not going to land right here. I've got to punch through the bag as well. So I want to visualize that my hand's going to go through the bag when I'm fully extending. And then that right there is way more power than that right there. And as well, if you're out of range, you don't want to lean over and fully extend that way. You need to have your feet underneath you. That's why that step that I showed you earlier on, keep your feet underneath you, is great. Now moving on to the big one is turning your hip, getting your body weight behind the punch. Now you want to transfer your weight from this. So here, our weight's 50-50 on both feet. When you throw that cross, you want to transfer 60% of your weight to your front foot. That weight transfer here is what's getting all the power into the punch. Rather than an arm shot, what I see lots of beginners doing. Now that actually might look good, it might sound good to the uneducated eye. Well, that's decent. But nah, mate, I want to turn the hips. When I turn the hips, the weight gets behind this bad boy here and boom! Whoa, knockout power right there with the straight cross. Now staying relaxed, fully extending and turning my hip. I don't even have to step to get that power in the punch, but stepping will only increase it even more. Now I'm going to show you this combination that is unbelievable, and you will definitely surprise yourself with the power you're going to get in your cross after trying this combination. So what this combination is a step with a long lead hook, then follow up by a cross. And why this is so good, if you imagine you're in front of me with your hands up right now, I've stepped and threw that long lead hook. Chances are you're going to try and block it with your right hand, and it's going to come out like this, which is going to leave you open for that straight cross down the middle. So if I'm here and I've done that, I'm not even looking for power with that, I'm just trying to get your arm to come open so there's a clear path straight down the middle for my big cross. So that's the follow-up shot. So it's going to be a hook, then a cross. But when I'm stepping with this, I'm getting so much power into this combination. And you're going to see here right now, and it's going to look like this. Oh, look, the bag's swinging now more than it swung all day. Do you want to jab as hard as this?
Look at the jab.
Or how about as hard as this one?
He's being knocked out that jab by...
Or even this jab. Well, on this video, I'm going to give you 4 tips so you can punch harder with the most important punch in boxing, which is your jab. The first tip is sinking your foot with your hand. When you do this and you step and you punch at the same time, this is going to get more power in the punch. But it's very important that you do it at the same time. Because if I step, then punch, guess what? It's going to be awkward. It'll be like this. Not much power. Or if I punch and then step again, yeah, I'm kind of walking into range and going to get blasted in the head. So you've got to do it at the same time, the exact same time. When the foot lands, the punch lands. And the momentum of your movement, getting the body weight behind the punch, is what's going to get the power in the punch. And it'll look like this. Ooh. Again, stepping and punching. Watch the foot. Watch the hand. The exact same time. Yeah, and as you can see, the bag swinging. Lots of power getting that body weight behind the punch. Number 2 is having a tight fist before you throw the punch. Now, some people say you've got to have a tight fist just before impact. That's BS, and I've talked a lot about that on a different video. But I want to have a tight fist. Now, if my fist is tight, especially when I'm landing the punch, it's going to be stronger. But when you are doing this, you need to keep your full body relaxed. So my full body's relaxed. My fist's so tight in here now. Then with that step, the relaxation of the arm, that'll help generate the power. Then moving on to number 3, which kind of ties into number 2, is staying relaxed. It's natural for us to want to be all tight and holding our breath on the phone punches to think, you know, if you hold your breath, you're going to get more power in it, but it's not. If you're relaxed and you exhale when you throw that jab, you will get more power in it, because you're going to get more speed into it as well. Now, with speed can come power as well. So that full arm, your full body is relaxed as you're stepping, tight fist and throwing that punch, exhaling as the punch is coming out, that will get the more power in the punch. So I'm here, I'm totally relaxed. I'm going to exhale as I throw the punch. Yes, I'm getting that power in there. And now moving on to number 4, before I show you the speed punch, is punch through it. If you think that you're going to punch through something, you're going to punch hard. I remember in my fights, I would really try and jab through someone's head. I would put all my body weight behind it and really blast through it. But again, you need to stay relaxed with it. Now, one thing to think about when you're doing this, let's just say I'm hitting this bag. I don't want to be hitting the bag there. I'm not getting much power in it. I want to be thinking that I'm going to punch all the way through the bag there, getting my hand inside of it. So it'll look like this with the step, with the relaxation, with the exhaling, with the tight fist. I'm here, I'm going to punch through that bag. Yeah, and that's generating that power. Again, yes. But one thing you don't want to do when you are trying to punch through the bag, what I see, common mistake, is pushing it out, where it's like a terrible common mistake. When you're getting trying to power. Pushing compared to punching, 2 completely different things. Now I'm going to show you how to get more speed into the jab so you can land it every single time you throw it. The first thing is think about speed. If you're thinking about speed, you're going to punch faster rather than thinking about power. Think about the speed and you will get speed. Now the second thing you can do, which is going to take a little bit of the power out of the punch, is get your hand here where it's halfway out. If my hand is halfway out, closer to the bag, it's got less distance to travel. So if it's got less distance to travel, it's going to get there faster. And it'll look like this. Do you want to know how to get lots of power in your body shots like this?
Oh, another right
Or how about like this?
Till this fight is over, but don't be surprised.
Or even like me on here. Yes, I was a great body puncher in my time. I stopped lots of my opponents training up to the Olympics with body punches, even as a professional as well. And I'm going to show you 4 different body shots and tell you how to get lots of power into each one of them body shots. So the next time you're on a bag in the ring hitting the mitts, you will definitely see a big improvement in the power of your punches. Now the first body punch I want to show you is the one like you just seen me knock a guy out with, and that was the left hook to the body. This was my favorite body punch. Before you get power in that punch, you need to know how to throw it. So there's a couple of ways how to throw it. One, you need to slip over to your front leg and get the weight on the front foot, and from there I'm just going to turn my hand in, around, thinking that there was an elbow there that I'm getting around the side. So on the bag, I'm here, I've slipped. Then from there, I'm going to throw it in. Now, before I show you the power hook to the body, I just want to give you a little tip on what you can do to improve your hook to the body. And it is doing this drill. Yeah, like that. Throw multiple hooks to the body. Because as I'm sure you know, how to get better at anything is by doing it over and over again, getting them reps in. Well, by throwing multiple hooks to the body on the heavy bag, that's going to get your body and your muscles used to throwing that punch. Now, once you can throw that punch correctly, then we can start working on the power hook to the body, like I'm about to show you. Now, one thing I like to do when I'm throwing that body shot is position myself so I can punch through it. So what I mean by my positioning is, when my opponent's directly in front of me here, rather than me being there and throwing it like that, I want to kind of position myself so my foot is kind of in between his foot. So I'm a little bit more around the side. This allows me to really punch through the target. So rather than here, like this, now I'm here like this, and there I can punch through the target. So if the target's here, rather than that, I want to step to the side of it. That right there, positioning yourself here, will help you get more power in the punch by punching through it. Now as well, you always want to be rotating your hip and turning into it. You always want to have a tight fist and relaxed shoulder and relaxed arm. That will help you as well. And with relaxing, you need to breathe and exhale as you throw the punch. Now with them few little things there, that will turn your hook from this to this. Woo! You're seeing the difference right there? That will knock anybody out. Now the second body shot I want to show you is the straight cross to the body. Now with this punch, I used to kind of like to use this as a setup shot rather than a power shot, where I would throw a jab to the head, get his hands to come up, the right hand to the body, get his hands to come down, then I would finish off with a big left hook, so it would be a ba ba ba, setting them up with the two to the body. But if you throw this with power, you can do some serious damage with the shot. So generally when I throw this, I wouldn't step. I would just be here. I would rotate my back foot, but I'd keep my feet planted. So it'd be like this. I'm bending my knees, turning my hips, exhaling, fully extend that arm. And the power's good. Still would hurt someone. But now if I want to generate more power with this, I'm going to step with my front foot as I throw my backhand. Now, I want my front foot and my backhand to land at the same time. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my head off the center line. So you think you've got that line in between my feet, like you can see right there. I'm going to step to the side. As I'm stepping to the side, I'm throwing that two to the body. Now this step is getting the weight behind the punch. The momentum of the movement gets the power into the punch. So again, I'm going to step, and here it is, full power. Oh, give me that one more time. That's a nice shot. Hit someone with that, they're going to be in trouble. Moving on to the third body shot we're going to work on, it's the bolo punch. Now this is a very hard punch to throw. It's a great shot for a southpaw to throw against an orthodox fighter, or an orthodox fighter to throw against a southpaw, because you're right on line to hit them in the solar plexus right there. Now if you hit someone there, this punch doesn't even have to be hard to be effective. So the first way of doing it is this. Yeah, and you can see that I'm turning my hips, and that's what's generating the power into that punch again. Yes, and you can get fancy with it, and you could be like this. Turn it around, Sugar Ray Leonard style. Now, that's one way. Now, the way that I prefer to do it, what coaches don't really teach you, is without turning your hand like this, but keeping your hand side on like that. Now, the reason why I like to do it this way is because now my hand is more like 5 inches rather than there where it's 8 inches wide. And because it's smaller, I can get through the guard. So it will be a... Yeah, great punch. And if you step with that one, just like the cross the body, you will get so much power. Now, the final body shot. This one is a beauty. If you can land this one, you're going to hurt whoever's in front of you. And as well, this punch is a great setup shot. So this fourth and final body shot is the rear hook to the body. Now, this is a great punch, but we don't really throw it. And the reason we don't throw it is because it feels awkward. If I'm throwing this punch here, I feel like I'm wide open there for the jab or the left hook. But when you throw correctly and with power, you will have success. Now, I wouldn't recommend throwing that punch if I'm out of range here. Nah. It's too slow, and again, what I said, it leaves you wide open. But when we're up close and we're inside, and everything gets up close and inside, we're here, I'm going to throw it around the side as if there's an elbow right here, and you can even put some tape on your bag to get it around that tape and whip it in. And now with this punch around the side there, once I've threw that with power, their hands is 100% going to come down. Leave them open to punch them upstairs. But how do you get power in that? Now, to get power in this, you need to really rotate your body, stay relaxed, keep your arm bent and punch through the bag. And think about power as well. But a key thing is here, having your knees loose, your feet are planted into the ground, and you're really rotating that back foot, and it'll look like this. Oh, even if I'm hitting someone on the elbow with that punch, that will bring the hands down. And then from there, I can come up to the head, and the combination will look like this.
All of us in the Celtic tribe can be proud of him. It's just getting beaten down.
Oh, has got the toughest chin in the business, but he's throwing punches with no
The 1-2 is the most basic punch in boxing, but a lot of people don't know how to get power into this combination. That's why I created this video, to show you exactly how to get knockout power every single time you throw a 1-2. I'm going to give you 4 tips that I guarantee you, if you use these the next time you're in the gym, it will increase your punching power by probably 30%. Let's get straight into it with the first tip, and this is a big one. Now, the first tip is stepping as you're punching. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it in a second, but I just want to explain it. So I'm going to step with the 1-2, step, step. And what I'm doing there, as my foot lands, the punch lands, step, step. And I'm moving forward as well. As I'm moving forward, that is getting this full body weight behind both punches. But it's very important that the punch and the foot land at the exact same time. Bah, bah, like that. Now I'm going to do a demo on the bag without the step, then with the step. I'm going to try and punch my hardest both times. So without the step. Oh, without the step, that's a big 1-2. I don't even need a step. But when I do step, it's going to increase even more because my full body weight's going to get straight behind it. Watch this. Oh, look at that. Now that would knock out anybody, right? Maybe not you, but anybody else. Now put them side by side on the screen right now, and you can just see that the backswing's a little bit more with this step. And that little bit more could be the difference between a knockout and not a knockout. Now I understand if I'm this close to an opponent, stepping and throwing the 1-2 is not going to work, because I'm going to end up like, you know, like here and smothering the work. So instead, what I'm going to do, I can still step out and step on the spot with my front foot, and then the back foot, I'm going to really rotate and get the body weight behind the punch. So it'll be a little step on the spot, then rotating the back foot around, and it'll look like this. And again, you can see that bag swinging. That means I'm punching hard. So that little step on the spot with the lead hand is just getting that body weight behind the punch, and then following up with the 2 generates that power. Now, a couple more things that you notice that I'm doing there. What will increase the power is fully extending your arms. I see it so many times where people will be on the bags and they'll be throwing the 1-2, and that punch will be landing like that. It's not good enough. It's not going to get the power in the punch because your arm is not strong here. Your arm here is really strong. And my coach told me this analogy before that really sticks with me. I hope it sticks with you. Is if you've got a pencil and you try and snap it by pushing either end, it's not going to snap. Why? Well, because it's strong, because it's straight. But put a little bend in that pencil, it snaps straight away. And that's what I think about with the arm. If my arm is like this, it's not strong. Like this, It's strong and it'll not be snapped like a pencil. So that's why you need to really fully extend your arms on them straight punches. Now moving on to the next tip is staying relaxed and exhaling. Often people will be so tight trying to get power in the punch, and yeah, I'm getting to power in the punch, but what's going to happen there? It's going to slow my punches down if I'm holding my breath. But what I see so many people doing is holding the breath when they're throwing the 1-2. Yeah, I'm getting power in the punches, but what holding my breath is doing, that right there is slowing down the punches. And as well, it's burning too much energy. I'm going to get tired very fast. But with the relaxation and the exhaling, now I can punch faster, and as well, because I'm breathing, I'm going to reserve energy, which we definitely want to do. Now, another thing that I'm doing on all of these punches, whether I'm stepping in, whether I'm stepping on the spot, every time I throw that 1-2, I want to turn my hips. And that's another way that's going to get the weight behind the punch, by rotating into the punch. I see it all the time, and I hope you're not doing this, where it's a 1-2. Yeah, you see what I'm doing there? It sounds good, it looks okay, but I'm not getting any power because I'm not turning into it. As soon as I throw the punches with that relaxation, with that speed, but I turn my hips, now you can just see there the power's increased a lot. So now you know how to punch really hard with that 1-2. Now I'm going to show you how to punch faster with that 1-2. These tips are great for speed when you're throwing this combination. Thinking about the sound of the speed is going to help you punch faster. Now what I mean by that is, if I think about a 1-2 like this, I'm going to throw a 1-2 like that, matching the speed. But who wants to throw it that fast? I want the speed of the 1-2 to be this fast. Hear that? Now I'm going to match that speed. Exactly that. And that's the best way to be able to improve your speed, by giving yourself a little cue like that. Woo! It was basic combinations like this that helped me win an Olympic bronze medal. It doesn't matter if it's your first time ever boxing or you've been boxing for a long time. You should always practice these kind of combinations because they will help you get better at boxing. Combination number 3 is a 1-2, 1-1-2. Now, as you notice there, it's all straight punches. And when you do this correct and fast, like I'm about to show you, it does look very impressive. And I'm going to give you some tips on how to throw this even faster. But also this combination, it's a realistic combination. I would use this for cutting the distance down on an opponent who was moving on the back foot, like a 1-2, 1-1-2. I would move forward as I'm throwing it. But on the bag, you can do it in place. Again, we're going to throw 1-2, 1-1-2. You want to be fully extending your arms on each punch, not coming too close where it's like or it's just arm punches, but long. So now I'm going to speed it up a little bit before I show you in full speed. 1-2, 1-1-2. And already there, it looked decent, right? But when you throw it even faster, it's going to look even better. And the way to throw fast is think about this sound. Ba, 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 ba. 1-2, 1-1-2. Ba, 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 ba. Now, if you think about the sound of the speed, I can match that speed when I throw the punches. 1-2, 1-1-2. It looks like this. Now, basic combination number 2. Again, it's a realistic combination. All my combinations are realistic, and it is the most basic combination you can throw when you're going to add in a body shot as well. It's going to be a 1-1-2 to the body, and then from there we're going to come up with a hook to the head. 1-1-2 to the body. When you're coming up with a hook to the head, very important that you bring this 2 back to your face. People often forget about this one and they'll throw the hook and this will come down here and they'll look silly. They'll do a 1-1, boom, You need to bring your hand back to your face. You always need to have your non-punching hand by your face. Let's keep the technique right. So you throw the jab out, bring it all the way back, jab out. As it's coming back the second time, now this is important with this combination, you're going to bend your knees and turn your hips as you throw this 2 to the body. Then from there, you're going to bring this 2 to the body back to your face. You're going to straighten your legs just a little bit as they're straightening, and that's coming back to the face. That's when the hook's coming out. And you're going to transfer the weight to the back foot to throw that hook. Now let's add a little bit of speed into this one. Okay, now it's time for number 1, the most basic combination of all 3 of these. I would love to know what your favorite boxing combination is. Drop me a text and let me know, and I'll be texting you back, telling you about my new videos. Okay, so moving on to number 1. Now this is the most basic one, but this is the combination I used to work on all the time that helped me have so much success in my boxing career, and that is a 1, 2, 1, 2. Now, the trick is with this, you're not just thinking about speed, you're thinking about power as well. This is a great combo to generate that power. Now, the way to get power into this is by turning your hips to transfer your weight. If I throw the 1, 2, 1, 2 like this, what I see with beginners, I'm not getting any power. That's arm punches. I want to turn into it. Now, when I turn my hips, you can see there, the power of the punch increases a lot. Now, when I'm pulling this one back, that's when this one comes out. When I'm pulling this one back, this one comes out. So it's not 1, 2, 1, 2. It's 1, 2, 1, 2. As it's coming back, the other one's coming out. So now when I throw this at full speed with full power, it will look like this. If you want to get crazy power in your lead hook, like this right here, or even this right here, watch this video because I'm going to give you 4 tips to be able to increase the power on your lead hook no matter who you are and what weight you are. Okay, let's talk about the first tip. And with this, I'm going to show you the way Mike Tyson used to do it and the way that I think you should do it, because guess what? You're not Mike Tyson. I'm not Mike Tyson, so I wouldn't do it that way. And Mike Tyson used to really step and kind of jump to get that power in the lead hook, just like this here. And people used to think he used to do that like little jump because his opponents were bigger, which I get because he has got to go up and travel to land that punch. But as well, he's generating that weight transfer with the steps. And he used to sometimes, he would step, and he'd be stepping and moving. We've all seen Mike Tyson moving like this, a bit faster, a bit better than what I'm doing right now. But when he's stepping, he's transferring the weight. Then once the weight's on that front foot there, that's when he will fire up and fire that weight back to the back foot, and that will really help generate the power. So it was like a step, boom. And you're seeing crazy power. Now, one thing that will work for you, that works for me, is stepping with the front foot and punching at the same time. And it looks like this. Now, as you can see there, that's lots of power because I'm getting a ton of my weight behind the punch. Now, one thing you want to be aware of when you are stepping and throwing that hook is that you miss. You don't want to miss because you might look a bit silly. And we don't want to look silly, we want to look good. And when you practiced on the heavy bag, you don't have to practice for power every time. You can practice on landing that front foot and that punch at the same time. So start off softly, just there. 1, 2. Now I'm getting the hang of that. Now what I can do is really whip that power in. Now moving on to tip number 2, which you might have noticed I did there, is I exhale when I throw the punch. Now, why am I exhaling? Well, it's because I'm staying relaxed. Often people will try and throw that big power punch and they'll be holding the breath. Nah, mate. You want to relax the full shoulders, relax the body, relax the hips, relax the arms. The only thing that's going to be tight is when you throw the punch is your fist in your lead hand. So I'm here, everything's relaxed. Tight fist there. There, and I'm exhaling. The exhaling as I punch is helping me stay relaxed. Now moving on to number 3 is turning your hip. This is another way to transfer the weight. Now, you're not going to get as much weight as by with a big step and turning into it, but you are going to get some serious power, because if you think, if I'm up close to an opponent here, I can't really step and get that power into the punch. But what I can do is turn the hip. And as I turn the hip, I'm turning the front foot. And in slow motion, when I do it, I'm transferring the weight to my back foot there. So here, 50-50. There, the weight comes to the back foot, and I bring my heel off the ground. Now, there's a lot of people out there might be raging right now. Tony, you don't have to bring your heel off the ground. Manny Pacquiao doesn't bring his heel off the ground. Oscar De La Hoya didn't bring his heel off the ground. I hear it all the time when I say this, and I understand, I get it. I don't have to bring my heel off the ground to get power in the hook. Still getting power there, but when I do bring my heel off the ground, I'm going to get that extra bit rotation, and guess what? With that extra bit rotation, what comes? An extra little bit of power. Now again, you don't have to do it, but I would always practice this. Now moving on to tip number 4 is setting the punch up. Now you can set the punch up with either a cross, because if you think about it, if I threw that cross, now I've got 60% of the weight on my front leg here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring that cross back to my face and throw that hook. Now this weight transfer gets even more power into the punch. So I'm there, 60% on the front foot. Then when I bring my weight back, I'm whipping the hip around, whoom. And that right there is getting more power into the punch by getting in the position to throw the hook. It doesn't have to be a cross, it could be a slip. I've slipped, the weight's on the front foot right here, back heel's off the ground. I'm going to drop that back heel, bring the front heel off the ground and throw the hook at the same time. And that right there will get so much power in the punch. So now I'm going to give you a great combination that you can practice on the heavy bag to have success landing this punch. This combination is tricking your opponent. What I'm going to do, I'm going to throw a jab right hand to the body. Now think about this. If you're in front of me, I've threw a jab, I've threw a right hand to the body. And as long as you're not stepping back, how are you going to defend it? Generally, you'll defend it with your hands. We're blocking like this. Blocking, I'll throw the body shot, you're blocking. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jab, throw it across the body. You've blocked. Jab, throw it across the body. You've blocked. This time, jab, feint across to the body. As I'm feinting, I'm bringing the weight to my front foot. And then from there, whoop, whipping in that big left hook as your hands come down. And it will look like this. Jab the head right on the body, setting them up. Setting them up. I'm being one step ahead right now. Setting them up again. Now he thinks I'm going to throw that jab the head right on the body. I'm going to feint that right on the body and throw that hook as his hands come down. So I'm here. Hitting the heavy bag in a gym can be very intimidating for a beginner if you're going there for the first time and you don't know what to do. You probably will feel awkward, you will feel silly doing it. And after watching this video, it's going to give you a great understanding of how to hit the heavy bag correctly so you don't feel stupid, but in fact, you feel good and you feel like you know what you're doing. Before I competed in the Olympic Games, hitting the heavy bag was probably the #1 thing I did that helped me have success in the Olympics. This is a great piece of equipment, but being a boxing fitness gym owner, I do know how intimidating this is for beginners because there's so much to think about. But as well, what you're probably thinking is about everyone around you, what they're thinking about you, where really they're not. They're focused on their own workout, and the more you do boxing, the more you'll understand that when you're hitting the heavy bag or doing boxing training, there's nothing else you can really think about other than the boxing training that you're doing. So I'm not worried what Peter on the 2 bags down's doing or Sally over there on the speedball is doing. I'm focused on this and being the best version of myself I can be. When you are hitting the bag, you always want to have your hands wrapped underneath your gloves and then obviously your gloves on. So you're in your boxing stance and the distance that you want to be to the bag is so if I put my hand all the way out, my hand just goes through the bag. And also the other side that you can't be too far back or you're definitely going to be leaning when you're punching and we don't want to be here. So make sure your distance is a little bit close to the bag so when you do punch it, now I can punch through the bag. Now a couple of things to think about when you're punching the heavy bag is you never want to hold your breath. You always want to exhale with each punch. So it's a... That's going to help you stay relaxed, not burn too much energy in as well. You'll be able to get more speed and power in your punches when you're exhaling. Now the other thing to think about is your fists. A lot of beginners, when they're hitting the heavy bag, they'll have a tight fist all the time. Like here, my fists are really tight, my fists are really tight. But if you do that, you're going to burn out a lot of energy in your arms and get tired faster. You want to have loose fists here when you're not hitting the heavy bag. Then just before you hit the heavy bag, tight fists, hit the bag, then come back out, and then loose fists here. So loose fists, tight fists, hit the bag, and then relaxing them fists after that. And then I would recommend working on straight punches only. So you've got a jab and a cross, then you can put them together for a 1-2. And what I always see on this channel is work on your technique slowly before you do them fast. Because how the hell do we expect to do things fast when we can't even do them slow? So we're here working on that good form and technique. Straight punches. Slowly. And then we can always pick up the speed where it's a... So now we've done the straight punches. Now we want to work on moving our feet. When you move to the right, you want to move your right foot first. When you move to the left, move your left foot first. And you always want to land on the balls of your feet. When you land on the balls of your feet, that's putting you in a position to be able to throw punches. When we walk as human beings, what do? We always walk, we walk heel, toe, heel, toe. So it's natural for you to want to step around and land on your heel and toe. But if you're in this position here, you can't throw any punches. Compared to here, I can always throw the punches. So you're moving around the bag, stepping, like this. And then if you get comfortable with that, you can kind of go on the balls of your feet and move a little bit faster. This might feel awkward. If it does feel really awkward at first, go back to here where you're just stepping and stepping. You can even come backwards, but obviously you're not going to throw punches from here. But you're just coming out of range, you're working on footwork. Because after all, boxing is a full body workout. You want to work them legs as well. Then move forwards, side, side. Then what you can do from there, you can add in them straight punches. So I'm going to throw 1-2. I'm going to step to my right. 1-2. I'm going to step back forward. 1-2. Moving to the side. moving to the side. Now, a couple of common mistakes I see when people are moving and punching. They'll move to their right and they'll move the left foot first. And they'll end up in a cross position like this. Or they'll move to their left and move their right foot first and cross the feet. You never want to cross your feet when you're on a bag. If you're moving right foot first, moving left foot first. All the time. So you're always in the position to throw a punch. Now, another big mistake I always see is dropping your non-punching hand, where you'll throw a jab, and this comes down. We call this firing the bow and arrow with beginners. They'll throw that one, and this one will kind of come out or drop. Or you'll throw the two, the cross, and you'll drop your lead hand. To look good, you always want to bring your hand straight back to your face after every punch. So I'm here. My hands, no matter what punch I'm throwing in boxing, the non-punching hand should always be by your face. Now, before I show you how to look like a pro on the heavy bag, I want to show you one more punch, which is the hook. Now, this is the most awkward punch to throw in boxing. You will feel awkward when you're throwing this punch. Don't worry about it, everyone does. And this hook punch is with your lead hand. And when you're throwing the hook, you always want to throw it after you've threw a two. So I've threw that two there, and I'm in the position right here to come back and throw that hook. Or you could throw it off a 1-2 hook. Throwing a lead hook by itself, it's very advanced to do because you're not in a position to do it here. To throw this, you've got to kind of step with it, or you've got to kind of slip with it and throw it, but we're not there yet. So you want to throw that two to put you in the position to throw it. When you're throwing the two hook, you can't throw it like a long straight two like this, because if you see now, I'm out of range for that hook. You've got to shorten that two punch. So it's going to be a shorter punch, which puts me in the position to throw that hook. Now, if you notice, when I throw this two punch, I'm closer to the bag, I'm in range to throw it, but also my back heel's off the ground. What I'm going to do, I'm going to drop that back heel as I throw the punch, like this, and it's this movement here that really gets the power in the punch. A little bit faster. As you've seen there, the power's in the punch, because I'm getting that weight transfer into the punch. Then when you do the 1-2 hook, a little bit faster, it looks like that. And honestly, them's the only three punches that you need as a beginner in boxing, because you can throw so many different combinations from them punches, like a 1-2-1-2 hook, or a 1-2-1, or a 1-1-2, or a 2-hook-2, or a 1-1-2 hook, 2-hook-2 hook. And the list goes on and on. So get comfortable throwing them and getting used to the footwork and the movement before you start trying to throw any fancy punches. Now, this tip to make you like a pro when you're hitting the heavy bag, I want you to move your head before and after every punch. So rather than, now, if I move my head before and after, watch the difference. You see? Now I look like a pro. Do you want to know how to take body shots like this? Well, you can do 100 sit-ups a day, but just if you do that doesn't mean that you can take them kind of body shots. Come on, guys, come here, come on. You need to know how to condition your body to be able to do this. And on this video, I'm going to give you some exercises that you can do. Come on, give me it, to take these body shots. Yeah. Look at the state of your body now. The body shots that does the most damage is the ones that you don't see coming. Like me in my professional fight here, as you can see, the guy didn't expect that body shot coming. That's why he's on the ground and they've done all the damage. If he's seen that punch coming, there's a much better chance that he would have been able to take that punch. So when you can see them coming, that helps you take the shot. But still, if you're just doing normal, regular ab work, that will not help you take body shots. You've got to condition your body to be able to do it by doing some of these exercises that I'm going to show you. So this is some old school training that I used to do with my coach. And yeah, at the beginning of the video, we went really hard. He was blasting them body shots in. I don't recommend that. But what I do recommend is standing with your hands up high and just tapping in your 1-2s. So what this is doing right now, I can see the punches coming and I can tense up my midsection. It's conditioning my body to be able to do this. Now, what a lot of people will do, they'll be like, oh, holding the breath and not breathing. If I'm doing that, I'm going to get tired so fast. So you need to be able to condition yourself to do exactly what I'm doing here, where this is tight, but I'm relaxed. My full body's relaxed. I can even whistle. If you can whistle while someone's punching you in the stomach, like that, that will show you that you can relax while you're taking body punches. So now we're going to do a similar sort of exercise where I'm going to be hanging from the bar here. What this is going to do, it's going to take away my foot support. I'm not going to be able to plant my feet on the ground and tense up here. It's also going to work my grip strength and my upper body. So rather than just focusing on the core, now I've got to focus on the grip and the arms. And because I'm doing this, it's going to make it harder for us to relax as he's throwing them punches, which I've got to do, or I'll get tired fast. So here we go. Ooh. Yeah, just like that. And the next thing is using one of these guys. Now I know you've seen this exercise before. The key is with this one is elevating your hips off the ground. Your coach is going to step over with a hard med ball, and then that's when he's going to start blasting in. And I'm going to move side to side, getting used to moving as the punches are coming in. Just like in boxing, they're hitting you from everywhere. So with this, it's conditioning your brain to tighten up on impact. So you've got to stay focused. Now the last tip is conditioning your abdominal muscles so you can do them 3 things. Mike Tyson wasn't just a master of knocking people out, he had an unbelievable defense. And this is probably because of his unique peekaboo style, which put him in positions to be able to defend punches and then counter with knockout power punches of his own. And on this video, I'm going to explain exactly how Mike Tyson's peekaboo style worked and he had success with it. Now, Mike Tyson was very smart with his punches. Everyone thought he was too small to be a heavyweight, standing at 5'10", when back then in his prime, the average heavyweight was 6'2", 6'3". But with the peekaboo style, what we're going to go over today, it really does give the smaller man the advantage over the bigger man. Now, as you see here, every time Mike Tyson throws a punch, he throws it with bad intentions. And as well, he wasn't getting hit. Now, with this style, it's pretty square on. You would put your left foot forward, but rather than the traditional boxing stance, when you're here on a 45-degree angle, you're a lot more square. The peekaboo style wasn't designed for a fighter to move on his back foot, it was for a fighter to move forward. So with this square position here, this gives you the ability to move forwards and side to side, but not really moving backwards. And honestly, I can never remember a time when Mike Tyson was moving backwards. Now from this square position, you want to bring your hands up to protect your chin, but not covering your eyes, or not like the traditional stance when your hands out in front. So your hands are here and your elbows are in. Now your right elbow is protecting your liver, protecting for you from body shots, and your left elbow is doing the same here, but also protecting you from them punches that come through the middle to the solar plexus. Now with the hands so low, it's leaving you wide open for shots to the head, which the taller fighters always try to do with Mike Tyson, where they were throwing that jab all the time. Like as you can see here, the taller fighters just throwing that jab, but the way Mike Tyson's getting out of the way of it is by moving his head. So with the hands up here, the movement comes from side to side, moving out of the way of them straight punches. Now with these square stance in hands here, you can slip a lot faster like this than the traditional way of doing it, the way that I teach, where it's more like this. If you can see the difference there, I'm slipping, transferring my weight, but with this, the weight's already transferred. So I come with the left, whoom, back with the right, whoom, back with the left. And now with the movement of this, I'm going to be slipping and stepping at the same time. So if I'm slipping to my left, I'm going to step forward with my left foot like this. And what I'm doing there, I'm putting the weight on my front foot. The same with the back foot. If I slip to my right, I'm going to step with my right foot, coming to my right side, putting the weight on the right foot, then to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. Now the reason why we are putting the weight on that foot is because we're loading up that hand. So when I slip to my left, put the weight on the left foot, I'm loading up the left hand. Then from here, I would throw it, and that's putting the power in the punch, just as we see here. And the same with the right side, I step with my right, put the weight on the right foot, I'm throwing that right hook, or even the straight right hand, as we see Tyson do here. Which is perfect for what I said at the beginning about when Tyson defends and comes back with the counter. So you work on your defense first, get out of the way of the punch, and that's when you come flying in with the punch of your own. Mike Tyson's trainer, Custom Arter, who designed this style, did it with the purpose for all of his fighters who step in the ring to do so with bad intentions. And this style would really disarm opponents in an effective way, not only to win fights, but to knock out your opponent. And Mike Tyson was the prime example of this. And Tyson would devastate his opponents with short punches, like I'm about to give you a demo. And when Tyson got his feet in close to an opponent, this would mean the punch had less distance to travel. And if it's got less distance to travel, it will get there faster. But generally, a punch that is so close wouldn't get the power in it. But because of the way he would step and move, putting him in the position to really transfer his weight, that's where the power comes from with that short, sharp, fast punch. He would also throw multiple punches at once. Fast, hard combinations, as he knew the more punches he landed, the better chance of knockout he would have. And when you think of Mike Tyson, most people don't think about how good his footwork was. And as well, without that great fast footwork that he had, he would be getting outboxed off all these taller fighters all day long. So when you're practicing the peekaboo style, you've definitely got to have good footwork. And the way he used to change angles was very impressive. And this is the way that he used to change angles. Now, if you visualize, I've got my opponent here, his feet's there, he's facing me. Now, what Tyson would do when he was changing the angle is what we just went over there with the slip and step, like this, taking his head off that center line. But now what he's going to do is shuffle his front foot, then reset his back foot, and then throw that lead hook. So it'll look like this a little bit faster. Now, if you think doing this the speed of Mike Tyson, and he's finished up this angle against these big heavyweights who can't turn that fast, what he would do from there is throw that hook to the body, then throw that hook to the head, then throw that cross, which is really confusing for them. And then often he would throw that jab as he's doing that step, and what this is doing there is got their opponents thinking about the jab, not thinking about his feet. So he's threw that jab there, through the step, then he's going to do that fast shuffle, boom, and change the angle and throw that body shot. Now, if you imagine a big 6'3", 6'4" heavyweight, they're not used to that. They can't train for that. And that's why he had so much success with it. He would even do it the other way, where he would slip and step and throw that right hand, getting out of the way of their punches, throw that right hand, keeping them thinking about this. Then from there, he would do the same shuffle and change the angle from the other side. A little bit faster, it would look like this. Also, with his peekaboo style, he would dip very low down here. And with the opponents being way taller, now they've got to punch down. If I'm punching down here, look what's wide open. Boom, boom. So he would come down here, then from there, as the punches were coming, he knew that the chin was open, he would come up, boom, 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 and finish the job. Now, before I give you a demo on the bag and show you the power, which is ridiculous, I highly recommend you give this a go. Practice it the next time you're in the gym. So now I'm going to demonstrate and show you how Tyson got so much power in his lead hook compared to a traditional lead hook. First, I'm going to explain the traditional lead hook, where you're going to slip, keeping like an upright position, taking your head off that center line, putting 60% of the weight on your front leg. Then from there, drop the back heel, transfer the weight around, and that right there is going to get some serious power in the punch, like this. As you've seen, that's knockout power right there. That's a traditional lead hook. Now, how Mike Tyson would do it, he would get 70% of the weight on his front foot, and then he would throw the punch. Now, he's getting 70% of the weight behind the punch. But the way he would do it to have more success, he would be moving right, left, keeping their opponent thinking, not knowing what's going to come, not knowing when it's going to come. And the punch that does the most damage is the punch that they don't see coming. So he would be here, right, left, bah! Ooh, and you're seeing there the power. One more time with that. Yes, the power definitely increased when you do it Mike Tyson's way. And also what he said he would do, he would try and make two punches sound like one. So rather than ba-ba, it would be ba-ba. And I've said this before in my videos. If you think about the sound of the speed of the punches, you'll be able to punch faster. So rather than ba-ba, and that's what Tyson did. I'm going to give you a great footwork drill that will improve your feet and your punches in only 3 minutes. And this is something I used to do when I was training for the Olympics. And on this video, I'm going to demo it, and I'm going to show you how to use these feet to be able to punch this bag really hard when I demo it at the end. Okay, let's start the 3-minute countdown timer. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to start off on my toes with my hands down here, like this. Now, you might be thinking, why you got your hands down? In boxing, we don't fight with our hands down. Well, what this is for is to keep relaxation, because often people will be on the toes and they'll be like this and too tight. We need to stay relaxed. So having your hands down here, just breathing, moving around, this will keep you relaxed. We're going to put them up in a second. But for now, we're just doing this. Now, as you notice, I'm on the balls of my feet. I'm moving forwards, backwards, side to side. I'm not crossing my legs. A common thing I'll see will be this. If you're in this position here, you can't throw any punches. And if someone throws an attack at you from this position, you might fall over. So keeping your feet apart all the time, whether you're moving forwards, backwards, side to side, we're relaxing. Now I've got this down. What I'm going to do, I'm going to raise my hands. Stay nice and relaxed. Now from here, I'm going to look like a pro by doing a little bit of head movement in between. So I'm on my toes here, I'll plant my feet, a little bit of head movement, and then get back on my toes. On my toes, plant the feet, head movement, and back on the toes. And as you can see there, I look good, right? I hope I do. Now what we're going to do, we're going to add in some punches. We're going to step and punch at the same time. So for a 1-2, it's going to be step, punch, and then back to your face. Bah, bah. And move them back. Bah, bah. So now I'm back on the bars of the feet. Bah, bah. I'm going to show you how to get more power in this on the back in a second. So I'm here. Bah, bah. Bah, bah. Now we can even step with a hook. We can do a 1-2 hook. It's going to be a step, step, step. Bah, bah, bah. There. Bah, bah, bah. And that step is getting the power in the punch. Now when we're doing this on the bag, the exact same thing applies. When the foot lands, the punch lands. So if it's just a jab, bah, you can see the power increase there. And I'm back on my toes, I'm back on my feet. Bah, bah. Stepping in with a 1-2, stepping back. Now what we don't want to do is, bah, bah. Come here. I bet you're doing this. I bet you are. Bringing your feet together. This is a bad position and you can't punch from this position. So you need to be here. Bah, bah. And if someone did come on, bah, you're always in that position to throw the punch. Again. Bah, 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 for them counter punches. Now I'm going to do the 1-2 hook. Step, step, step. I want you to watch me feet as I do this. Bah, bah, bah. You can hear that power there. Again, a little bit faster. Bah, bah, bah. Now practice this drill in shadow boxing before you do it on the heavy bag. Do you have trouble to stay motivated to keep exercising? If so, you're not alone. And this video is going to really help you. It can be very tough to find the motivation to go for a run, go to the gym, or even just to get up and go for a walk, especially if you've had a long day at work and you haven't got the energy. But don't worry, because in this video, I'm going to give you 6 tips to help you stay motivated to exercise so you can really reach your fitness goals. And these are some of the motivational tips that helped me to go to the Olympic Games and also in 2022, lose 40 pounds in weight and more importantly, keep that weight off. Now let's get started with tip number 6, which is set specific and achievable goals. And one of the best ways to stay motivated is by setting these specific goals for yourself. But what's very important is making sure these goals are achievable. If you set goals that's too ambitious, like I want to lose 30 pounds in 8 weeks, and you're unable to do that because it's very ambitious, it'll just discourage you if you're unable to reach them, which you probably won't, because that's nearly £4 a week. And then you'll fail and go back to square one. What will be better is to set your goal as losing 30 pounds in 20 weeks. This way, it's only £1.5 a week, which is way more achievable. Because after all, if weight loss is your ultimate goal, we're in this for the long term, not just for the short term. So 30 pounds over 20 weeks is way more achievable. So if this really takes time with the goals that you want to accomplish, making sure that they are achievable. Moving on to number 5 is find yourself a training partner. This is a great way to stay motivated because now you've got someone to hold you accountable when you feel like stopping. It could be a family member, a spouse, a friend, or even a personal trainer. Having someone to exercise with will help you stay motivated and it will hold you accountable for the times when you feel like not training, which means you'll be more likely to show up for your workouts. If you're on a diet, you're more likely to stick to that diet and you'll have someone to motivate you and encourage you along the way on this journey. Mine was my wife. We made ourselves go for a 45-minute walk every single night for 3 months. And believe me, I wanted to quit. She wanted to quit. But we helped each other on them days when we really didn't want to go. We pulled each other out of the rut and we made each other do it. And without this, I 100% would have stopped exercising and I wouldn't have lost the weight or kept the weight off that I gained over the years. So I'm very thankful that I did this. Plus, exercising with someone else can make it more enjoyable, more fun, which we really want when we're doing something that we might not necessarily like doing. And you can share your progress and your struggles with your training partner. Number 4 is a big one. And that is find a reason to exercise. And there's a quote that I love and I live by, which is when you feel like quitting, think about why you started. And on that, what I did, I wrote down in my notes app on my phone some of the reasons why I really wanted to lose weight, why I wanted to get in shape, and the importance of this. And the times when I did feel like binging on crisps in front of the TV, I would pull it open and I would read it and I'd be like, that's why I'm doing this. So our mind plays tricks on us and gives us reasons why we should quit and why we should go and eat that crap. But when you've got these notes reminding you why you started, It's very powerful. Maybe you've got a health issue, write that down. Maybe you've went up in a clothes size and you want to fit back in your old clothes, write that down. Maybe you've got kids who want to play with you and you just haven't got the energy to play with them anymore, write that down. Whatever your reason is specific to you, why you want to go to the gym and set these goals, write them down, and that's your biggest motivator right there. As well as writing down all the health benefits of what you're doing, write them down as well. Remind yourself, tell your brain the reasons why you're doing this. Because after all, everything we're talking about right now, it's all in your own head. So if you get this right, everything else will follow. Tip number 3 is reward yourself. It's important to celebrate your achievements. And what a better way of doing it than rewarding yourself. It might be a new workout outfit or even a massage. This will help you stay motivated and give you something to work towards. And I'm not talking about rewarding yourself at the end of your journey. If it is lose 30 pounds, I'm talking about rewarding yourself for the small wins, like going to the gym 3-4 times a week, exercising X amount of times a week, losing X amount of weight. Tip number 2, it's important to know to reach your goals takes time and effort. We will have ups and we will have downs. There'll be times where we don't want to go to the gym, we don't want to train, and you might miss a session and you might start eating loads and go on a bender and think, no, I've ruined it all, I can't do this. It's important, if that happens, which it might, hopefully it doesn't, but it might, is to brush it off, draw a line under it and keep going and start again. Don't let the one hiccup, if you have one, spoil everything and just ruin it and like, oh no, I've ruined it, I'm a failure, I can't do this. You can do it. Draw a line under it, it happens to us all, and keep going. Remember, for this big progress, it takes time. This is by no means a sprint, it's a marathon. Now, if you can break down your goals into smaller goals, that will be huge. And a great example of this, what I know firsthand, because I did this, was when I was training for the Olympic Games. When I was 16 years old in the year 2000, I got put on an 8-year training program for the 2008 Olympics. Now, for a 16-year-old, 8 years is a lifetime away. That's never going to come. Even though that was my long-term goal, it just felt miles away. But what kept me motivated for them was the shorter term goals, like a national championship, international, a world championship, a European championship. These were going on every couple of months. So I was focusing on them individual tournaments, which ultimately helped me get to the end tournament. And then even in them tournaments, let's say it was a European championship, I wouldn't focus on the fight that I had in the final, because if I lost the fight before I got to the final, I wouldn't be fighting in the final. You've got to take it one fight at a time, one step at a time. And now that is the same for you, no matter what your goal is. Rather than looking at, I want to lose 50 pounds, or this week I only lost 1 pound, I'm never going to get there, I'm still 49 pounds away. No, break it down. Break down them long-term goals, and that will keep you motivated, and that will make all of this more manageable, and as well you'll be able to see success more frequently. And then back to the Olympics, if all I was waiting for was the Olympics to have success, I would be feeling down for 8 years because I'd never have any success until I got there. But instead, these smaller goals, a national championship, that's success. An international fight against France and winning that, that's success. So the smaller goals will help you with the big goals. Now I'm talking about Olympic Games and high-level stuff here. It doesn't matter. Achieving a goal is achieving a goal. So this big one, tip number 1, what is it? And that is, mix your workouts up. If you're getting bored with a workout, try something different. Now, a workout doesn't have to be, you need to go to the gym, you need to lift weights, you need to get some boxing gloves on, you need to punch a heavy bag. A workout can be going to the shop and walking around for 45 minutes. That's exercising right there, better than sitting in the house and doing nothing. But what I would prefer, something more sustainable. You could try a new sport, something that you've always wanted to do. Well, now's the time to do it. No matter your age, your fitness ability, I guarantee you there is a sport or exercise or activity out there that you can do. What I always wanted to do was try jiu-jitsu, but being a former professional, pretty high-level boxer, I was always afraid to try something new because I didn't want to start at the bottom and get embarrassed. But I did that in 2022 and it changed my life. It changed everything because now I really enjoy it and I love it, and I'm doing something that I love that's really healthy. So think about, what is it that you want to do? Maybe it's rock climbing, maybe it's swimming. So think about it. Is there something out there that you've always wanted to do that maybe you've never had the confidence to go out and do? You might think you're not in the right shape. You might think you're not in the right condition for it. But You've got to start somewhere, and doing something that you find that you enjoy, you know, you'll start looking forward to going there and doing this activity. So try it. Give it a go. This right here will definitely not help your punch resistance. It's stupid. Never do this. In fact, that will decrease your punch resistance. But on this video, I'm going to give you 5 things that you can do that will definitely help you take a punch better. You might have heard the phrase glass jaw and iron jaw, and some of the things here is what I did before I went to the Olympic Games as part of my training. Number 5. Seeing the punch come. You might have heard the phrase, the punches that hurt you and do the damage is the punches that you don't see coming. So how can you see a punch that is coming towards your face? Well, it might sound obvious, but a big thing is by keeping your eyes open. Often beginners or even people with a bit of experience, when someone throws a punch at them, the first reaction is to close the eyes and cower away from it. If you close your eyes, when that punch does land, it is going to do serious damage. Now, another thing what will help you seeing punches coming is rather than me looking at Glenn's hands here, I want to look at his chest here. Because if I'm looking at his chest, I can see everything with my peripheral vision. Rather than focusing on his hands, if I'm focused on his hands, every time he does a little feint, I'm going to be moving and I'm not going to know what he's going to throw. But keeping the eyes on the chest is an absolute game changer when you're in there with someone else. So your focus is key and staying switched on. If you switch off, that is what might do the damage of the punch landing. Number 4 is moving in the same direction as a punch. So if Glenn throws a lead hook at me, because he's a southpaw and it hits me in the face, if I move away from it, boom, that's going to take the sting out of the punch. If he throws a cross at me and I'm moving away, and if it lands as well, that moving in the same direction as the punch is coming will take that power out of the punch. If he throws a left hook and I move away, that right there obviously will take the sting out of the punch. Here's a clip of me knocking someone out at 15 years old. And if you watch what he did, he's kind of moving and he moves into my punch, which increases the power of the punch. And then that's what put him down. Number 3 is keep your mouth shut. I don't mean keep your mouth shut outside by not being cheeky to anyone else. I mean keeping your jaw tight closed and clenched together. Now you can do this and stay relaxed at the same time. You might get and start tightening up your full body. No, keep your full body relaxed and just clench your jaw. Because if my jaw is open and Glenn lands a hook there, what that's going to do? Way more chance of my jaw breaking. So mate, keep your mouth shut. And you should have a mouthpiece in if you're fighting, which, you know, you want to bite down on that and dig your teeth into that. Now, the next one, which is a big one, is keeping your chin down. If I'm boxing like this or fighting like this and Glenn throws a rear hook, look, boom, it can go straight on my chin. If he throws a lead hook and this hand's down, straight on the chin. But now if I've got my chin down, now watch, he throws that rear hook, how can he hit me chin? Even if I'm here with my hands down, there's less chance of him hitting me chin. Yeah, it's going to hit the side of my head or the temple, which will do damage, but it's a smaller target. And if the target is smaller, there's less chance of us getting hit. So you always want to keep that chin down. And number 1 is develop the muscles in your neck. Get a stronger neck. If you've seen someone like Mike Tyson, how strong their neck is. If your neck is stronger, there's less chance of your head moving around when you get hit. The less your head moves around, the less damage it will do because it's not going to shake your brain. And that's where the concussions come in, when you get hit and your brain shakes around your skull. So developing them strong neck muscles will really help you do that. Do you get nervous before you spar? Do you struggle to take what you're doing outside of the ring on the heavy bag into the ring, into a sparring session? After a sparring session, do you ever feel like, I'm actually better than that, but I just can't perform in the ring? Well, if any of them things apply to you, this video is definitely for you, where I'm going to give you some tips and tricks that help me have success in boxing that will help you the very next time you go to spar. And even though I had 106 fights, I won an Olympic medal, I still did have some nerves when I was going into sparring sessions. But when I did these things that I'm going to tell you, it really helped control that. And have you ever noticed that you can do 6 rounds, 8 rounds on a heavy bag, but when you get into the ring, after 2 rounds, you're really tired and you're thinking, why am I like this? I'm unfit. Well, that probably comes down to your breathing. It's very easy for us to forget about breathing when we're in the ring and someone's throwing punches at us. And also to forget about your breathing when you're throwing punches at someone else. So this is a big thing that you've got to think about every time before you get into the ring, is when you're not throwing punches, you're totally relaxed. When you are throwing punches, you're exhaling with them. Holding your breath and throwing a punch doesn't get more power in it. It gets less power in it. It gets less speed in it. So when you are exhaling with your punches, you're not only going to save a lot of energy, but you're also going to be able to punch faster and harder. Now, I understand when you're in there, there's a lot to think about. You've got to think about throwing punches, landing. You've got to think about the punches that's coming at you, how to get out of the way of them. You've got to think about your opponent's footwork, his movement. You've got to think about your own footwork. There's a lot to think about. And because we breathe every day without thinking about it, we forget about that. Now, when you get in there, I want you to focus on that one thing, which is breathing, and everything else will follow. And keep doing this to get into the habit. We've got to think about things and do it. Think about it, do it. Think about it, do it until we can do it without even having to think about it, and it'll come natural to you. And once it becomes natural to you without thinking about it, you'll be able to last longer in the ring, which then you'll be able to focus on transferring the things you're doing outside of the ring into the ring. Now, if you feel like you're in with someone who's hitting you too much, you might have a great jab and you just can't get out of the way of his bloody jab. What I want you to do next time you spar with this person is just think about defending that jab. If your focus is on someone's jab, there's way less chance of them being able to hit you with it. And then once you've started defending that jab, which you will do because now you're thinking about it, then you can start adding in the counter punches. Now, depending on you and your ability, you might be able to do this within one round where, yes, you thought about the defense, you're defending the jab, you're defending the jab, now it's defend, come back. Or it might take a number of sessions for you to be able to defend the jab, then come back with counters. But the first thing is thinking about that defense. Now, this one can be difficult depending on what gym you're at and how open-minded your coach is, your sparring partner is. You should actually send your coach this video and ask him what he thinks about this point what I'm about to say right now. And that is when you spar, working on technical things, fast and light. For example of some great technical sparring rounds, what you could do. For the first half of the round, all you're going to work on is counter punching. So your sparring partner, he's leading off, you're only allowed to counter punch. For the second half of the round, you switch up. So now he's counter punching, you're leading off. And now for the next round, you do the same again, but this time you're allowed to counter the counter punch. But working fast and light, working on learning rather than heavy, hard sparring. Another thing that you could do, what we used to do training for the Olympics, is all you're going to do in the sparring round is throw lead hands only to the head, to the body, hooks, but that's all you're going to throw. Now, with this, you can really focus on that defense that I was talking about because you know which hand he's going to throw, but as well, it's going to give you the chance to be able to improve your lead hand. And there's so many different things that you could do on technical sparring. Now, the next thing is hard sparring. I'm not a fan of hard sparring. I think it's pretty stupid. Now, there is a time and a place for it. If you're training for a fight, yes, you need to have a few hard spars in there, but you shouldn't be hard sparring all the time. If you're leaving your sparring sessions with a headache every single session, then you've been sparring too hard. That's ridiculous. It's going to cause long-term damage, which is stupid. And if your coach is telling you to hard spar all the time, I would honestly consider moving coach and moving gym. Because yeah, right now you're living in the moment, you're doing boxing training, which is great, but you've got a big, long life left after this, and you don't want to be slurring your words. Having memory problems and having to try and work on your brain down the line, which I know a lot of people doing that now, and honestly, it's not worth it. Now, another thing when you're in there, you might be thinking, why can I not land this uppercut, hook 2, pivot off, jab, jab 2? It's working perfectly on the mitts. Well, there's a reason why. That sort of combination is ridiculously hard to land unless you're sparring someone who's just covering up like that and then you're going to do it. You know, but when you're in there with someone who's coming back at you, yeah, it's going to be very difficult to work them longer combinations that you might be doing on the mitts. Instead, focus on the basics. Focus on landing that great jab. Focus on landing that 1-2. Focus on feint to the head, going to the body. The basics of boxing is what wins you fights, what wins you rounds in sparring, what helps you get better. And if you look at any great fighter from the past to the present, they've all got their basic fundamentals down. But there is a lot of people trying and get all fancy in the ring, dropping their hands down, doing some Roy Jones stuff where you got your hands behind your back and then throw. Nah, I mean, you can try it if you want to try it, you can learn the hard way, but it's going to be very difficult. Now, I'm going to tell you about the last tip, which is probably the most important thing on this video that will help you in sparring or even in fights. Before I do, I just want to see, do you like this t-shirt? This has got boxing backwards, as you can see, but when you're looking in the mirror and you're shadow boxing, it's reversed and boxing is forwards. This is my favorite t-shirt. It's very soft and it's available to you as well. The link is below. If you want to support this channel and show the world world, that you love unboxing, get one of these t-shirts. Now the last tip I want to leave you with, which is a massive one, is record your sparring session, then watch your back and then see where you're going wrong. How is this guy landing his jab? How is he landing that hook to the body? Why are you getting caught every time you're coming out the clinch? Now I want you to write down them things where you're going wrong. There might be 4 different things. Now what I want you to do is when you're going to the gym, when you're working on the heavy bag, concentrate on just one of them 4 problems for a full round on the bag. Get it into your brain, get into these good habits. Now it's important that you do it individually each round rather than trying to do it all together in one round, because you're going to lose focus and you're going to forget one bad habit when you're trying to focus on the other one, but one at a time. This way it'll really help you get out of them bad habits.
Here it comes. Whoa. Up and he's staying at just a bit.
You can throw great on a heavy bag. We can throw great on a double end bag. You can throw great in shadow boxing. But why is it when you get in the ring, you're not only struggling to land that cross, but you're also struggling to throw it? Well, on this video, I'm going to give you some tips and tricks to not only be able to throw that cross when you are in the ring, but to be able to land it and land it hard as well. And this is a problem that I had. Even after winning a European title, I still struggled at throwing that cross. And the big reason why we do that is because we're afraid. We're afraid that we're going to throw it, we'll miss and get counted. But why? Because when we throw in the jab, we're confident I've been here and thrown this jab. We're comfortable throwing a jab, even if we're not in range, because we've got our hands up tight and we can step in and land that jab and we'll feel safe doing that. But when it's the cross, if I'm in the same distance away from my opponent and I throw this, I'm out of range. Even if I step in, I'm still like in an awkward position there, which makes me not really want to throw this punch. Because if he's orthodox, so turn around like that, he's hitting these lead hands there, and I miss this, look, I'm wide open for that left hook. And another thing why we are afraid is because to really do land it, we've got to get our feet in close, we've got to be in range to throw it, and when we are in range to land it, that means we're in range to get hit as well. So it makes it very awkward. Now, one thing that helped me get over the fear of throwing this, which helped me land it and learn exactly what to do to land it, is the quote that I think it was Michael Jordan that said, which is, you miss 1,000 shots that you don't take. And it's the same in boxing. You miss 100% of the punches that you don't throw. So what we've got to do, we've just got to throw that punch in there and get over the fear of it. And then it doesn't work. We've got to figure out why it did not work. And then let's say you do get over the fear of throwing that punch, then you throw that punch, you miss and you get counted. Think about, well, what did I do wrong? How did I miss? Why did I get counted? Was my feet not in range? Did I throw the punch too slow? Did I telegraph the punch? Which one of these things was it that you weren't doing? Now let's just say it was the telegraphing, and you're here and you pulled it back and you threw it, and that's what you got counted with. You know that, right? So next time you're going to throw it and you're not going to telegraph it, you're just going to come straight from your face, boom, and blast it out. Was it that you were out of range and you tried to throw it from here and you overextended and you overreached, you put yourself in this position, that's why you got counted? Well, if so, then you've got to get your feet in range. Start with your front foot, then your back foot, then throw your punch, and fast, and it'll look like this. And you might have success like that with your opponent. Ah, this needs filling up with water. Was it that you were looking for power rather than speed and you held your breath? Well, you know, next time, think about speed rather than power. And if you think about speed, you're going to punch faster. So rather than thinking about power and try and knock them over, think about speed, get your feet in, not telegraphing the punch, and that right there will help you have success landing it. But the biggest thing that you can do to be able to have success in landing in this cross, other than throwing the bloody thing, is using a feint. Feint a jab. If someone thinks you're going to throw a jab and then you're throwing that fast cross, you're going to have way much more success at landing it. You could throw a jab at the body, throw a jab at the body, feint the jab at the body as his hands come down, whoa, boom, come up and blast him straight in the face. You need to make sure you get your feet in range to throw that. And you could throw the cross and have success with it by touching with the left. So it's a touch with the left and boom, blast him with the right. If you think my opponent's there, I want to just step in with the jab or step in with the long hook. This is going to keep him thinking, get him to cover up there. And then from there, boom, then I can blast it in. But you've got to get your feet in. If your feet's not in, you're never going to be able to land this cross.
Can he hold off Pacquiao with his skill?
Tyson comes out slugging. He comes out smoking.
When you're looking for power punches, you generally lose the speed, like this.
Now there he was lunging, but he wasn't.
And then that goes the other way as well. When you're just looking for speed, you generally lose the power, like this. Now, a lot of people who punch really fast, like a Floyd Mayweather, or someone who springs to mind like Paulie Malignaggi, who was a multiple weight world champion, don't generally have a lot of power in their punches. Now, a lot of people say speed kills, which, yeah, it does. And if you can punch fast, you can generate power from that punch as well. Well, you can if you're doing it a certain type of way, which I'm going to show you on this video.
Slightly staggered after that last left hand, and down he goes. Solid left hand.
And then you've got someone like Big George Foreman, who was the most powerful puncher of all time. His punches were pretty slow. But out of the 76 fights he won, he knocked out 68 people. That is a whopping 84% knockout percentage. But like we've just seen Big George doing there, punching hard doesn't mean you've got to punch fast. So which one would you rather be? Would you rather be the speed puncher, or would you rather be the knockout puncher? But just because you've got so much speed or so much power doesn't mean you're going to have so much success in boxing, because it's all about the brain and how smart you are in the ring. You could be the fastest puncher in the world, but if you've got a low boxing IQ, you know, it's pointless. You could be the hardest puncher in the world, but if you can't land that punch, what's the point? Now, the key in boxing is to be able to punch fast and hard, but also have a great defense, but also have good footwork, and also have good reactions. Oh, also have great stamina. But right now, I'm going to get my gloves, put them on. I'm going to give you 4 tips to be able to punch faster. I'm going to give you 4 tips to be able to punch harder. And then you can decide what wins, speed versus power. Now, these speed and power tips can work with just about any punch from either hand. First, let's talk about the 4 tips to be able to help you punch faster. Now, the first one is something that Floyd Mayweather used to always do. And it would be, rather than throwing his jab or his punches from here, like this, which is still pretty fast, what he would do, he would have his arms out a bit here. Now, if my arm's here, it's got less distance to travel from there to there than it would have from here all the way there and all the way back. So if it's got less distance to travel, guess what? It will get there faster, just like this. From there, arms are out, even my right hand's out. Look at the speed of that. Moving on to number 2 is what Cus D'Amato used to have Mike Tyson doing, and that was making 2 punches sound like 1 punch. So rather than the 1-2, ba ba, sound like that, ba ba, ba ba, what we do, we went ba ba, ba ba. And now when I think about that sound, I'm going to be able to punch faster because I'm thinking about the sound. There, it's there again. Yeah, it's not as fast as Mike Tyson's, but thinking about the sound of the speed will help you punch faster. And that goes for if you're throwing a 1-2 hook rather than ba ba ba, but ba ba ba, ba ba ba. One, it's faster. Now, moving on to number 3 is not telegraphing your punches. I see it all the time where people be hitting the bags and they'll throw 1-2. That was a telegraph there, because what I did, I pulled it back then punched. If you're pulling your arm back, anyone with experience can see this coming. But the goal is to get it either from your face, or if you're looking for the speed with the arm out here, from there, then throw it. From here, then throw it. Rather than boom, it's going to be no telegraphing. I've done a full video showing you how not to telegraph your punches. Watch that one next after this. And we're moving on to number 4, which is thinking about speed punches. If you think about it, you're way more likely to be able to throw them faster. If you're going in there just throwing punches on the bags, just thinking about, you know, I want to get a good workout in, you're never going to be able to increase the speed of the punches. But if you think about the speed of the punch, when you come to doing it on the bags or in sparring or wherever you're going to be punching, you'll be able to do it without thinking about it. But first, think about it. Now moving on to the 4 power tips. The first one, just like we seen George Foreman on that heavy bag, which is punch through the bag. Now I know we can't punch through these leather bags, but I want you to visualize that you're going to try and punch through it. So rather than your punch landing here, where the target is, You want to get your punch landing through there like that. And when I do that, you can see the power there. And that goes for any punch. With the hook, rather than like this, I want to punch through so my arm goes through it, and it'll go like this. And you see the power increase there. Same with the uppercut. Rather than there, I want to punch through it, and the power increases. And get into good habits by thinking about this every time you're punching the bag. You end up punching through the target without even having to think about it. Now moving on to number 2 is this. A tight fist. And have hand wraps on. I haven't got wraps on, you should always have hand wraps on. But have a tight fist, keeping your full body relaxed here, but a tight fist when you throw that punch, and the punch will be stronger. If you focus on that really tight fist, but relaxing your full body, I guarantee you'll see an instant increase in power. But you need to stay relaxed when you do it. Like there was a very tight fist, and look at the bag, it's swinging everywhere. Now number 3 is turning into your punches, whatever punch you're going to throw. If I'm throwing it across, I need to turn into it. This is getting the body weight behind the punch. If I'm throwing a hook, I need to turn the body, transferring the weight. So when I'm standing here, the weight's 50-50. When I turn into a cross, that's transferring my body weight behind the punch, and it's putting 60% of the weight to my front leg. Now from there, I'm going to throw the hook, transferring the weight back. Transferring that weight will help you increase the power into the punch. And number 4, before I show you how to get speed and power into the punch, is don't push your punches. I see this all the time. People will be looking for power and they'll throw it. That's a push. Yeah, the bag's swinging because I pushed the bloody thing. I didn't punch it. And it's the same with hooks. No, mate, that's pushing. Now, not only does it look stupid because the bag's swinging and I've lost control of the bag, but I'm not getting power in the punch, and it would never land even in a fight either. So you never want to push your punches. And now I want to show you how to get speed and power into the punches. And as well, what this is great for is getting you into range to land them punches. And this is something that Manny Pacquiao does. Yes, he's got crazy speed, but he's also got crazy power as well. You see when he knocked out Ricky Hatton?
Boom! Oh my gosh, what a straight left hand. That is that. What an amazing knockout shot. That is the most spectacular one-punch shot of Manny Pacquiao's. Incredible.
And when I studied Manny, this technique doesn't only get the power in the punch, it gets the speed in the punch as well. And what he's doing, you know, he's on his feet here, he's on his toes, and then when he throws down punches, he's stepping and punching at the same time. And when he's doing this, he's getting the momentum of his body weight behind the punches because he's stepping with them punches. And it looks like this with a 1-2. Watch the feet, watch the hands, watch the speed, watch the power. So I'm here, like Manny Pacquiao, but not as good. Then all of a sudden it's... Now you're seeing the speed. Look at the power. The bag is going everywhere. I wasn't pushing the bag, I was punching the bag. I was stepping as I was throwing the punches. And that was great speed, great power. Swing my back foot round as my lead hook comes out. On this video, I'm going to give you 6 advanced heavy bag drills that you can do the very next time you're in the gym. That's going to improve your overall boxing ability. Now with these drills, I recommend that you do one at a time. So one round you'll do one drill, the next round you do the other drill, rather than doing all 6 drills within the space of one round. This way it's going to stick in your head and help you improve. Number 6 is working on counter punching. A counter punch is when you defend a punch and come back with a punch of your own. Now I understand that we're on a bag, and this is not throwing punches at us, but we've got to visualize them punches coming, and then we're going to come back with the counter punch of our own. Now, an example is if someone is throwing a jab at me, how do I defend it? Well, there's a lot of different ways I can defend. I can parry, I can slip, I can duck, I can block, I can step back. And then once you've decided what defense you're going to do, you're going to talk about what counter punch you're going to throw. Now, an example is I've defended a jab with a slip. Now I'm in this position. What could the counter punch be? Can you guess? Did you get it right? It's either a hook to the body or a hook to the head. And that's what we're going to do on the bag. So I'm going to slip and throw that punch. Slip, counter. Slip, counter. Now it doesn't just have to be the jab. You can be defending a hook to the body. I've blocked it there. What's the counter punch from this position? Well, there's 2. One is the uppercut, because if you think he's through that hook there, with his lead hand, that leaves him open there, so boom, boom. Then the other counter punch to this is, you've blocked and you've come straight back with a hook. Now we can do these on the bag here, so a block, uppercut here, then the other one, there. And there's hundreds of different defenses, hundreds of different counter punches, so think about which one you're going to do and do it for a full round. Number 5 is work on feinting before you throw the punch. Get into good habits. And with this, it's not just going to get you into good habits, it's going to make you look good as well. So when I'm here, rather than just boring old heavy bag work, what I want you to do is here, feint, here, feint, then throw the punch. Get into good habits of throwing them feints, and once you can do this in shadow boxing on the bag, it will transfer to the ring and really help improve your boxing game. Number 4 is landing the body shot. I used to do this all the time on a bag, and it's not just landing the body shot like that, because that wouldn't work in a real fight. The way to do this drill is just by touching up here. Just little light punches to the head. So I'm light punching to the head. I would wait for the hands to come up, then whoop, whip in that body shot. And on the bag, it's like this one, touching the head. And this will really help improve that lead hook to the body, because after all, what we've got to do in any of these drills, in anything in boxing, to get better at boxing, is repetition, 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 and that's what will improve you. So by working this, for a full round, it's only going to improve that big lead hook to the body. Number 3 is a very advanced move. After all, this is an advanced boxing drill video, so we want the advanced ones, right? Well, we're going to do a pivot hook on the bag. Now, if you can't do a pivot hook in shadow boxing, you're never going to be able to do one on the bag. I've done a full video explaining how to throw the pivot hook. You can watch that video after this one, but basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to swing my back foot round as my lead hook comes out, and my back foot and my lead hand will land at the same time. So on the bag, it'll look like this. I'm here. You see that? The foot and the hand lands at the same time. Again. And that swing, that movement, the momentum of that will get the power in the punch. And when you learn how to do this correctly, because you've been drilling it on the bag, you will see the power will really increase without even having to put that much effort in. Because that whip, that spin, that momentum of the body weight shifting, boom, gets that big knockout power in the hook. Now moving on, number 2 will take you from looking like an average boxer to a brilliant boxer in no time at all. And all you've got to do is move your head before and after everything you throw. And it'll make you go from looking like this, an average boxer, to a pro boxer. And as you can see there, there's a big difference, and we can do this on the heavy bag. So I'm here, moving the head, for the punches, moving the head. And once you can learn how to do this correctly, you're not going to waste any energy, because you're going to stay relaxed. So I'm staying relaxed. Breathe and breathe and stay relaxed. Boom, through the punches, stay relaxed. Do it in shadow boxing. Transfer it to the bags, transfer it to the mitts, then transfer it to sparring if you are sparring. Moving your head before and after every single punch. Now moving on to number 1, the big one, and this is work on 5-punch combinations, but every combination that you throw has got to be different, and you can't pause in between. It can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then thinking, no. What it's got to be ba, 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 and then I want that movement in between. While you're thinking, I want that head moving, or I want you throwing them feints, and it'll look like this. Ba, 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 ba. I'm moving, I'm thinking what I'm going to throw next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm here, I'm moving, I'm thinking, I'm not standing still. And challenge yourself. There's thousands of different 5-punch combinations that you can do, but while you're doing it, it's important to keep good form in technique. Through a 1, 2, I've sidestepped. Through a 1, 2, step back forward. On this video, I'm going to give you 6 great drills that you can do on the heavy bag that will help you get better at boxing. And some of these drills really helped me have success when I competed in the 2008 Olympic Games, and I'm sure that they're going to help you as well. Starting with number 6, and this is working on single straight punches over and over again. Now, it might seem a little bit boring, I get that, but by just doing 1 round of this will really help you improve that punch. So, example, if we start off with the jab, we're going to throw 1 jab, then we're going to throw 2 jabs, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, go all the way up to 10, and then reverse and come back down. So a little example of this. through 1, 2, 3, 4, and then once you get a 10, come back down. And then after you've done the jab, we go on to the hook. 1 hook, then from there 2, then 3, and so on. Go through every punch that you can. And with the repetition of throwing them punches, that's what's going to improve them punches. Number 5 is thinking about defense after everything. Now, we're on a heavy bag, and luckily this guy is not throwing punches back at us. But I want you to visualize punches coming at you, so you're going to defend. So let's see, if I throw a jab, I want to defend. Now, there's lots of different defenses in boxing. It could be a slip, it could be a block, it could be a step back, a roll, a duck, a parry, whichever one you want to do. Now try them all within a round. So I'm here, I threw a jab, I've slipped, I threw a jab, I've blocked, threw a 1-2, I've sidestepped, threw a 1-2, step back forward. And just by visualizing this and doing this throughout your round will really help improve, because now you're not going to be making any sloppy mistakes. Because let's say if you throw a jab and you bring it back down here, you're wide open for that one in a real boxing scenario. But now, because you're thinking about defense, you're not going to throw that sloppy jab. So it's going to help you get into good habits. Moving on to number 4 is going to help you with a few things that beginners really struggle with. And that is keeping your hands up and breathing. And I would recommend you do this for the last round of your session. And all we're going to do is punch the bag non-stop for that full round. Now you might be thinking, non-stop for a full round, that's impossible. Well, yeah, it would be if you were going like full speed. But no, I don't want that. All I want is this. Now, when you're doing this, you're turning your hips, you're breathing, you're staying relaxed, and you're building your shoulder endurance. Yes, it will get hard, but another thing you're going to learn is how to pace yourself and get you through that full round. Absolute game changer. Moving on to number 3, might feel very awkward for you if you're pretty new to boxing. And once you get over that awkwardness, it's going to make you look like a pro and look like you really know what you're doing. And that is moving your head always before and after every punch. So rather than just here, I want head moving, punch, head moving, punch. And then when you do it on the bag, so I'm head moving, punch. Moving that head, punching, moving that head, then throw the punches. Now, we would use this in real boxing to keep your opponent thinking all the time, and as well make it much harder for you to hit. Kind of like a Mike Tyson who was always moving his head to keep his opponents thinking, and then he would come back with big counter punches. He used to do this in training and on the heavy bag, and that's what I want you to do. Practice this on the heavy bag. Moving on to number 2 is perfecting the most awkward punch in boxing, which is the lead hook. And how we're going to do this is by working on all 3 different ranges of the lead hook. We've got the short range, got the mid range, then we've got the long range. Now, I would recommend working a full round on each one of them ranges of the punch. Now, with this, for example, if you're working on the mid-range hook, I would put the 1-2 in front of it, then throw it. But one thing to think about when you're throwing a 1-2 hook on a bag, you want to shorten the 2. Because if I throw a long 1-2, I'm not in a position to throw that hook. So you need to shorten it. 1-2, it's shorter there, then I can throw that hook. So work on that. 1-2 hook. Reset, reset, 1-2 hook. Working on good form, turning your hips, bringing your hands back to your face. And then once you've worked on the mid-range, we can work on the short range. Then the long range. And the goal is with this and the other drills is think about it and then do it. Think about it, do it until you get to the point of being able to do it without having to think about it. Okay, let's get into number 1. Now this one is work on one combination at a time for a full round. I'm going to give you 3 different examples of combinations that you can work on. And what this is going to do, it's not only going to get you to learn how to throw this one combination better, but all of the punches that you throw in that combination, it's going to help you be able to throw them individual punches better as well, if that makes sense. The first one is a double jab to the body. Now I'm going to show you how to throw it, and I'm going to show you what pace I think you should do your full round in with this. So you throw that double jab. As the second jab comes back to the face, you're going to bend your knees, change your levels, and throw that 2 to the body. Now, as for what pace you should be doing these, I would recommend this. So I'm here, moving around, thinking, relaxing, breathing, that little bit of head movement in between, like we said earlier on. Then again, just like that. So we're not going 100 miles an hour. We're not getting exhausted, because when you start getting exhausted, that's when you start making mistakes and getting into bad habits. So keeping it nice and relaxed. Example combo number 2 is a jab, slip forward to your weight on your front foot, then throw that hook. Jab, slip, hook. Now, why this combo is great, because you're going to obviously improve your jab and then your slip, your defense, but also your range. Getting in that perfect range to throw that lead hook. So it's a jab, slip, bump, hook. And moving on to number 3 was going to be a 1-2, sidestep, 2, cross to the body. Now with this, we're using that sidestep to change angles, which is more advanced than probably anything we've done on this video. And when you do change that angle, you want to make sure you're back in that boxing stance to throw that 2 to the head, then hook to the body. It is more advanced, but maybe you're ready for the advanced combos. If you're in the ring with someone who is taller than you, generally they have got the advantage over you. Like this guy here, he's 6'3", he's taller than me. And on this video, I'm going to give you 10 tips to be able to beat the taller guy. So generally, a taller fighter will be trying to outbox you by throwing that long jab and using his range and moving his feet and moving around the ring. So what you've got to do to overcome that is get your feet close to him. So if I'm in here with the taller guy and he throws a jab, I move forward, he's moved back. I'm too short, I can't reach him. He's through a 1-2, I move forward, he's moved back. So what I've got to do is have faster feet, because the only way I can hit him is if I get my feet closer, because his arms are longer, and then that's when I can go to work and throw them punches. But if I'm trying to outbox the tall boxer from here, yeah, my punches are too short. So I've got to get my feet in and then throw the punches. Now, there's a couple of ways of being able to get your feet in. So regularly I'll see shorter guys plod them forward like this, swinging and missing, you know. I've got to have faster feet. So rather than that, I'm going to do this. See, I'm getting close to him, get my feet close, and that's when I can go to work. Cutting that distance down is key. Moving on to number 9 is throwing a double or a triple jab. When I'm in with a taller guy, if I throw the single jab, he's going to step back, and that's fine. But if I throw the double or triple jab, this is what happens. Then I can get my feet closer, get my feet inside, and then I can throw the punches. So no more single jabs, throw doubles, triples, or even 4 jabs at once to get your feet in close, and that's when you can go to work. Moving on to number 8, you might have seen Mike Tyson do this. He gets low. So that's what you kind of want to do. Rather than me just being here, where I'm on the end of that jab, if I get a little bit lower here, now my opponent's got to really jab down, but I can come and I can come around and throw them shots. So get low and stay low. So I'm here, I'm low, and I'm getting in and getting around, and that's when I can go to work. If you think about it, because you're shorter, you don't want to be short and upright where you're off balance. You want to be low and keeping them legs bent and really be able to blast them shots in. Number 7 is a big one, and that's using ring craft to cut the ring down. So rather than this, where I'm following my guy around, throwing these punches, useless. I need to cut the ring down, step across to the side that he's going. So example is, if I'm going after him, rather than following around, he steps to his right, I step to my left. Now he's coming onto my punches. He steps to his left, I step to my right, and bringing him onto my hands. So using your feet to cut the ring down is key when you're in with a taller opponent. Moving on to number 6 is when you get your opponent where you want them, and then going to town and throwing them punches rather than letting them get off. So what he's going to do is, if I'm moving forward, I get him on the ropes here, he's going to want to get away and get off and, you know, turn me and get me on the ropes. So obviously I don't want to do that. So when he tries to do that, I'm going to step across and I've got him here. Now this is where I need to throw the punches. Bah, bah, bah. If he's got experience, which Chris has, what he's going to do, he's going to hold me like this and then turn his feet around and get me on the ropes, and then now he's back to the center of the ring and he's back on his long jab, and then I'm chasing him again. That's what we don't want. I need to keep him there. So let's just see if he does hold me. Now what I want to do, I want to keep working, throwing them punches here. And what that's going to do is tell the big guy he can't hold you because he's going to get blasted in the middle. Or also tell the referee that you can't break the fight up because you're still throwing them punches. And if he does try to step to the side, I'm going to step to the side with him and throw the punches. He holds, and I'm still throw the punches here. But keep him on the ropes. It's key. Don't let them escape. You've worked so hard to get your bigger guy to the ropes. When you get them there, then that's when you throw them punches. Moving on to number 5 is attack the body, but not for the reasons you may think. Attack the body so you can land the head punches. And I hear it all the time. If you're fighting a taller opponent, you've got to go to the body. You've got to go to the body. Yes, you do, but not just for going to the body's sake. You need to set up your other punches. So if I'm here, I want to go to the body, but let's just say I'm going to step in with a fast jab. Fast jab, boom, he's defended it. Fast jab, he's defended it. This time, fast jab, boom, and then come over the top. So go to the body to set up your other punches. And that's if you're in the center of the ring. Now if I've got him on the ropes, what I'm going to do, I'm going to throw the body punches to get his hands to drop. boom, and then come over with a big shot as soon as them hands have dropped. Because if you think about it, if someone's blasting you in the body like this, what are you going to do? You're not going to keep your hands up, you're going to bring them down. As soon as they drop, whoop, over the top with that big right hand or left hand. Now, number 3 is keeping your hands up and keeping a strong guard. Now, it might seem obvious. Why would you drop your hands when you're in there with a taller guy? But I see it all the time, especially when people trying to move the head, they bring their hands down to the side of the face. You need to keep them hands up, chin down when you are going forward, and keep them that tight guard. Don't give him a chance to out jab you and move your feet. Hands high all the time. So moving on, number 3, don't stand still. If I'm in there with a taller guy and I'm standing still, what he's going to do is just like this. Yeah, he's just going to pick me off. And then move his feet, move his feet. Yeah. Instead of that, keep moving. Move your head, move your feet. But do it in a way where you're not going to rush in. So I'm not rushing in like this. So I'm going to do it strategically. Whereas if he's here, rather than me just being here, following around, I'm going to be moving, moving. I'm out of range, but I'm moving because he doesn't know what's going to come. I'm here, moving with the feet, moving with the feet. And then attack, but don't just stand still. Moving on, number 2 is a big one that lots of coaches don't teach, and that is being smart when you're in the clinch. Because the taller guy with the smaller guy always ends up inside. So rather than just standing inside like this, waiting for the referee to break, I want to work inside. So if my hands are on the outside, I want to try and bring my hand on the inside, then throw the punch. Bring my hand from the inside, then throw the punch. If I'm bringing this hand down here, trying to pull this one down, he's thinking about this side, he's forgot about this side, so boom, then come over the top. Be smart when you're inside. The way to get better at this is the same way as you get better at anything, is by practicing it. You could do a round with your training partner when you are just working inside, trying to get your hands in, throwing them punches. And that right there will really help you when you're in with a taller opponent. And tip number 1, the big one, is throwing realistic feints, but doing it all the time. Kind of like you see a Tyson Fury do it. And this is going to keep your bigger guy thinking all the time. Now, if you're throwing a realistic feint, you can then move your feet in, keeping him thinking. So rather than just stepping in with a double, triple jab like I said earlier on, throw the feint first. And then throw the double, triple jab, then get your feet in. If you're going to throw punches to the body, throw the feint first. If you're going to cut the ring down, feint with your feet. Feint one way and go the other way. I practice this in shadowboxing, on the bags, on the mitts, and in sparring. But you've got to be fast. Get better focus. Improve your mental health. Have a full body workout. Reduce stress. Increase mental toughness. Increase your strength and endurance. Lose weight. Build self-discipline. Enhance your self-esteem. Burn up to 1,000 calories in just 1 hour. Improve your confidence. Learn a great form of self-defense. Be involved with a great community. Improve your mental clarity. And all of that stuff, you will get it from doing just one boxing session. Now, let me explain. Whether you're a beginner looking to improve your body shape, build focus and concentration, or you're an experienced athlete that wants to take up something new and get a great workout, this sport has something for everyone. Now, let's start by looking at some of the key mental benefits to boxing training. One of the most obvious mental benefits of boxing training that you may not have thought of is the improvement of focus and concentration. The fast-paced, high-stress nature of boxing requires you to be fully present on the task in hand, which helps develop your mental focus and concentration skills. This focus of the present moment can help you tune out of any distractions and be fully present in the task in hand, which can be a great way to relieve stress and ultimately feel more alive. Because in boxing training, you've got so much to think about, like the stance, the footwork, the breathing, the punches, keeping the hands up, the turning the hips. It goes on and on. So the last thing that you're going to be thinking about when you're doing your training is, was Peter at work talking behind me back? Or any of the other problems that you might have going on in your life. And as you can imagine, this mindfulness can really help with your overall well-being. Also, the ability to focus and concentrate with boxing training can really help you with the other areas of your life as well, such as at work or at school or in your relationship or with your kids. And things like that is where you really do need to be focused, right? You need to be focused with your kids and your family and at work and at school. In addition to improving your focus and concentration, boxing, like I mentioned earlier on, it's a great way to relieve any stress that you might have, which ultimately will improve you mentally. And with that, the physical demands of boxing can be a great way to release any pent-up energy or any tension. It does feel great to let that tension out on a heavy bag. And then also with that, the sense of accomplishment and the self-discipline that comes with this training feels very rewarding as well. Another huge mental benefit of boxing is the improvement of problem-solving skills. The reactive nature of boxing requires you to constantly think on your feet and come up with creative solutions and challenges that's present, like let's say if you're sparring, by your opponent, or even if you're on the mitts and the coach is throwing these punches back and you've got to slip and move out of the way of them. This ability to think on your feet and come up with creative solutions to get out of the way and come back with counter punches, it might be, can be very beneficial in loads of different situations, whether you're facing a problem at work or in your personal life. And then as well, as I'm sure you can imagine, how good boxing is for your confidence. Boxing can have a positive impact on anxiety and depression as well. The physical and mental demands of the sport can help you feel more in control of your life and provide a sense of purpose and accomplishment. And this can be especially beneficial to those who are struggling with mental health issues, as it provides an outlet of stress and a great sense of accomplishment as well. And in addition to all of these benefits mentioned so far, which is loads, boxing can also be a great way to improve your cognitive function and your brain health. Well, that's as long as you're not getting punched in the face all the time. With these mental demands of the sport, what I'm keep talking about, such as the need to focus and react quickly, can help improve your brain function and can also reduce the risk of cognitive decline as we get older. You know, when you hear of people when they get older, you know, they start being forgetful of things, but this can really help reverse that or help the decline of that. Now, with boxing being a full body workout, you'll probably be working muscles that you never knew you had. You'll be sore in places that you never knew you could be sore in. And this is because of what you're actually doing. You're moving your full body, you're moving your feet. When you're throwing punches, you're engaging your core. You're using all of your muscles here. You're moving your lower back when you're slipping. You're using your legs when you're rolling. You're using your forearms when you're tensing. You're using your calves, moving backwards and forwards. You're using your glutes, because these are engaged as well when you're turning your hips to throw these punches. And then a big thing that you're working is your heart. You're increasing your heart rate, which is great because when you increase your heart rate, you're going to increase your blood flow. And that's bringing more oxygen to your muscles and the different parts of your body. And with you increasing your heart rate, you're going to strengthen your heart and your cardiovascular system, which is going to decrease the chance of you getting heart disease or suffering from a stroke. And then because we burn all that energy, you're going to sleep better that night. And if you sleep better that night, when you wake up the next day, you're going to feel way better, way more productive. You're going to be happier, which ultimately will also decrease stress and any anxiety that you've got. Now, the social aspect of boxing is one of the biggest benefits as well. And this is one of the reasons why so many people love boxing, with this, because of the social interaction that you have with other people. Training in a group or with a partner can be a great way to make new friends or be part of a very supportive community. And this can give you a sense of belonging, and the support can be incredibly beneficial for mental well-being, as it can provide a real deep sense of connection and purpose. So if you're looking to improve your mental game, which why would you not, and your overall well-being, why would you not, consider giving boxing a try. You might just find that this is the absolute perfect fit for you. On this video, I'm going to show you how to set up a knockout punch in boxing. Now, the punches that do the most damage is the ones that you don't see coming. That's why setting up the knockout is so important. And I'm going to give you 4 different strategies to do this. Now, to get the perfect knockout, timing is everything. If you're throwing the punch half a second too late or half a second too early, now the chance of the knockout could be gone. Now, the next time you're in the gym, you'll be able to work on these 4 things, whether you're doing it in shadow boxing, on the bags, in sparring, or on the mitts. Now, the first one, like you see Canelo Alvarez doing here, what he does, he throws lots of different punches, jabbing to the head, crosses to the head, jabs to the body, hooks, uppercuts. And what this is doing is keeping his opponent thinking, keeping his opponent not knowing what is going to come. So when I'm in here with my opponent, rather than just the traditional boxing done here, what I can do, I can jab the head, I can jab the body, I can jab the body, come up to the head, and keep throwing these variations until you see that opening. Now, this might take 1 round or 2 rounds or 3 rounds to be able to find that opening, but you've got to be patient when you are setting up a knockout punch. If I just try it straight away, I just try and throw the jab, then boom, come over with the right hand, he's going to see that coming. But instead, I've got to be jabbing, jabbing, moving, jabbing, jabbing. 1 round goes by, next round, jabbing, jabbing, coming up, hooks, hooks, throwing them different variations. And all of a sudden, when he's not expecting it, he thinks I'm going to throw the jab to the body, boom, I'm coming over with a big knockout blow to the head. So different variations, setting up, being patient is key to landing that knockout blow. Number 3 is my favourite of all time. I knocked out so many people with this punch. Now Chris is getting a bit nervous because I'm seeing this. He doesn't know what it's going to be. And what that is when we're inside here, I'm just going to keep touching fast and light here. And when he's not expecting it, I'm going to turn this left hand into a hook to the body, hitting him just under the ribs where it does the damage. And it's key with this one is not to slip and throw that hook to the body like you might have been taught, but kind of use it as an arm shot, but with power. So it's here, not slipping, because if I slip, he's going to bring that elbow down and block it, but instead, whoa, just throw it round from the arm, and I guarantee you, you'll get enough power in that punch to finish anyone off. Now number 2 is, when we're inside here, rather than throw them little punches to the head, I'm going to throw them little punches to the body. The elbow down. What's he going to do? What's anyone going to do when you're getting punched to the body? Hands have got to come down. And as you notice there's that little gap open on the chin area there. So I'm going to throw 5 fast punches, starting with my left hand, and then come over with a right hook. So it'll be like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm there. I'm going to rotate. Whoom, and blast in that right hand on the chin. And now he's not expecting. All he's thinking about is defending that body. Now moving on to number 1, before I show you how to get serious power into your punches, Canelo Alvarez is a master at this one, by the way, is using feints. So I'm here, I'm moving around. I mean, jab the body. Jab the body. I see that hand coming down when I throw that jab the body. So what I'm going to do, use that realistic feint, feel the jab the body, boom, the hand comes down, then come over and setting up that knockout shot. But this will take time. You need to be patient with it. It's not going to happen in the first round, maybe not in the second round, but over time, set that punch up. You might only get that split second to do it, so make sure you use that opportunity to land it with power. So how do you get power into your punch? Often I'll see people throwing the punch like this. Now, even though I nearly knocked him down, that is not a power punch. Now, the way to get power into it is by turning your hips and transferring your weight from one foot to the other foot. Right now, my weight's on this foot. When I turn the hips and turn, the weight comes to the back foot. Now I'm going to put the punch behind it, and it'll look like this. And he nearly went flying through the wall. Footwork is one of the key ingredients to being a better boxer. After all, if your feet's not right, how do you expect to throw your hands? And like we just seen them champion boxers there, all of them have got great footwork that's helped them have success in boxing. Now, whether you're doing this because you want to be a world champion or you want to just be good in the gym, if you improve on these 4 things, I guarantee you that you will improve instantly the next time you're in the gym. And I also guarantee you that you're making at least 2 of these mistakes. Starting with number 4, this is a mistake that you're probably making or you've definitely seen someone else making, and it's this. And if you can't tell what I'm doing here, you're definitely making this mistake. And that is bringing your feet together after you throw a punch or combination. And I actually remember as a 10-year-old being in the boxing gym, senior boxers who'd been fighting for years, they are whacking the bag and bringing the feet together like this, then back to the stance, ba, 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 ba. And I used to think, that's what you're supposed to do in boxing. But my friend, it is definitely not, because if you're in this position here, not only can you not throw any punches, and if someone attacks you while your feet together like this, you're off balance and you can't move properly. So that's why you need to keep your feet apart at all times. If my feet's apart, not only can I move a lot better, but I'm always in them positions to be able to throw punches and get out of there as well, because it's your feet that gets you into range to land punches and get you out of danger as well. Bringing them together is only going to put you back into danger. But to be honest, if you were in a fight and you are out of range, you can put your feet together, you can put your hands behind your back, you can pick your nose, maybe not with a boxing glove on, you can do whatever you want, but you never want to train like that, because you're going to get into them habits, and once you're into a habit, it's so hard to get out of them. Number 3 is this. See if you can see what I'm doing wrong. Can you see it? Huh? Well, if you can't, you're probably doing it, and that is, my feet is on the one line there. If you're moving forwards and backwards with your feet in a straight line, you're not going to get any power in your punches because look, I can't rotate properly. And as well, if I'm on this line, my balance is gone as well. It's as if I'm on a beam in a gymnastics class and I'm going to fall off. So what you need to do is have a line in between your feet like this. Now my balance is so strong here. I can rotate properly with any punch that I throw. And when I move like this, I'm always in a position to throw power punches. You want your front foot pointing at 1 o'clock, your back foot pointing at 2 o'clock, if you're orthodox like me. And this right here is perfect to be able to move and punch with power. And the drill I'm going to show you at the end will really help with all of these. Okay, moving on to number 2. See if you can pick up the mistake here. Right? It's hard for me to do it because I'm out of that habit. And that is moving and landing on your heel before you land on your toe. Heel, toe, just like this. Very common mistake. I see lots of professional fighters doing this as well. Now I'll tell you why we do this and I'm going to tell you what you should be doing. We do this because every day as human beings, how do we walk? We walk heel, toe. So we're in this habit of landing on our heel every time we step. And that follows on into boxing. But now let's say if I move forward and I land like this, and then someone throws a punch at me or attacks me and I've got to move back. I can't really push back off me heel. I'm not going to go very far. So I'm going to end up standing there and taking the punches here. Compared to the other way, if I'm moving forward on my toe and then someone decides to attack me, what can I do? Boom. Push straight off on the toe. So I can push forward and backward. And then another thing, it's easier to feint when you land on your toe. If I'm like this, it feels hard to feint. Compared to this, I can feint better. And then throwing punches. How can I throw a punch if I'm landing like this? I mean, I can, but it's not going to be very powerful because it's hard to get your full weight behind the punch compared to the alternative when you land on your toe first and your toe and your hand land at the same time and it looks like this. Moving on to number 1 before I show you this drill at the end. See if you can see what I'm doing wrong here. Yeah, crossing them feet. What I see is people moving to their right and they move the left foot first and you end up in this position here. This is a terrible position. And when I freeze in this position, you can see why, right? Because I can't throw any punches from here and I'm really off balance. The same if I move to my left, I never want to move my right foot first and cross these feet like this. Instead, moving left foot first, moving right foot first. Now a little tip for this. If you move your left foot 20 inches, your back foot needs to follow 20 inches. That there keeps that line in between your feet. So we're not making that mistake that we talked about on number 2, where the line is crossed or the feet's on the same line. The distance that you move them feet have got to be the same, which is keeping that line in between your feet all times, no matter where you're moving. So moving left foot first, moving right foot first. And what this allows me to do is it allows me to be able to punch as I'm moving. See, I can move and I can punch by keeping that space in between my feet and not crossing over. Okay, so time for this amazing drill that's not only going to help you get out of all of them bad habits if you're doing any of them, but it will also help you with your breathing and relaxing. I recommend you do this drill after you've finished your warm-up or jump rope before you do your training session. So this drill is fantastic. I'm going to give you 3 different variations of it, which are progressions. And starting with the first one, you're going to be in your boxing stance with your hands down. See, I've got that line in between my feet. I'm really relaxed. I'm going to get on my toes and I'm going to move forwards, backwards, side to side. Forwards, backwards, side to side. Now, this is the first variation of it, right? But what I'm doing here, I'm focused on the footwork and the breathing. Nothing else, just staying relaxed. And that's why the hands are down, is because I'm focusing on that breathing, focusing on staying relaxed. Now, variation 2 is exactly the same as 1, but I'm going to have my hands up, chin down, staying relaxed, keeping them feet apart. I'm moving around, moving forward, back, side to side, totally relaxed, like this. Now, variation 3 is I'm going to add some head movement into it as well to make me look like a pro. So I'm here, I'm moving my head, like this, moving forwards, back, side to side, moving the head in between, and I should look like a professional boxer. I bloody hope so anyway, because I was one. You will have an extremely powerful 1 punch after watching this video, because I'm going to show you and teach you the most powerful 1 punch technique in the world that coaches do not teach, so you can punch the hardest in the world. Now you might be thinking, Tony, how can I punch the hardest in the world? Well, mate, let me tell you this, you probably can't, but what I will guarantee you is when you try this 1 punch technique, you will surprise yourself at just how hard you can really punch. This technique will work in boxing or in a street fight if you need to defend yourself. And this will instantly improve the power of your punch once you try it. Before I show you this game-changing technique, you need to understand the 3-step power punching formula that coaches would generally teach you. Because without knowing these 3 steps to get power in your punch, the 4th one, where it is extreme power, will not work. The punch needs to be straight with a stiff arm here. Often I'll see people punching with a bent arm, and there you're not getting a solid punch. But when this is straight and your arm is stiff, just look how stronger this is than this here. And when you combine that with using your body weight, the power will increase. And you use your body weight by turning into the punch. If you turn into the punch, you will see a huge increase in power. And then making a noise. You've seen fighters over the years, and we do this for a reason. We are exhaling as we punch. So if you want to make a noise like or make that bloody noise with the exhale, and the power will increase. If you don't exhale, stay relaxed, what you're going to do, you're going to hold your breath, tighten up and get stiff, and that won't only prevent the power in the punch, but it will also prevent the speed in the punch. Now here is me doing this with the straight and stiff, the using my weight and making my noise. And boom, he's down. But I can punch way, way harder than that with the 4th technique. This technique is using your feet in a way that you will lose your balance, but it will be worth it. Okay, this crazy technique, what we're going to do, we're going to bring our feet together. You might be thinking, oh, what? I'm now off balance. I want to get knocked down. Tony, you're crazy. You don't know anything about punching. Well, bear with me. And then what we're going to do, we're going to put this foot forward, and then we're going to throw the punch. So slow motion, back foot, front foot, punch. A little bit faster, back foot, front foot, and then we're going to do the 3 other things. Turn your hip, straight and stiff, and then make a noise. And what we're doing here is you're not only getting your body weight behind your punch like this, you're getting the momentum of your full body movement behind that punch. You might have seen people with the javelin, throwing them, the shot put, throwing them. They're bringing the feet together, then they throw it, and the power is ridiculous. Back foot, front foot, here we go. I've studied hundreds of hours of the best fighters in the world focusing on their jab, and I realized something that they're all doing that coaches don't teach. I noticed that I was doing some of these things that helped me have the success that I had in boxing to win an Olympic medal. And I noticed the foundation of the jab is built in a 6-part formula. And this is a technique formula that's turned average boxers into household names. And if you master these 6 things, I guarantee that it will transform your full boxing game. And this starts with part 1, which is making sure your base is solid. And the reason is, without your feet and solid base, nothing else will follow. This is the foundations of your boxing stance. And when you are standing to throw the jab, it's important you have loose knees. Some coaches tell you bend your knees and be flat-footed. Some coaches tell you stay on your toes. And I noticed what a lot of the fighters were doing was a combination of both of them things. But the main thing is keeping them knees loose, and you've got that solid base as well. If you look at someone like Lennox Lewis, who had one of the best jabs ever, like this, you'll see his feet and he's moving. Compared to someone like this, who's not got the best solid base, you will see a huge difference in the performance of their jab. And the next part of the formula will make all the difference. And once you figure this out, it will change everything in your boxing. And that is telegraphing the punch. And I don't mean telegraphing when it's like a big lean back and throwing it. You shouldn't be doing that anyway. I mean telegraphing in the slightest millisecond way. If you look at someone like Floyd Mayweather, he'll be in there where his opponent says, boom, he jabs them in the face. They don't realize that it's coming out. Then again, boom, it hits you. Then again, they're moving around, boom, it hits you. Not showing when you're going to throw that punch. And this is something that I mastered to have success in my career. I would know within 30 seconds of a fight if this was going to be an easy night's work, if I could land my jab. Because if you can land your jab, you've got way more chance of being able to land any other punch. And now the way that you can do this and stop telegraphing your punches is by starting slow. Very often I will see people throwing the jab and it'll be like this. Now that right there was a telegraph of the punch. If we watch it again in slow motion, you will see I slightly pull that arm back and then throw it out. Now, if you want to be a high-level boxer, you can't slightly pull your hand back and throw it out. It's got to come from here and then out and back. So when you slow this down, throwing it from your face all the way out and all the way back. Again, it's getting in the habit of doing this. And when you combine this with the next part, it will make all the difference. But you've got to start slow. And then when we move into part 3, which is looking for speed rather than power. All these top fighters understand they're not going to knock someone out with their jab. I mean, it would be great to do that, but we're not. We're throwing the jab to set up other punches, to get ourselves into range, to get your opponent out of their game plan and to keep them thinking. And you do this by throwing a really fast jab. And when I studied all of these top fighters, they understood that. They were throwing that fast jab, frustrating their opponents, and then throwing the other punches behind that. And before we move on to part 4, which a lot of boxers are neglecting, I want to give you 3 tips to be able to punch faster with your jab that you can practice the next time you're in the gym. The first one is think about speed. If you're thinking about speed, you will punch faster. But doing this without telegraphing the punch. Because often when people think about speed, they'll... And that was a telegraph. Pulling it back, pushing out. Pulling it back, pushing out. No, you need to think about speed in a way where it's coming straight from your face, all the way out, all the way back. Like that, speed jab. Now I'm thinking about speed, I'm not thinking about power. And because I'm thinking about the speed, it's thrown faster. Tip number 2 is keeping your hand out a little bit here. If my hand's out here rather than here, it's got half the distance to travel. And if it's got half the distance to travel, guess what? It'll get there twice as fast. And Floyd Mayweather was a master at this, where your arm was out here, then throw it. Yes, it's got no power in, but we're not talking about power now, we're talking about speed. And tip number 3, see what I did there? I did something that Manny Pacquiao was a master at, and that was keeping on your toes, moving in and out, and when I step, I punch. Stepping and punching at the same time is key to speed, and also that will help you generate a little bit of power in the punch, what I'm going to talk about in a second. Now, part 4 is in 2 sections. How to land it and where you should be aiming. Because you could have the fastest jab in the world, but that doesn't mean it's going to land every single time. Because the jab is the most common punch that fighters throw, so they're kind of expecting it. So what we want to do is not let him know when I'm going to throw this jab. And there's a couple of ways you can do this. The first way is by throwing a feint. If I'm feinting like this, he doesn't know what I'm going to do. And this is something when I was studying Tyson Fury, does all the time. He's in front of his opponents. He's feinting. And they don't know when this punch is going to come. Then all of a sudden, feint, throws it, lands it. And with the feint, you can feint with your hands like this, or you can feint with your feet like this. Like I mentioned about Manny Pacquiao, when he's always on his toes like this, this is something that he did to land his jab and his other punches without their opponent knowing what's coming. Because he's on his feet all the time, then all of a sudden, throw multiple punches at once. Now, where do you aim? Do you aim in the chin? Do you aim on the temple? I mean, if you can aim there. But where I used to aim, and I had success in the amateurs especially, and the pros I guess, is I would aim on the top of the head. The reason being is because that will knock someone's head back. And if you're knocking someone's head back, what will happen? Well, it looks amazing to the judges every time your jab is coming out and knocking the head back, because you're hitting the top heavy part, which is making the head go back. As well, your opponent who you're in there with, when he's getting his head knocked back as well, that's just disorientating him even more. Even though it's not powerful, it's got his eyes looking up in the sky. And that is frustrating the hell out of him. I remember I boxed the world silver medalist from Croatia, and this is something he did to me. Boom, my head went back. I was like, oh no. We're boxing, boom, he had this amazing jab. And it made me think about how do I get out the way of his jab, rather than thinking about what am I going to do to win the fight. It took my game plan away from me. So aiming for the top of the head rather than the chin is an absolute game changer. Now I guarantee you, them 4 parts will help you through a great jab, but there's another major hurdle that you need to get over to have success like these champions. And that brings us on to part 5 and 6. This is how you get into great habits with your sessions. And just like you can see Floyd doing right here, all he's focusing on is his jab. And Floyd has one of the best jabs of all time. Round after round, working on that jab. Not focusing on anything else, he's just blasting in that jab on the heavy bag. And this right here is perfecting that jab, getting him into great habits every time he throws it. But to do this, you need to identify your own mistakes if you have any when you're throwing the jab, which you probably will have. So what I've done, I've created a free mini video package, not only to help you identify your mistakes, but also to help you perfect your punches. You can click the link below and get this package for free. No strings. I want to help you. It's a gift for you. So click the link below and get this free video package. Now, moving on to number 6. What I noticed with all of these champions, their coordination was fantastic. And to get great coordination, you need to drill your hands and feet at the same time. Because when you're throwing the perfect jab, your lead foot and your jab hand will land in sync at the same time. So you need to do drills for this. And the best way to do this is doing agility ladder drills for boxing. This is your liver. And this is what happens if someone punches you in it.
Oh, and there it is, a 3rd time!
Getting hit there, even if it's not hard, can put you on your back because the pain is unbearable. Whether it's a punch, a kick, or a knee will likely leave you paralyzed and unable to breathe. And this is not a matter of how big you are, how strong you are, if you've got a great 6-pack. If you get hit right in the perfect position, it will shut your body down. And I'm going to give you 2 methods of being able to take a body shot better, which doesn't include having a great 6-pack. And also I'm going to give you 2 methods of being able to punch and land the perfect liver shot to dismantle anyone. But first, why is the liver so sensitive compared to headshots? Well, actually, both of these can be extremely devastating because they're both vulnerable parts of your body. But these hits are actually different. When you see legends like Oscar De La Hoya, he can take headshots all day long. But when we see a liver shot like this that doesn't look very hard, he's out and he cannot get back on his feet.
That was a nice left hand underneath by Oscar.
And it seems strange, right? But what happens is when we get hit in the head, we can get kind of disorientated and not know where we are, and we don't feel the pain. But this is kind of opposite to a liver shot when our minds are clear, but our body is getting completely shut down. Now, if we take a closer look at the liver, we can see exactly what's going on and why this is happening. Firstly, the organ is located on the right side of your body, exactly where you see Hopkins hitting De La Hoya.
Oh, good body shot.
The liver is the largest and heaviest organ in our entire body. Our liver is used for detoxing. It cuts out the harmful substances that might enter our body. And it's that vital. If your liver fails you and you don't get a transplant, you could actually die. Studies show that if a healthy male took a direct liver shot at only 5 meters per second, this is actually enough force to cause liver injury. Now, boxers and MMA fighters can easily punch at least 10 meters per second. Here you see the damage of the liver from a 6 meter per second punch. This can actually rupture your liver. And I used to love this punch when I was fighting. Here you see me in a fight against Matt Haney, where he wasn't expecting the punch because I hit him high, which opens up his ribs and his liver, and then boom, a blast in that body shot, hitting him perfectly. And you can see the pain in his face from that punch. And this is not just from the extreme pain of the punch landing, there's actually more going on when this punch lands. The punch puts so much pressure on that area where we've got a lot of nerves around our liver, which is linked to our nervous system that can drop blood pressure. And with this happening, our brain wants to put our bodies into a horizontal position as a survival tactic, which is the reason why getting hit perfectly in the liver will put you on your back. And if the liver shot is bad enough, you can also lose consciousness, but I've never seen this happen. Now, before I show you how to take a punch to the body, I'm going to show you 2 ways how to land that punch. The first way is the traditional way that coaches teach. My second favorite way, where you're upright here, you're going to slip inside, especially if they've threw a right hand that's over your shoulder, that's leaving them wide open on the right side of their body in the liver. Then we're going to blast it in like this. So here it is here, I've slipped, weight on the front leg, boom, firing in that liver shot. Now the reason why I'm not a huge fan of this is because if I'm in there with someone with experience and I slip like this, what's he going to do? He's going to put his elbow down, and that punch is going to block it. So what I prefer to do is I'm inside, get up close here, then hit him up nice and light. He's not expecting that punch to come. What I'm going to do, I'm going to throw this body shot without having to slip. So I'm here, tapping upstairs, then from there, this arm's just going to come down, turn my hips, and blast it straight in the liver. And it looks like this. And that right there is enough power to hurt anyone. So how can you take a body shot there? I'm going to give you 2 different methods of doing this. What you're going to do, you're going to get a partner with their boxing gloves on. You're going to stand with your hands above your head here in your boxing stance. Your partner is then going to throw 2 straight punches down the middle and then 2 hooks around the side like this. And while they're punching your body, you're going to keep your core tight, but at the same time, relax and breathe. Because if you're holding your breath, you're going to get tired fast. And also why this is great is you're going to be able to see the punches coming at your body. And as well, if you've never been hit in the body before, this is getting you used to getting punched in the body. Now that being said, if you get hit with a clean body shot and you're not expecting it, like the one I just showed you, you will be done and there's kind of nothing you can do about that. Now the second thing that you can do is really improve your core muscles for boxing. There's some great methods of being able to do this. Should you be on your toes like this, or should you be flat-footed like this? Which one is better, and which one should you be focused on every time you're in the gym? I'm going to tell you that. But first, it's very important that you know the pros and cons of both of these. Like being flat-footed, the biggest pro is you're going to generate more power in your punches. Like that. I didn't mean to knock him down, but because I was flat-footed, I knocked him down. And because you're flat-footed when you're punching, it gives you a stable base, and from this position here, you can effectively transfer energy from the ground up your body into the punch. This is because in boxing, power is not just all about arm strength, but also how you can leverage your entire body, particularly your legs and your core. And from this flat-footed position, you're able to turn your hips and your shoulders around more effectively, which ultimately gives you more power. And as you may know, rotation is a crucial part of power punching, which helped me knock out multiple people on the way to winning my Olympic medal. As well, being flat-footed helps you with your balance rather than being on your toes. Because you've got a strong base and you've got your whole foot on the floor, makes you stable. And if you think about it, it makes you harder to push over. Just like Bob here, he's got that big base. If you think he had 2 feet and he was on his toes as well, I would easily push him over. Now I can easily punch him over like we just seen, but that's because I punch really hard. Because you've got that flat-footed base, it prevents you from moving fast backwards and forwards, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. But you have got great balance. And because you've got great balance, it really helps you work better inside. As you see, my feet are flat. I'm low to the ground, which is helping me generate power punches with great balance. And one of the biggest reasons a lot of fighters are flat-footed, because it saves a lot of energy when you're in the ring. Compare that to being on your toes. As you can see here, I'm on my toes moving around. Just how much more energy I'm using than when I'm being flat-footed. And in a minute, I'm going to talk about all of the pros about being on your toes. But first, you need to understand the cons of being flat-footed. Like your punches from the outside is generally slower because you're not using your feet to help you create more hand speed. Also, you're easier to hit because you're totally relying on head movement and reactions for your defense. And because you're not using your feet for your defense, that means it's very risky as you're always in range to get hit. And as well, you're being more predictable to the person in front of you. So, should you focus on being a flat-footed boxer? Well, I'm going to tell you that. But first, the pros of being on your toes. You can defend better with footwork, which is the best defense of all of them. Because if I move out of range to get hit, I can't get hit. And as well, you can punch faster when you're on your toes, using this is a huge advantage over anyone who's flat-footed. And because of this movement here, it's way easier to feint with your hands, feint with your feet, which ultimately makes you way less predictable, like this guy right here. And because you're on your toes, you can control the range better. You can get into distance to land them punches. You can get out of distance to avoid punches, which is a huge advantage over anyone who's standing flat-footed. And as well, you can recover by moving around and getting out of range and getting a breather. Compared to the person who was flat-footed, now they're kind of recovering all the time, but you can take the fight to them whenever you want. When you're recovering on your toes, they've got to try and bring the fight to you. And when you are doing this correctly and moving your feet and throwing your punches, it looks way better to the judges who are ringside, or if you're doing this for fitness, you look way better when you're moving around the bag on your toes, popping out that jab compared to the guy who is flat-footed, who is generally slower than you, plodding away there. So I would say that's the advantage as well. Now, I guess you're thinking, there's that many benefits of me being on my toes. Why would I ever want to be flat-footed? Well, mate, I've got to tell you, there is a lot of cons about being an on your toes fighter. Like, do you know how much energy this right here uses when you're on your toes all the time? But like my old amateur coach Dave Binns used to tell me, if you can condition yourself to be able to do this for 4 2-minute rounds, you can do it for 12 3-minute rounds. It just comes down to you and your conditioning. So I guess that con is crossed out. Another huge con is your punches are not going to be as hard and as powerful if you're on your toes, because you haven't got that great balance like you've got on your flat feet. Take Floyd Mayweather, for example, one of the greatest fighters ever, but he wasn't known as a power puncher. He could rarely deliver that one-punch knockout. And am I right in saying it could be impossible to fight inside when you're on your toes? I've never tried this before. It just doesn't feel right. I'm sure it doesn't look right either. So what should you be working on, and how much of it should you be doing when you're in the gym? Now, if you look at one of my favorite fighters of all time, Prince Naseem Hamed, look at his footwork there. He's so flashy, he's so great, and he could punch really hard as well. Now, I'm not telling you to do what he's doing right here. I'm just using this as a great example of showing you the level of fighters that's great on their feet. You should be working on being on your toes like these champions here.
Floyd Mayweather must try to roughhouse him. Let's see if he can catch up.
There's never been an amazing world champion boxer who has not been great on their toes. Well, maybe this guy, but he is a heavyweight, so it's a little bit different. But it's very important that you don't neglect being flat-footed too, which will become a lot easier when you know your feet, and especially if you do these drills on this video right here. It'll help you work on your toes and being flat-footed. So click here next and see these 25 ladder drills. They're a game changer.